Okay. Size matters, yeah. Kevin, you got to write. Kevin, Hey guys, what's up, people? What's up, Kevin? You have to write. Size matters. Not all size matters. Size matters, Kevin. Size. It needs to look like this. Okay. It needs to look like this. Size matters. Okay. What's up, people? What's up, you guys? I woke up today. I pretty much slept all day. Ooh, I was so tired. I had a bad migraine. People have been like annoying me. I've been annoyed, right? So tonight we're gonna do a live, and we are truly gonna focus on why size matters. And when somebody is undersized, being bullied, roughed up, pushed up in the rain by two ginormous human beings, why the person needs to use a weapon to level out the playing fields, okay? Otherwise, you're going to die, okay? So get in here. We're talking about Carmelo Anthony and the Metcalf twins, the Giants, okay? The Goliaths, all right? So get in here, all right? Because let me know if you're here. Because I see a lot of videos, and for some reason, it's like, I don't know. Part of me feels as though, hey, Sonia, part of me feels as though some people do probably realize, a lot of people probably do realize that Carmelo should, and most likely will use self-defense, and it's going to work. They're so obsessed with like making sure he can't use self-defense as a viable defense for his case. And I'm like, just because you're big mad, just because you don't want him to use it doesn't mean he can't use it. And it's so funny how they don't want to focus on the fact that the 17-year-old who has a 3.7 GPA, who has 2 jobs, he plays football, he runs track. Like, what more do you need, okay? He's 17, 3.7 GPA. He runs track, he plays football, he has 2 jobs, right? But he's charged with first-degree murder for someone he didn't even know. They met that day. Why is it first-degree murder? They gave this boy an excessive bail at $1 million instead of making sure to protect the Constitution and to make sure that we have a fair legal system, right? For once, and it's funny how because for once, because it could benefit a black boy, all of these white conservatives and all these conservatives who are so pro-Constitution, right? Right now, they don't care. The bail is excessive, racial bias. Being charged with first-degree murder when you didn't even know the person. What part of it was premeditated? They didn't even know each other. Even Hunter said, we don't know this kid. He didn't know them also. They met that day, right? There was no robbery. There was no like felony. Like, there was no felony being committed. And then, what's it called? Austin ends up dead, right? So why is it first-degree murder? But you know what, though? I thank God for white people and the racism, because all of this is going to create the perfect legal arguments for why there's so much racial bias in this case. And this is why the case needs to be moved out of Frisco, Texas. If it's even possible, the case needs to be moved out of Texas. Because based off of what? Like, what evidence? Like, what exactly happened? What did the magistrate read that made him feel as though, yeah, there is compelling reason for me to be so concerned that this young man is not going to come back for trial? For what reason? He said he did it. Make it make sense. Did he not say he did it? In the police report, the guy said, the police officer said, oh, I have the alleged suspect. He said, it's not alleged. I did it. He said he did it. And he even said, he's like, is he going to be okay? So if somebody's not denying they did it, he said he did it. They say when he was detained, he was crying frantically. He was crying. So why would you put $1 million bail on a 17-year-old? You would think he's like a mass murderer or something like that, right? What are you talking about? Why is it $1 million bail? Excessive racial prejudice. Also, if 2 people don't know each other and someone ends up dead, why do you declare that first-degree murder? Racial bias. But keep doing it, though. We're going to have this thing will never even end up going to court. Keep playing these games. Keep playing these goofy, racist games. Do the job for us. Make our lives easier. So there are a lot of people out here who want to prove to themselves, or especially these goofy ass black conservatives, right? Who are working so hard for massa. They're working so hard to please their white racist base and trying to bring out these arguments as to why Carmelo is not going to be able to hold, he's not going to be able to use self-defense, and why self-defense is not going to hold in court. I completely disagree. You see, Marlene, with the work I have done so far, the research I have done, these are people who do 10-minute, and that's how you know it's a grift. This is how you know it's a grift. And this is how you know anybody who does a video on this matter and does a video that is 9 minutes long, that's Anton, a video that is 10 minutes long, 13 minutes long, 20 minutes long, you know they're just looking for views, right? And the newsflash to all the racist whites who consume that content, they don't even care about Austin. Because if they cared about Austin also, they would not be doing a 10, 15-minute video. This is something really serious. This is something really serious. There is a boy that is dead. There's another boy that's currently being detained, okay? This is serious matter. This is not something that you can talk about in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20-something minutes, right? People's lives will forever be changed because of this. This is a serious matter. It's a matter of grave consequence. It's a matter of, it's so grave, okay? So we can't just talk in like 10, 5 minutes. Like American people and their short attention span. But yet you want to bring manufacturing back in the U.S. You want to bring manufacturing back when manufacturing jobs, they take like 10 hours, 12 hours. You have to be intently focused. The vast majority of American people can't even watch a video for 1 minute. How exactly are they going to be successful in manufacturing? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. The Chinese, the Asian people, they work 10, 12 hours, no breaks. Okay? American people can't even watch a video that's more than 5 minutes. They get bored. You have this is unbelievable. The level of stupidity and dumbness in this nation is so alarming. These are serious matters. These are serious matters. So in today's video, we're not doing this for 10 minutes, 15. No. This is very, very, very serious. We're going to take our time and we're going to talk about why self-defense works in Carmelo Anthony's favor. And I said the reason why it works because size matters. Thank you, Fumi. Size matters. Size matters. I will say it right now. Carmelo Anthony is 130 pounds. And that's why for the thumbnail, let me show you the thumbnail. Okay. Let me show you my thumbnail so you can understand why I made the thumbnail the way that I did, because it's really important for you to understand my. So for my thumbnail, because now I know. Now I am fully aware that we are dealing with just too many racists, okay? And white racists are not capable of seeing past color. So because white people can, hey Queen, because white people cannot see past color, it is imperative for us to show Carmelo as a white boy. Because maybe if they see it through the lens of a skinny white boy that's 130 pounds or a skinny Asian boy that is 130 pounds, it's going to click. Because the vast majority of white people are racist. The vast majority of white people do not like black people. The vast majority of white people have this prejudice, racial hatred against black boys. So asking any white person or the vast majority of white people, white men, white mother, white children, to have any kind of empathy or to give a black boy a chance is asking for too much. Okay, so today I am not going to attempt to tell white people to not be racist. This is who they are. And when you get to a certain age, you understand that you should never demand more out of people than what they can give you. It's not fair. So I'm going to be fair. I am going to allow white people to continue to have their racial lenses on. And this is why I'm going to use white boys who weigh 130 pounds to truly amplify the small, the tininess, the skinniness. In the words of boxing, they will call these people super featherweights. Okay? In the words of boxing, these young men, right? These young boys right here who are all 130 pounds. So let me show you this. You have this white boy. This is my story. I was 6'4" and I weighed 130 pounds. So this was him. My height was 6'4" and my weight 130 pounds 4 years ago. So this young white man right here, 130 pounds. Now, his pants are sagging. So should I call him a white thug because his pants are sagging? Of course not. Young people are silly. This is Carmelo Anthony sitting at 5'9", 130 pounds. Here's this Asian kid, don't know his name, but he's also 130 pounds. Here's another white kid, 130 pounds. Here's another white boy, 130 pounds. Here's this young white man here. His name is Edward Robinson. He was 15. 110, 5'10", and he was 100 pounds. And you can see he has marks on his face. Okay? Hold on. Let me X out. Let me show you what the people did. Let me show you what people did to Edward. Hold on. Right? So here is Edward Robinson. As you can see, also, very skinny white kid, right? 15 years old, 5'10", and you see he has marks on his face. He has marks on his face. You see this? Are you guys here? He has marks on his face, which also lets you know, because he's so small, this white kid also was getting bullied. He didn't do this to himself, okay? He did not do this to himself. He did not do this to himself. But you see, he's 15 and he's 130. Carmelo is 17 and 130, okay? Right? Hold on. Let's go back. You understand? So I make sure to create a thumbnail for all my racists out there, for them to see what 130 pounds looks like on a white person. What 130 pounds looks like on a white boy. Because there's something like, there's an intentional cognitive dissonance when it comes to Hannafisa, when it comes to admitting that Carmelo is really small. And I'm going to show you that it's even more concerned than small. Because guess what? You know how like in the body positivity, when it comes to weighing yourself, there's a key word that body positivity takes issue with, especially all these white people. BMI. They say that BMI is racist. Well, guess what? Today we're going to use BMI. We're going to talk about BMI. And according to BMI, where does even the BMI put Carmelo Anthony? Okay? Where do you think his BMI is going to be? But you know what? Don't worry here. Let me just do it. Hold on. Where am I? Let me do it. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let me show you this while we're here. But I will come back to this. Okay? So I went to AI. I sure did use Gemini by Google. And I said, what can you say about the weight of a 17-year-old who weighs 130 pounds and is 5 feet? 5 feet. And what? Sorry, let me go back here because I like my other answer better, right? What does that say? What can you say about the weight of a 17-year-old who weighs 130 pounds and is 5'9", right? And this is what AI said. Can you see this? Can y'all see this? Okay. For a 17-year-old male who is 5'9" and weighs 130 pounds, it's considered underweight. Based on standard height and weight charts and BMI guidelines, while BMI doesn't account for all factors, it provides a general indication of whether someone is underweight, normal weight, or overweight. For someone that height, a healthy weight range for male is typically 144 to 176 pounds. This is important. I need y'all to remember this. We will come back to this. I will say it again. For a 17-year-old male who is 5 feet 9 inches and weighs 130 pounds, it's considered underweight based on standard height and weight charts and BMI guidelines. While BMI doesn't account for all factors, it provides a general indication of whether someone is underweight, normal weight, or overweight. For someone of that height, a healthy weight range for males is typically between 144 and 176 pounds. So even at 17, 5'9", 130, he's anywhere between 14 pounds overweight to 46 pounds underweight. He's underweight. He's very small. He's seriously small. Now let me see if I can take the same prompt and ask Google Gemini about one that is weighs 225, huh? 225 and is what? Like, let's say there is 6. I'm gonna say 6. Let's say 6'2". Okay. So now this is what I wrote because I know I'm getting the 130 from the police report. Because a lot of y'all didn't do your research, so I get that. I also put on the thumbnail. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, Lord. My bad. Oh, my gosh. Exit. I need to get out of here. Okay. Where am I getting the 130 from? Very easy. The police report. There you go. Here is the police report. It was also on the thumbnail, but I know some of y'all don't pay attention, but I don't know. So here's the 130. It's also on the thumbnail. All right. Hi, this is his name, Anthony Carmelo Sincere. right? I guess he lives in Frisco, Texas. His height, 5'9". His weight, 130 pounds. Yes, a lot of you guys chose not to read, unfortunately. So this is why I have to do this. Okay. And also, when I made the thumbnail, I made sure to put a big red arrow right here. Yes, right? When I made the thumbnail, I also made sure to put a circle, an oval around his height. I put a big yellow circle around his weight. I even put a big old arrow that looks like a McDonald's arrow, okay, red and yellow, right, pointing at his height. So he is 5'9" and he's 230 pounds. Thank you. Hopefully that answers your question. Now let's go to this one. Let's go. Well, I don't know. Even if he's the child, I don't know. You can show us where you got this. You can show us. I don't know. You can show us where you got it. If you want to, you can show us where you got it. But even if it's 160, the police report says that he is what is he? He is what is he again? 130, right? Okay. Even if you want to go with the fact that he is 167, what did you say again? Okay. Even if you want to go with the fact that he's 167, I repeat, let me read it again. Oh, Lord Jesus. For a 17-year-old male who is 5'9" and weighs 130 pounds, it is considered underweight based on the standard height and weight charts and BMI guidelines. While BMI doesn't account for all factors, it provides a general indication whether someone is underweight, normal weight, or overweight. For someone of that height, a healthy weight range for males is typically 144 and 176. So you got to think, huh? Devin, you got to use your mind. You got to think. So even if he's 167, what does that tell you? He will still fall with what? A healthy weight range. So if he's 130, he's underweight. If he's 167, as you claim, then he falls within a normal weight for his height and his age, right? Cool. Now let's talk about Austin, okay? No, let's talk about Austin. It's not a problem. Let's talk about Austin because it all matters. Size matters. For a 17-year-old male who is 6'2", he could be taller, but I know they're over 6 feet. For a 17-year-old male who is 6'2" and weighs 225 pounds, the individual is considered overweight based on standard BMI. So even if we go with what you claim, because I haven't seen it, so send me a screenshot because I ain't seen it. Send me a link because I ain't see it. But even if what you're saying is true, that right now in Colon jail, it says that he is 167. KARMELO has a healthy weight range then for a 17-year-old that is 5'9". Austin and his brother are over 6 feet and they weigh 225 pounds. So they're overweight. So you have a normal weight person being accosted by two overweight people, right? Do we agree? Cool, right? And also here is the mother. We're going to watch the mother. We are going to watch the mother tell us how much her sons weigh. Let her talk. My gosh.
Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. So what did the mother say? What did the mother say? Her son weighs 225 pounds at the age of 17, and he's over 6 feet. So I said, let's say 6'2", right? 6'2". I'll go with 6'2", right? And we go over here, and what do we have? For a 17-year-old male who is 6'2" and weighs 225 pounds, the individual's weight is considered overweight based on standard BMI guidelines. So if KARMELO is 130, right? Let me do it again because we got a lot of what is this? What? No. What? Okay. If KARMELO, right? Let me do this, right? If KARMELO weighs 130 pounds, he is underweight. Why is it doing this? Child, if KARMELO weighs 130 pounds, he is underweight. If KARMELO does weigh 167, he is a normal weight. So either way, Austin and his brother are too big. Hey, right? 130, underweight. 167, normal weight. Austin at 225 is overweight, right? His brother, his twin brother, is also over 200 pounds. He's also overweight. So we either have a situation where you have an underweight person being accosted by two overweight people, or you have a normal weight person being accosted by two overweight people. Size, it matters. Size matters. So don't forget this, because we're going to have to go through a lot of stuff, right? Don't forget this. So I'm going to have the mother say it one more time so y'all can hear it. Okay, thank you, Devin. Thank you, Devin. There is for sure a weight difference. I'd be afraid too. Devin, thank you, my love. Thank you. I like it when you keep up with me. I love it. Okay? Oh, thank you, she. Mwah. I love you forever, my baby. I love you. Okay? This is real. This is real, y'all. This is not a joke. So for people to sit here and act as if they don't know why he would use a knife, what would you do? What would you do? If two people who weigh 225, and mind you, Austin and Hunter, they're not fat people. They're not fat. These people are made of muscle. Okay? These brothers are not fat. Hold on, you guys. I just hope I don't have an issue with myself, because my computer's not that powerful, right? You can see it from this picture. And even here, Austin and Hunter are not even 17. They're younger than 17. Look how they look under the age of 17. These people are not fat people. Because 225 fat, it looks one way. 225 with muscle, it looks different. Because muscle is heavy. Fat is it just takes up space, okay? But under 50, they were under 17. Look at how they look. Right? Look at how these two boys look. Size matters. When it comes to being able to claim self-defense, right? A person has to fear for their life. You cannot sit here and tell me that if you were 130 or 167 and you were accosted by two giants who weigh 225 pounds each, you're not going to be scared. And they're doing it in the rain. Miss me with the foolishness. Okay? This right here, they were younger than 17. They're younger than 17. Hold on. Let's go over here. Okay? We got time today. We got time today. Right? Look at this picture. Look at these pictures, right? Right? If you didn't know no better, you wouldn't even know if these are professional football players, right? If you didn't know no better, based on their size alone, look at their size of these boys with their heads down. If you didn't know no better, number 11, number 54, that's Austin and Hunter. If you didn't know no better, you can't say these are high school football players, collegiate football player, or even NFL football players, because they got the bodies of grown-ass men. They have the bodies of grown men. Right next to them, you have the legs. You got the legs of KARMELO. Them mosquito-ass legs, them tiny-ass legs. Look at their legs. Look at their calves, right? Could you tell if these boys right here are high school football players? Could you tell if they're collegiate football players? Could you tell if they're NFL players? Of course you can. Why? Because they have the morphology. They got the build of strong ass bulls. These are big ass boys. They're big. They're big. And if they came charging after you, you wouldn't be scared. And your flimsy body of 130 pounds, 160 pounds, you wouldn't be scared. Right? There's a massive weight difference. We are talking about over a 300-pound difference when those two brothers decide to charge against them. Hey, Elena, if you had a weight difference of 300 pounds, what would you do to even out the playing field? What would you have done? What would you have done? When you tell people who are this big, they're so damn big, don't touch me, don't touch me. You're all by yourself. Nobody's near you. Your teammates are not near you. Your school people are not near you. You're all by yourself. You're all by yourself against all these white people. You're there all by yourself. And you're saying, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You try to use your voice to establish authority, but they have no regards for that because they know they're bigger. So they proceed. They touch you. They take your book bag. And I will have his brother say it for you. He said Austin took his book bag. Make it make sense. What would you have done? What would you have done? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Utter foolishness. Utter foolishness. Right? Even over here, any of these white kids. Sorry, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. I ain't got time for this. Right? Even in this picture. Right? If any of these white boys, even the Asian boys, because they're all 130, these boys are all 130, right? If any of these white kids had used a knife against Austin, would you have had an issue with that? These boys, everybody here is 130. This little boy, he said, oh, I was 6'4" and 130. He's extremely overweight. 6'4", 130. This little Asian kid, 130. This boy, he was 5'10" and 130. This kid right here, 130. This boy right here, Edward, he's also 130. Right? So if any of these white boys who weigh 130 pounds, if they had been accosted by Austin and being pushed by Austin and Hunter, being shoveled by Austin and Hunter, and they had used a knife to even out the playing field, when there's a 300 plus pound difference, would they have been wrong? Would you have had an issue with that? Would you have had an issue with these boys defending themselves, using some kind of weapon to level out the playing field? Would you have had an issue with that? No, but you only have an issue with a skinny black boy doing it because you're racist. They're fully developed, okay? In self-defense, size matters. Because if you're shorter and your body is lighter against two people who are towering over you, these massive people, miss me with this. What would you have done? The same white people, the same white conservatives who believe in the Second Amendment right, they believe in the right to protect yourself, the right to stand your ground, and this, and that. Until it's a black boy doing it to white people because you're racist. Because you're racist. Make it make sense. Thank you, Mark. Make it make sense. Even me, I would have been afraid. Even me, I would have been afraid. I'm going to show you my son too, huh? Let me show you my son. Trey. Baby James. Trey. Come here, boo. Come here. Come here. My son is 160. Come here. Foolishness. And even him, at 160, Trey is 14. Carmelo is 17. So even Trey weighs as much as him. Bring the scale over here, son. Bring the scale. I'm tired of these people. Put the scale down. Get off the scale. Get off quickly. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Let me take a picture. I'm going to take a picture of Trey on the scale. What number do you see, son? Tell your people what number you see.
162.
162. Okay, hold on. No, stay on there.
No, it's right there.
It's right there? Hold on. No, is it going down? Oh, you froze it? Where'd it go?
Let me step on it.
Okay. No, get back. No, son, don't move until I tell you to move. Hold on.
I can get off now.
Oh, let me take a picture. What the heck? Picture.
Took a picture.
Let's come back. Oh, shoot.
Here, took a picture.
No, I took a video. 162. Okay. Oh, no, come back. You see 162? You see this? That's Trey's weight. 162. Y'all see this, right? Okay, Trey, come on. Come on. Just stand right there. Don't show your face, but stand. Stand right there. Move back. Okay, sorry, okay, show your back. May not do too much, right? Oh Lord. You see my son? Look at him. 162. Turn around. Show your body. Right? Look at this. 162. 162. Hold on. Show your arms. Here's Trey's arms. Here's his arms. 160. No, Kevin, this is real. Because they love to be racist. Here's Trey. 162. Trey here. Hold on. Pull this up. Show your legs. Land to your legs. Move back. Hold the wall. Move back. Look at his legs. You see how small this is? Foolishness. These white people are so racist. Come here, son. Get on the chair. Let mommy hold the chair. They're gonna see your legs. These people are so racist. They're so racist. Get over here. Jump. Mommy's gonna hold you. Hold the thing. Hold the wall. Oh, Lord Jesus. Do not move. Hold this. Foolishness. Look at his legs. Look at my son's legs. 162. Treasure, how tall are you?
Like 5'8".
He's like 5'8", so he's about Carmelo, and he's younger. No, this is serious. Look at his legs. Turn around. Turn. I think I need to see this. Look at this. Do you see this? This is it. This is it. Like, put this up. Put this up. They can see it. Y'all see this? You see how small this is? Even Trey. Oh Lord. Okay. Sit down. Thank you, son. This is crazy. No, we have to fight for your cousin. Fold this. Trey, hold on. Do you have a white beater on?
Yeah.
Okay, take this off. This is racism. This is really racism. This is unbelievable. Show your body. No, this is insanity. Show your body. Look at his body, y'all. Look at his body. Huh? Look at this. Look at this. Look at his. But these white people are so mean. These white people are racist. They're so racist. Look at my son. And my son, he's actually younger. He's 14. He's 14 and he's 162. So earlier, I said the police report says that Carmelo is 130. But Devin said, where's Devin? Huh? Devin said he's 167. So if let's say Devin is true, that right now Carmelo is 167 at the Colin County Jail. But this is it. So Carmelo is just 7 pounds heavier than Trey Trey. Huh? No, this is crazy. Hold on, son. Hold on. Because these white people are mean. Sorry, people. Take off your shirt. It's like swimming, right? You're going to be the next mindful flip. It's not a problem. It's okay. Go straight, we got to do this. Right? Look at this. Look at this. Turn around. Oh, 157. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 157. Oh, Jesus. So Trey Trey is 5. You see this? So even Trey Trey is 5 pounds. My son is 5 pounds heavier. Trey Trey is 14. He is 5 pounds heavier than Austin. Then so Austin and his twin, Austin and Hunter. Imagine Trey Trey. What would you have told Trey Trey to do? Look at his chest. He got a whole bird chest. Huh? What can my son do? What can Trey Trey do? Even Trey Trey, like what? How old? Hold up, wait a minute. Maybe these boys were 14 over here. Who knows? Maybe they were 14. You see, so even at 14, they're bigger than most kids. What would you have had my son do? If Austin and Hunter came up to Trey Trey in the rain, and he said, and they pushed him, he said, oh, don't touch me. He pushed them, they said, don't touch me. Don't touch me. What would you have had him do? Just sit there and let these white boys just beat his ass, just pummel him and do all kinds of stuff to him? Huh? Look at this. Why is it that these white people don't have mercy? Why is it that white people don't have mercy when they see black children? Huh? This is insane. No, they're ridiculous. They are ridiculous. Oh, foolishness. They're so racist. Trey Trey, thank you so much. God bless you. Carmelo's going to come out because of you. God bless you, Trey Trey. If they need you to go to Texas to help Carmelo, mommy's going to send you there. You're going to go help your cousin. Foolishness. Foolishness. These people are so racist. These people are so racist. They are so racist. Huh? They are so racist. Look, Trey Trey is younger. Trey Trey is 14. My son is 14. You guys know this. He was born in September 2010. The boy is he'll be 15 in September. He's a Virgo. Can you imagine? These people at 14, look how big they are at 14. 14, 15. Look at their arms. My God. Even me, they can beat me up. Okay? Two brothers. These people are ginormous. They're ginormous. They're not normal sized people. They are ridiculous, Kevin. Okay? This is insanity. So you say, can we talk about how his parents must have raised him? He took responsibility and even showed concern. He's only guilty of thinking on his feet. He's not even guilty. He was smart. They would have killed him. It's raining. Huh? It's raining. There's metal everywhere. Hold on. I got the picture. Huh? Look at this space, you guys. Look at the venue. Look at the venue in question. You are surrounded by the steps. It's a stadium, you guys. It's a stadium. You know, at a stadium, the steps are made out of concrete. The bleachers are made out of metal. They make bleachers out of metal. I want to play a video because these white people, they're so racist. They love to act stupid. Bleachers are made out of metal. White people don't know that bleachers are made with metal. And the edges, they don't even like what's it called? File the edges. Everything is so sharp. They know this. White people know that bleachers are made out of metal and the edges are exposed. There's concrete steps. There's metal. It's raining. It's raining. It's wet. And they're out here pushing people like this, grabbing people, stuff like this. It's a very dangerous situation. It is raining. It's even they could have hurt themselves. It's raining. And maybe also because it was raining, maybe when Austin, I don't know, maybe when Carmelo had the knife, maybe he slipped. Because it was raining. It is raining, you guys. The rain makes everything dangerous. The rain makes everything slippery. That's why the weather even matters. In the defense, the attorney has to talk about the rain. That's why I said we have to wait for the autopsy to see at which angle Austin's heart was perforated because if it was raining, and also they're wearing track shoes. If you don't do track, you wouldn't know, right? We need to know what shoes he was wearing because the shoes could have slipped because it's raining. It is raining. Like people who run track, they wear different kinds of shoes. So if the shoes and the rain, you being scuffed, maybe he slipped and that's when the knife went in, so he started running. Who knows? We don't even know because it's raining. So why don't these white people wait for us to go to court? Why are they so racist like this? Why are white people so racist like this? Why are they so mean? Why do white people have so much hatred for black people? Why do white people have so much hatred for black children? They have so much hatred for black boys. Are you okay? Are you really okay? It's a freaking stadium. You're pushing people. And you know, because we saw the body stuff. Well, hold on. You guys, I'm going to come back to all of this. Huh? Foolishness. It's raining and this boys, you see? And look, this is a blue tarmac. And when we read exactly, right? So he's on spikes. So that's like he's wearing heels. He's wearing heels. Because look, they're on these concrete steps and it's raining. He probably had the track shoes on. If anybody who wore the shoes with spikes, it's like you're wobbly because it's not meant to be fighting people in the rain on concrete steps. Make it make sense. Maybe he slipped because it's raining. What is wrong with these white people? Why are they so racist like this? Oh, foolishness. Can I stand these people? My point is, look at the blue tarmac. Yesterday, when we read the police report, the knife is there. So because they couldn't move the knife because it was raining, the knife is right there. The knife is there. Where the blue tarmac is, the knife is underneath there. They put the blue tarmac to protect the knife. So once again, they're fighting in the steps. He's pushing this boy against concrete steps, against metal bleachers. He could have pushed KARMELO. He would have went straight to the bleacher, cut his face, or he could have fallen on the wrong side of his head. He could have had a major concussion. But no, that doesn't matter. Pushing people in the rain is normal to white people. Putting your hands on people in the rain is normal to white people. Trying to fight somebody that's so much smaller than you is normal to white people. Because black people should just allow white people to do whatever they want to do to our bodies. Touch our hair, touch our bodies, touch our property. They should do it. They should be able to mishandle us. No, slavery is over. We are no longer your property. You will not mishandle us. You will not put your hands on us. Nobody gave Austin the authority to remove anybody. He's not a police officer. He's not the principal. He has no authority to remove anybody. He doesn't even have a permit. Does he even have a permit for his tent? No, it's a courtesy. He has no authority to remove anybody from anywhere, especially when no one is bothering him. Make it make sense. Oh, foolishness. It's about racist. This is crazy. Okay? The knife is right there, Devin. Because you didn't read the police report. The knife is under the blue tarmac. That's what the knife is. The knife is right next to steps. So you were shuffling him like this on these concrete steps while he had his cleats on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's talk about the fact that he was wearing cleats in the rain. So maybe he slipped. Maybe the knife slipped. Who knows? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened. But he could have slipped because it's raining. Foolishness. Yeah, they have hate for everybody. They just hate all kinds of people. But anyways, you guys, like I said, this live is going to take a minute because it's already 40 minutes because we got to take our time. And like I said, the whole purpose of this live is to show to you guys that self-defense is going to work. Self-defense is going to work. And by the grace of God, KARMELO will be home. They're going to drop these charges. I wish I was his lawyer. I would finish these white people. I would finish all these white people. I wish I was his lawyer. Foolishness. Foolishness. Go put your goofy ass tariffs on China. Make it make sense. You factory workers, you. Foolishness. Anyways, so this live today, I'm going to start with Jason Whitlock because I'm going to go with him because he's out here making this goofy ass video to cater to white people because he wants to say, oh, self-defense is not going to work. I'm going to start with Jason Whitlock. We're going to take a break. Hey, Rizza, we're going to take a break. We're going to go to Nick Fuentes. Yes, because Nick Fuentes had a message for Jason Whitlock, so he needs to say it. After Nick Fuentes, where's my pen? Okay, so first Jason Whitlock. Next, we're going to go to Nick Fuentes. After we're done with Nick Fuentes, we're going to, Oh, they get on my nerve, Kevin. No, because when I get triggered, I speak French. I go back to being West African. What I code switch, y'all. I really do. Y'all already know. Okay, so Jason Whitlock, Nick Fuentes. Then we're gonna go to Judge Joe Brown. After Judge Joe Brown, we're gonna go to Hunter. Out of his own mouth, the twin said his brother touched the boy. Okay, he said he was sitting there. He even said he was just sitting there. Okay, and then he said his brother grabbed the book bag. He grabbed the book bag how? Was it on the ground or on the body? That also needs to be explained. Okay, then we're gonna go to ABL. Hey, Lacey, we're gonna go to ABL. ABL gonna talk. And then we're going to watch the video on self-defense. I'm going to explain what self-defense is. And then we'll watch the video on the boxing video. Right? Okay. So take notes. Get some food. Get some drinks. This about to be real. To the Anthony family. The father and the mama. Brother, sister, I love you. Do not cry. Don't cry. Your son is coming home. Don't even cry. Sis, I wish I knew you, sis. If you live right here, but you're in Frisco. If you live where I live, sis, I'll do your hair. I'll do your nail. I'll give you a back massage, girl. I'll make you some food, girl. We're going to drink some wine and watch some movies, girl. Your baby coming home. Your child's coming home, sis. Don't worry about this, sis. Don't worry about it. Brother, don't worry about it. When he was 14 years old, Carmelo saved the life. When he was 14 years old, a 10-year-old boy was drowning. The mama was scared. There was nobody to save the boy. Hey, Cheesecake, Carmelo was 14. He saved the life. God is faithful. The same way God told when God sent, who he sent? He sent Nathan or Elijah, I forgot, to the king to say, count your days, you're about to die. The man looked at the wall and he said, God, remember what I did for your house. And the Lord said to Elisha, go back and tell him I'm extending his days. What you do for God, the Bible is clear. God said, well, he said, take care of the orphans, take care of the widows. Right? Jesus said, let the children come to me. Carmelo was a child himself, and he risked his life. He didn't even think about it. He jumped in that water, and he saved the 10-year-old. Did Austin save a life? Did Hunter save a life? The Lord that we serve, he remembers all of your deeds. That's what God said. Remind me of the things that you have done in my house. Remind me of the things that you have done in the house. The Lord said to us, come and let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Remind me of the things that you have done in my house. Today, we're going to remind God of who Carmelo Sincere Anthony. We're going to remind God who he is. We're going to seek the face of God. He already knows, but I will remind him. You understand? I will remind him. You know, when they grab Stephen, you guys, this is going to be everything. This live is going to be everything. I need all of my prayer warriors to come outside. I need all of my prayer warriors to come outside. When they grabbed Stephen in the New Testament, the people did not pray. When they grabbed Stephen in the New Testament, the people did not pray. Hey, Queen, so what happened was they stoned Stephen to death because the people were so afraid that their mouth was shut. No. When the devil comes after you, you open your mouth and you cry out to the Lord. You hear me? When the demons come after you, when these lying-ass white people come after you, you open your mouth and you cry out to the Lord. They stole black people from Africa. And through the entire journey, even being here, black people have never stopped crying out to God. And this is why, to this day, black people are alive. Had white people had their way, they would have killed all black people. But the Lord saw fit. You understand? You have to cry out to God. When Gehazi was scared, he looked to Prophet Elisha. And Prophet Elisha said, open his eyes, Lord, that he may see. Greater is he that are with us than those that are against us. You understand? White people, they're not greater than the army of God. You understand? Hey, Miss V, you might not see it with your eyes, but even when Peter was locked up, y'all remember, y'all need to read your Bible. When Peter was locked up, they learned from not praying for Stephen. When Peter was locked up in the jailhouse, the people remembered that there was time to pray, unlike Stephen. So they prayed. And the Bible said what? The walls of the jailhouse, they came down. Now, it could be physical. It could be spiritual. I don't know. But what I know, what the word of God said, that when the saints rose up to pray for Peter, the walls of the jail, they came down. And Jesus told us, what you bind in heaven shall be, what you bound on earth shall be bound in heaven. What you release on earth shall be released in the heavenlies. You understand? We bind the spirit of confusion. We bind the spirit of racism. We bind the spirit of liars. We bind the spirit of accusers. And we release Carmelo. We release Carmelo from the sneer of racism. We release Carmelo from the sneers of lies of all these white people. You understand? because we release them, you guys. We're saints, and it is part of our inheritance. As children of God, we have the power. When the centurion came to Jesus, he said, oh, my man is sick. Christ was getting ready to grab his stuff to go help the man. He said, no, you don't have to move, because me, a man of authority, when I say to my soldiers, jump, they jump. I say to my soldiers, run, they run. You are the Messiah. If you speak a word, he's going to be healed. And Jesus said, I have never met a man that got this much kind of faith. So if you believe so, oh Lord, look at them being haters. Look at them being haters. So Jesus said, I have never met a man that has so much faith. So if you believe that all it takes is a word for your person, wherever he is, to be healed, then so be it. He said, cool, he's healed. And he went about his way. That is the power of the story of the centurion, right? As we stand here, I am in the DMV. Melo's in Frisco. It doesn't matter. And I decree this. He is free. He is free. He is free. The boy is going to walk. He is free. That's why they're so agitated like this. That's why they're so agitated. And you know, the devil is agitated because there's an anointed in custody. There's an anointed in custody. There's an anointed in custody. You hear me? He is free. You have to learn to speak. Jesus told us to speak. You got to speak to your problems. You got to speak. You got to declare victory. It is your inheritance. As a child of God, you got to speak. Right? We go to Genesis. Hold on. You guys, y'all need Bible study. Y'all need Bible study. I'm going to get to you, Jason Woodlock. I'm coming. Genesis. And the Lord said, let it be light. Let's go. Okay? There you go. Let's go to Genesis. Genesis 1, verse 3. Maybe the entire chapter. What do I know? Let me see if I can find the entire chapter. Okay? What the heck? I just want a chapter. Give me Genesis 1. What the heck? Genesis 1. This one, the chapter. Give me the whole chapter. Okay. Let's go. He is free. Exactly. You got to speak things into existence. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Tomorrow, I'm going to do a video just for the family. Today, I got to do this one. Okay. So, let me close this one out. Let me close this one out, okay? The first day, okay? The first day, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was the evening, and there was the morning, the first day, second day. And God said, let there be an expanse between the waters to separate the waters from the waters. So God made the expanse and separate the waters beneath it from the waters above it. And it was so. God called the expanse sky. And there was the evening and there was the morning, the second day, the third day. And God said, let the waters under the sky be gathered into one place so that the dry land may appear. And it was so. God called the dry land earth, and the gathering of waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, let the earth bring forth vegetation, seed-bearing plants, and fruit trees, each bearing fruit and seed according to its kind. And it was so. The earth produced vegetation, seed-bearing plants according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruits with seed according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning, the third day, the fourth day. And God said, let there be light in the expanse of the sky to distinguish between day and the night. And let them be signs to mark the season and days and years. And let them serve as light in the expanse of the sky to shine upon the earth. And it was so. God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. And he made the stars as well. God set these lights in the expanse of the sky to shine upon the earth, to preside over the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning, the fourth day, the fifth day. And God said, let the waters teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth in the open expanse of the sky. So God created sea creatures and every living thing that moves, with which the waters teemed according to their kinds, and every winged bird after its kind. And God saw it was good. Then God blessed them and said, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters of the sea, and let birds multiply on the earth. And there was the evening and there was morning, the fifth day. The sixth day, God said, let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their kind, livestock, land crawlers, beasts of the earth according to their kinds. And it was so. God made the beasts of the earth according to their kinds, the livestock according according to their kinds, and everything that crawls upon the earth according to his kind. And God saw it was good. Then God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, to rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the earth, the air, and the livestock, and over all of the earth itself, and every creature that crawls upon it. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created. God blessed them and said, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and every creature that crawls upon the earth. Okay? Let me stop right there, because I can't see y'all. Okay? Makes sense? So God spoke. You have to speak. We all have to speak. You can't just sit here, oh, I don't know. No, we do know. He is free. We have to speak. Believers have to speak. The righteous have to speak. They asked Jesus, how will we recognize your own? He said, you shall recognize them by their fruits, right? Those who are called of Christ have to speak. We have to speak. And I decree and I declare, Carmelo is going to walk. This self-defense thing is going to hold. All right? We got to speak. You speak, and you believe, and you walk accordingly. So now let's go. Let's start this live with Jason Whitlock. Okay, exactly. His spirit is free. His mind is free. He is free in the spirit. He's free in the physical form. We send the word in the name of Jesus Christ. Exactly. Y'all, this said nothing new. Okay, even Nafisa is Muslim and she's saying amen. Okay, because she's convinced. Okay, amen. I mean, he's going to walk. He will walk. You got to learn to be prophetic. You got to learn to be prophetic. You cannot wait for a prophet. Sometimes there is a proper prophet. Sometimes in the emergency, you got to be the prophet in the situation. Okay? That's it. That's that. You got to speak. You have to speak. Okay? Don't let your heart grow sad and weary because, oh, he's in there. He's okay. God has people everywhere. I told y'all. They did the same thing to Allen Iverson. Right? I told you this. These racist white people. Okay? These racist white people. Right? I told you they did the same thing to Allen Iverson. But did they stop his destiny? Okay? Y'all got to understand this. We are shocked, of course, because this is a lot. But God is not shocked. They did the same thing to Allen Iverson. Once again, white bullies instigating foolishness out of bowling alley in Hampton, Virginia. Locked these boys up. Traumatized Allen Iverson. Did they stop his destiny? No, he became great. He became famous. He sold millions of shoes. He scored thousands of goals. He's part of American history. All these goofy ass, lame ass, uneducated ass, can eating whatever white people. Where are they now? Where are they? Who knows them? Who remembers them? Sometimes people have to do things to you for God to have a reason to elevate your name. Don't let your heart grow weary. Instead, rejoice in the Lord. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy, it comes in the morning. We're sitting here, we shall rejoice. Let white people be exuberant. This is what they do. They're so exuberant. They start these wars, they never finish them. They went crazy with all the big fanfare. They went to Afghanistan. They ran out so much. They left people behind. They left $5 billion, $6 billion worth of weapons behind. They went to Vietnam. They thought because these Vietnamese people are small, it was going to be an easy victory. Unfortunately, they met the Viet Cong. Yes, Vietnamese are small, but their heart, their courage, it was way bigger than these GMO chicken-eating white Americans. They whooped their asses. These white folks got so triggered, they dropped biological warfare because they were losing. You understand? They went to Iraq. What did they do? Nothing. They went to Libya. What did they do? Nothing. They went to Ukraine. They thought Russia was not going to last. Oh, Vladimir Putin, he's only going to last a week. They put sanctions on him. They went and they bombed his Gulf Stream because he sells gas to all of Europe. They went and they bombed his gas pipeline. They froze his money. Over $400 billion worth. They froze his money. They've done everything to Russia. Trump said, oh, Obama will give you sheets. I give you javelins. And even with that, he's still standing. Vladimir is still standing. Something they thought was going to last 1 week, it lasted 4 years. And Vladimir Putin is still standing. You understand me? Did the same thing with Iran. Every day they lie about Iran. They killed their people. They killed their leaders. They killed their children. But the spirit of the Iranian people, it is way stronger than any kind of weapon the American people can have against them. They're trying to fight the China. The Chinese are not afraid. Chinese people are not afraid because they're one nation for real, under God. They don't have all this diversity stuff. They don't have all these LGBTQ stuff. They don't have racism issues, right? They don't have all this goofy democracy stuff. So Chinese people, they're united. They will stand the fight. And also, the vast majority of Chinese people are not obese. Okay, they don't eat much food. So they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it. This is what these white Americans do. Everything is with full fanfare. They're always so exuberant. They do the most, but they can never last. When was the last time you saw a white person win a marathon? When was the last time you saw a white person win a marathon? Every time you see a Kenyan or you see someone that's Ethiopian running a marathon, you already know. If it's not the Kenyan, it's going to be the Ethiopian. Okay? White people are not made for marathons. Maybe like a 100-yard, I don't know, a sprint maybe, right? But long distance, running long distance, doing things long distance, they cannot do it. They cannot do it. This is what they do, you guys. Everything is fanfare. Everything is loud. Everything is pompous, but they don't last. White people do not have endurance. So don't let your heart grow weary. You have what it takes. 400 years, even maybe more, of absolute torture. And here we are. We don't need therapists. We don't need medication. We don't need antidepressant. All the stuff they need to be okay. We don't need that. We go to church. We scream. We shout. We dance. We go home. You understand me? Right? Greater is he that's in you than all these white people, because there's nothing but lies and chaos. Their minds are fragile. Fear nothing. You got to look at this and be steadfast. And you got to have your belief. You got to have your faith in God. You got to remain steadfast, because the facts, they speak for themselves, right? Self-defense in America, per the Constitution, it means something very serious. It means something specific. Charging somebody with first-degree murder, it means something very specific, right? Setting a bail at $1 million for a teenager, that also is a problem. But let them do it. In the hurry to be racist and to throw this boy under the jail, they're going to give us everything we need to file all kinds of cases for racial misconduct, racial bias. Let them do it. Let them expose themselves. I can tell you this. Let these people expose themselves. The world needs to see how racist white people are. You understand? Sometimes God, he triggers certain things to get the attention of the world on one specific issue. You understand? If it hadn't been for Emmett Till, we wouldn't have known. If it hadn't been for so many things, that even for Rosa Parks, we wouldn't have known. You don't ask for it, but sometimes, hey, you're chosen. But the bigger the battle, the bigger the soldier. KARMELO is not just anybody. He's not a random child. He is not a random child. He was born for a moment such as this. And it's very shocking, I get it. But spiritually, you got to see it, right? Remember also how when Mary, because you know the issue with Joseph, but remember how when Mary went to see her cousin Elizabeth, right? What happened when she went to see Elizabeth, right? Hold on. Okay. Mary goes to see Elizabeth. Okay. Oh, okay. Elizabeth, and the babies leaped. Who remembers that? Sorry, y'all. The babies. Oh my God. How do I spell this? Make it make sense. I can't spell. Okay. All right. So let's read this. Okay. NIV version and the King James version. Okay, cool. No problem. I can do it both. Right? Let's read this. Y'all, this is why we are against abortion. This is why we stand against abortion. Okay. Sorry, my lips. This is why we stand against abortion. So let me read the scripture. Okay. When Elizabeth heard Mary's greeting, the baby leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. In a loud voice, she exclaimed, "Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the child you bear." Okay, but why am I so favored that the mother of my Lord should come to me? As soon as the sound of your greeting reached my ears, the baby in my womb leaped for joy. Now, let me read the King James Version. And it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Ghost. And she spake out with a loud voice and said, "Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of the Lord should come to me?" You understand? This child is not a random child. KARMELO is not a random child, you guys. Every pregnancy is divine. This is why we stand against murder. Elizabeth was pregnant. Mary was pregnant. But Mary coming in there with her pregnancy, Elizabeth said, "My baby leaped," because the baby, which is John the Baptist, recognized who this baby was in that womb. Understand? Real recognizes real. anointed, recognized as anointed. I do believe I'm anointed myself, so hey, right? But this boy is not. He's not a normal boy. What 14-year-old do you know jumps in a pool to go save people? Huh? Right? What regular? Hold on. What regular boy do you know? Okay, there you go. Right? Where's the thing? Where's the new stuff? Where are all the pictures? Let me see if I can find the picture. Right? Somebody, we had the picture the other day. Okay, sure, whatever. Let me see if I can use this one, but it's on TikTok. I don't want to do that. But here, let's go to TikTok quickly. Let me go to. Okay, let's come over here, right? So this is a boy who was 14 years old. He wasn't afraid. That's not normal, okay? Jumped in a pool to save a child. That's him right there. That's not normal. He's not a normal kid. That's not a normal kid. The fact that he was so young and fearless like this, he's not a normal kid, you guys. Do not let your heart grow weary. We got this. So now let's start with Jason Whitlock. Let's come over here. This man, he's so damn obese, this guy. I feel so sorry for him. I truly felt like I need to send him a bottle of probiotics so he can, release himself, because what is going on? But he said, Texas track meeting stabbing. And he said, why the self-defense narrative? It's not a narrative. Okay? That's not a narrative. Why the self-narrative is about to implode? Yeah, sure. So let me play this big idiot. Okay? Let me play this dude right here. Where does it start? Let me play this video. Let me see.
I'm crystal clear in what I heard, and this is like the third or fourth time I've heard it, but I just want to be crystal clear. Let's play the second shot all over again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with the 75 people they say they interviewed, did they say anything about video was
Yes,
recording?
they have collected video.
So it is video of the incident?
Yes, they have collected video.
Okay.
There is video of the actual stabbing?
There is video, there are several different videos that they verified.
Okay, so this man is alleging that they have videos. Okay, to me, bring on the videos. Let's go.
Does that not sound clear as day? That he's insinuating there's direct video evidence of what transpired.
Okay.
And so he had just met with police that day.
Okay.
And you got to remember, Austin Metcalf was murdered on August 2nd.
Okay.
That's just 1 week ago.
I don't know. He wants to use the word murdered. Sure, let's go. So it wasn't even August 2nd. It was April 2nd. But you seem like you have an alcoholic problem. So let's go. It was August 2nd, April 2nd, sir.
Feels like it was 2 weeks ago, but it was just 1 week ago today that he was killed.
Okay.
And so he and the family, I think, are just getting connected and talking to the police in a real way.
Okay. I know so you're not even the family, but you know more than anybody out there. Make it make sense.
This was his first meeting. Carmelo Anthony's parents, the way he's framed his entire press conference, were frustrated about the lack of communication they were getting from police.
So you, as a black person, a white child, no, he has an alcoholic. You can tell he's an alcoholic. He's always fat. He's so fat. He's so obese. He's so miserable. You know the thing about Jason Whitlock, I'm not gonna make it too long, but Jason Whitlock, I feel like he wished he would have been that black dude, right? He was never, I don't think he was ever really embraced by the black guys he really likes, right? He was just too lazy, too fat, too unambitious, too obsessed with eating instead of exercising. And also when it comes to these white people, he knows damn well the only reason why they like his fat ass because he talks bad about black people. When he doesn't do any of that, they don't watch his content. They don't watch any of his content. It's only when he talks bad about black people that they come amok in their garbs of KKK to consume his content, right? So I'm like, he's a miserable person. And that's why he's overweight. He has an eating problem, right? So I'm like, I feel like we do need to send him a bottle of prebiotics to help him flush it out. Because maybe if he poops a lot, then he can really start to have control over his eating. And maybe he can have the self-discipline to exercise. right? You understand? And also, maybe it could be that he has so much rancor against Carmelo Anthony because Carmelo's an athlete. Carmelo is everything he wished he would have been in high school. Plays football, plays track, and also is not overweight. I'm sure Jason Whitlock was always overweight. I'll look it up for you. But I'm pretty sure all of his life he was obese, right? He wanted to be a jock and never happened. So he's out here trying to be a DICK for content. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Lame.
So what I think transpired, this is me as a journalist putting my instincts together.
So he said this is him as a journalist. Sure, putting his instincts together. Sir, you're morbidly obese. Why would anybody trust your instincts? If you had great instincts, you wouldn't be this fat. I'm not trying to be funny, but if you had good instincts, you would not be eating at 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. You're probably the type to go to bed with Cheetos, Doritos, Uber Eats, soda in your bed. Who in their right mind would ever trust the instincts of a morbidly obese 60-something-year-old man who has to make discouraging content about his own community to get AdSense money from white people? Your instincts led you to be obese. You might want to stop trusting your instincts, right? I'm just saying, who's going my instinct? Your instincts always tell you to eat more food. The same instincts that cause all this ghrelin, all this hunger, this ravaging hunger in your body. You want us to trust the instinct of a morbidly obese person? How much do you spend every week on DoorDash? $3,000? We're not trusting your instincts. You're not fit. You're too fat. Okay? We're not trusting it. Make it make sense. Trust my instincts. Girl, sir, have you seen your size? It's not asking me to trust a crackhead, right? On how to lose weight. I'm not doing crack. I'm not trusting your instincts. You're a crackhead. You got a food addiction. You're obese. You're morbidly obese. Why would anybody in the right mind want to follow behind an obese person? I'm not going to McDonald's with you. I'm not going to Popeyes with you. I'm not going to KFC with you. I'm not trusting your instincts. I don't want to be like you. I'm on a weight loss journey. Thank you. You should trust my instincts. So he's saying, as a journalist and my instincts, sir, we need a lawyer. You are neither. You are a sports journalist. But because these goofy white people are so racist, they want to listen to you. Otherwise, you are a sports journalist, right? You comment on sports because you could never play sports because you were always Jason, the fat boy who couldn't get up his fat ass to go practice, right? All you had to do, Jason, was stop eating, show up for scrimmage over the summer. You would have made the football team, Jason, right? You're a freaking sports journalist because you couldn't play football because you were too big. In the words of Trump, you were too big. Couldn't stop eating this guy. I don't even know what's wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him, right? Shut up. Are you jealous? Do you wish you were Carmelo, that you could play football and track in the off season? The people have questions. Even the scale is starting to tell on you. Marlene, where's my face? Marlene, yes, tell me more. He wishes he was small. Oh, I knew it. The scale is spilling all your fat tea. And I don't even mean Herbalife, okay? I need to send you some probiotics so you can finally take one big final dump and just poop out all your hatred for Black people, okay? Everybody says size matters. Size matters. Jason Whitlock needs a lifelong supply of probiotics and diuretics so he can poop out all his hatred for Black people. Lose weight, Jason. Okay? And I know it's hard to be fat, unattractive, with male boobs and erectile dysfunction. This gives you the biggest hard-on you've had all year long. Okay? Because when you're that big, I'm sure it's not working. Right? Poop, Jason. Poop. That's all you gotta do. Poop. You start taking some probiotics, I promise you, you're gonna get your gut in order. You're gonna lose weight. Finally. There's always a Ozempic, you know. The zippy, the Ozempic chair. Okay. What is wrong with this guy? I don't know, President Trump. What's wrong? What's wrong? Okay. Make Jason skinny again. Make Jason skinny again. I don't know. I would like this guy, but he's a mean guy. He's a bad guy. He's not a good person, Okay? My instincts. No, sir. The law. The law has nothing to do with the instincts of a pre-diabetic, high cholesterol having, gut cluttered, small intestine poop filled, fat ass, morbidly obese, bitter ass, dejected Django. We don't want to hear about your instincts. We want to hear about the law. So why are you commenting? Right? But then again, it is what you do. When you can't, you comment. Football, you can't play, so you commented. Basketball, you couldn't play, so you became a commentator. Now it's the law. You're not smart enough to be a lawyer because it never gave you a smart. This shape of yours, just like Anton, it gives an extra chromosome. I'm Jason the idiot. I'm Jason the useful idiot for white people. White people, come to me. I'll say the things you want to hear. Right? That big ass head. It never gave you could keep up with a Korean. Too dumb for law school. Nothing like the Tin Man, okay? Find your way to Oz. Find your way to Oz. Where's the white girl? Snow bunnies, come outside. Click your heels. Take this Tin Man to freaking Oz, and maybe he can acquire a brain and some self-respect and some self-love as a black man in America. It's a sad sight to see. It's a sad sight to see. Lord Jesus, have the mercy. Bunch of fat people like this who haven't pooped in the past 3 months. Instead of sitting on the toilet bowl and doing what must be done for your small intestine, instead of doing what needs to be done for your rectum, you out here sticking your dirty face in what don't matter. Stick your finger in there and release the poop. Release the poop. When is your colonoscopy scheduled for? Call your doctor. Get on my damn, my instinct, I'm gonna say you're fat, you're obese. Okay? We're not trusting your instincts. We're trusting the law. But anyways, let's keep going, you guys. This man. These people, Chad, these people are something else.
And just my discernment together.
What discernment? You are discernment. Look at his eyes. You can tell he's been drinking all night long. Look at his red lips and his yellow teeth. Your discernment? My discernment. So spell discernment for me. Spell it. I bet you can't. You're drunk. Anyways.
It's like he just found out that day, or the day before, whenever he had that meeting, like, no, we got this thing on tape, bro.
Drinks. I'm just saying.
This self-defense deal that y'all talking about, not backed up by the video evidence.
Have you seen the video? No, he hasn't. Why? Because he's a journalist, a sports journalist with good instincts. At your risk and peril, if you want to run behind the elephant man, the rhino man, the whale, good luck to you. Okay, good luck to you. My issue is with this idiot, with that big ass head. Snow bunnies, clack your heels, take this man to see Oz. Okay? My thing is, if you had read the police report, but then again, you're not too smart. That's what white people like you. White people have an affinity for useful idiots. It's funny how white people never have an affinity for actually sound-minded, cogent black people, right? You're talking about a tape. Oh, they have it on tape. They have it on tape. Sir, you haven't seen the tape. Number two, sir, had you read the police report instead of, drowning your sorrows away in the fact that white people will never see you as white, right? You would have read the police report. In the police report, because there's multiple police officers, what do they say? KARMELO confessed to having doing it. So to say, but there's a tape, so therefore, no, he already confessed. He never denied it. He confessed. The first officer said, I have an alleged suspect. KARMELO said, it's not alleged. I did it. Can it be considered self-defense? And then he asked, is the boy going to be okay? So tape or no tape, he already confessed. I don't even know what we're talking about. He confessed to having doing it. He said he did it. He didn't deny it. He said he did it. And they also said he was crying frantically. So he was crying frantically. The police officer said, I have an alleged suspect. He said, no, I did it. Can it be considered self-defense? And then he also asked, is he going to be okay? So if there is a tape, the tape is not going to say anything. I mean, it's not going to say, oh, yeah, see, he did it. Oh, look, KARMELO really, really did it. Just because you did it does not mean it wasn't self-defense. But like I said, you're not a lawyer. You are a morbidly obese, fat lord that the conservatives, these white conservatives, are using because they want their disgusting racial takes out there, right? They need a black face to say it. The boy confessed. The knife is his. Even before the tape, there are other people who saw this. But once again, had you not been drowning your sorrows away, thinking about this Adonis, this statuesque of a black man that you will never be, because the body never gave. Even in your coffin, I'm sure it's still not going to give. You might need a double, triple XL coffin. Okay, you're so damn big. Might have to put a bra on. Child, it's giving trans. Okay, posthumously, but whatever. My point is, they were witnesses there. The boy even said he did it. So just because there's a tape, if there are tapes and there is a confession, it still doesn't mean that he cannot claim self-defense. Like I said, self-defense, it means something very specific in American law. Okay? Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Here is what self-defense means. And once again, it has nothing to do with the instincts and the journalistic tenure of some fat lord, some self-hating black fat lord. Self-defense means something very specific in American law. AI said self-defense can be legitimate defense to a murder charge if the accuser reasonably believed they were in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm and used a proportionate amount of force to repel the threat. Crucially, an accuser must have not been the initial aggressor and must have had reasonable belief that the force used was necessary to protect themselves. This is what self-defense means. It doesn't say, well, according to Jason Whitlock's or Jason's instincts or Jason's journalistic tenure. No, it's very specific. The accuser has to reasonably believe that he was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm. That's one. And, because it's and, right? And a proportionate amount of force to repel the threat. That's why I said the fact that it's raining. Y'all got to hear me, right? The fact that it was raining. The fact that they're fighting on, this is happening on the steps, concrete steps. It's raining on concrete steps. And maybe we got to look at the shoes. Because if KARMELO had his cleats on, that also matters. Because that could also have to do with why the knife ends up in Austin's chest. Because it was raining. And people are pushing people with knives in their hands on the freaking concrete steps. We will not know this until we get the autopsy to see at which angle Austin's heart was perforated. Because you have to know where he pierced the heart. Did he pierce the heart straight on, at a side, like this, like this? We don't even know. We don't even know, right? But once again, giving the size, because Austin, and you'll see Hunter even said it, he said the kid was sitting there. He was sitting there. On the video, if whatever video show up, the police report, even from the witnesses, nobody said that KARMELO messed with these boys. Nobody said that. Even the brother Hunter did not say that. He said the kid was sitting under our tent. And so they didn't want him to they wanted him to leave in the rain. So they start the conflict. They start the confrontation. The boy said, don't touch me multiple times. They keep touching him. So they're escalating this. On top of that, he's 130, 157. Every brother is 225. But then again, you're too dumb for this. You are just such an idiot for this. So we're going to go back to the but you guys, we're going to come back to all of this. Okay? We're gonna go back to, we're going to look at all this. That's why this live right here is going to be long. Bring your food, bring your blanket, bring your drinks. Share the live. Call your family. Marlene got time today. Marlene got time today. So what is he even talking about? So just because, and I will say this clearly, right? Just because you have video. You can even have video of a wife killing her husband. It doesn't mean it was not self-defense. Right? The video proves that was like, okay, there's somebody got killed, yes, but this doesn't mean that it wasn't self-defense. You can have a video, and we'll see it with ABL. There was a video of a YouTuber pranking someone, and the person shot him on video, but he still walked. You'll see it later. He still walked. Why? Because it was self-defense. Because he told the person, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. So you can have videos. Just because there are videos, it doesn't mean that you cannot claim self-defense. That has nothing to do with anything, right? That has nothing to do with anything. And I'm going to say this too. For all these white people who want to believe this so desperately, I've come to realize that even for your sake and for the sake of your children, Trump is right. We need to dismantle the Department of Education because white children deserve better. White children deserve a better education, especially in the Midwest. They deserve a better education. Free choice. I believe in free choice. Because the low level of cognitive understanding from these white people is absolutely alarming, right? A video does not mean it wasn't self-defense. It's a video. You don't even know what's on the video because he hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it. He's not a lawyer. He's not on the case. He's not the DA. He has not even seen the video himself. But here he is with his fat ass making content about stuff he hasn't even seen. Make it make sense, right? Foolishness. The boy confessed. He did it. We're not even arguing, oh, he didn't do it. No, he did it. He said he did it. That's it. Y'all do too much. Foolishness. Anyways, let me keep going.
And so when he hears that, and the family hears that, they go into backpedal mode.
No, they don't.
Hey, get out there and tell people we're being harassed, our lives are in jeopardy, we need more police protection. Why are they doing this?
Is this slow?
Get out there and say, hey, this bad information that's being floated out there about Austin Metcalf that's painting KARMELO as some kind of guy that did some sort of self-defense, hey, that's going to blow up in our face.
And blow up. I mean, you would know something about blowing up, though. Your waistline been blown, child. Waistline been blown. Okay, like the World Trade Center, okay? Waistline been blown up like the World Trade Center, okay? Child, leave it up to Trump. He will compare your waistline to Palestine. Getting ready to build a whole Riviera, okay? It's been blown. Child, the words you use, right on par with a fat boy. And it'll blow up.
And probably create more hostility towards us, the parents. So let's put it out there. Let's put some clues out there so that when it all blows up, we can say, we were trying to tell y'all there was bad information out there.
What?
We weren't responsible for that. Look at what Dominique Alexander did. He went out and told you guys this was bad information. There's a backpedal going on.
Look at his eyes, y'all. He is so drunk. Do you guys see his eyes? Hold on. Do y'all see his eyes? He is an alcoholic. Imagine his liver. You know when your eyes are yellow like this, is you have a bad liver because he drinks a lot, right? Yellow eyes, bad liver. Child, a whole drunk. Yep. You see? Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. He's an alcoholic. This man is an alcoholic. He is so drunk. I mean, but then again, you have to understand, right? Like having to come on social media like this every day to hate yourself, talk poorly about your own people. You got to be on some kind of substance to do this. To prostrate yourself like this, to be the Django of the internet, you really, you got to be on some kind of substance. So, he's an alcoholic. Look at his eyes. This man drinks. He drinks a lot.
And the reason they're backpedaling, and this is what has me concerned.
Why are you concerned now?
Is that this video is going to be so bad, so grotesque, so unfair, and it's going to paint the people that have been running around trying to defend Carmelo Anthony in such a bad light that the same way the George Floyd video triggered Black people and guilt-ridden white people into never again, draw a line in the sand, burn down every city, attack the police, blah, blah, that they're afraid that this Carmelo Anthony stabbing of Austin Metcalf is going to make white people say, never.
But you know the funny thing is about the video. In the video, we're going to be able to gauge size. I repeat, size matters. In the video, we're going to be able to gauge size. Because like I said earlier, this dude is so funny. I feel so sorry for him, right? Here we are again. In the video, we're going to be able to gauge the size. In the video, he ain't seen nothing. Child, exactly. He ain't seen nothing, child. He ain't seen nothing but a bottle of what? Of Henny. He ain't seen nothing but a bottle of liquor. He ain't seen nothing but a bottle of some James Walker. He ain't seen nothing, child. He don't see nothing but a bottle of an alcohol, okay? He ain't seen nothing. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's really disgusting. In the video, we're going to see that size matters. We're going to see two ginormous white people going after a very skinny, puny Black kid. I'm going to do it again. Let's do this again, right? Let's do it again. Where am I? Where is my stuff, you guys? Okay, let's do this again. And this is what we're going to see in the video. For a 17-year-old male who is 5'9" and weighs 130 pounds, it is considered underweight based on standard height and weight charts and BMI guidelines. While BMI doesn't account for all factors, it provides a general indication of whether someone is underweight, normal weight, or overweight. For someone of that height, a healthy weight range for males is typically between 144 and 176 pounds. Okay? Oh, thank you, boo-boo. Thank you. You understand? Now, let me play a video. Let me play what ChatGPT has to say. For a 17-year-old male who is 6'2" and weighs 225 pounds, the individual's weight is considered overweight based on standard BMI guidelines. So now I'm going to have Austin's mom tell you again how much her sons weigh. Okay, let's do this. Okay.
Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys.
Okay. What did she say? What did she say? Both of them are big boys. So the mother is acknowledging that Austin is 225. So I'm saying it's most likely that, so Austin is 225. So it's most likely that Hunter is anywhere from 200 to 225. So collectively, they make 425 pounds or more. Keep that in mind. Okay? Carmelo, right? Carmelo is anywhere, because the police report says 130, but Devin said he saw 157. So Carmelo is anywhere somewhere. So this boy, 130. This Carmelo, 130 to 157. This boy, this Asian boy, 130. This white boy, 130. This white boy, 130. This boy right here also 15, 5'10", 130. I also have this one video that I want to play for you guys. Let me see if I can find the video. I think it's very important for you to see this video. Hold on.
For all my skinny people, I know the struggle. Why are you so skinny? Why are you so skinny? Why are you so skinny? It's because I have a fast metabolism. I probably eat 10 times more than you. I just can't gain weight. It's simple as that, bro. It's simple as that. Bro, for all my skinny people, I know the struggle. Why are you so skinny? Why are you so skinny? Why are you so skinny? It's because I have a fast metabolism. I probably eat 10 times more than you. I just can't gain weight. It's simple as that, bro. It's simple as that. Bro.
If you look right here, I weigh 130 and I'm 6'2". Let's go on his page. Let's look at his page, right? Because y'all need to see what this looks like. These people are really, really funny. So here he is, 130.
And it's serious.
Here he is, 130. So even this white kid, right? Child, what are you doing? Okay? Even this white kid, 130, right? Even if Austin, 225, and Hunter, they stepped up to him and they kept pushing him, especially in the rain. So this white kid also, he shouldn't defend himself. Especially if he says, don't touch me, and they keep touching him, they keep punching him, they grab his book bag. This white kid also, he should just let Hunter and Austin do whatever to him. That's okay to you? That's okay to people? That's okay to people? Foolishness. These people are so racist. White people are so racist. Let's keep watching his page. Let's watch his page. You'll see what 130 looks like. Look at him, right? So also this little boy, this little skinny white boy, if Austin and Hunter at 225, and I'm gonna show you what Hunter looks like. If Austin and Hunter stepped up to him in the rain, pushing him, he said, don't touch me, and they kept touching him, and he was afraid. That little boy, this white boy too, if he has a knife on him or if he has something on him, he shouldn't use it. He should let these big ass people beat his ass and maybe kill him because they're fighting on concrete steps. He should just let whatever happen. You would tell this boy, oh, it was too much. You overreacted. You would say to that boy, racist people. Shame on you. Right? Look at how skinny he is. Okay? Look at him. 130 pounds. So if Hunter walked up on him, oh yeah, hit me, grab my book bag, shove me in the rain, push me anywhere, push me, do whatever. Oh yeah, it's okay. Because Austin and his big size, he should not be mindful of his size. He should not be mindful that because he's 225, full of muscle, when he pushes people, he's very strong. But then again, the vast majority of you white people, you never took physics. You never studied force. There's a formula. There's a formula for force, you know? There's a formula. It's called, there's inertia. We have a formula for this shit, right? You think it's okay for somebody that's 225, full of muscle, to push somebody that's 130 pounds that looks like this? These people are so racist. These people are so racist. So even this white boy, if it was this white boy sitting there under the tent because he goes to a different school and it's raining, you will be okay with him being treated like this. Because the biggest crime is you're not allowed to sit next to these people. For what reason? For what reason? It's a public property. It's a freaking stadium. They don't own the benches. They don't own the bleachers. They don't own shit. They own their goofy ass $20 tent. And even that, did they pay for that out of pocket? Did Austin pay for that tent? Did Hunter pay for that tent? The school pay for that tent. Does even the school principal, whoever is responsible for making purchases at that school, even the school principal, if the principal of their high school had been there, would the principal have taken issue with another student sitting there while it's raining, especially when the child is wearing his uniform? When Carmelo got arrested, Carmelo was wearing his Centennial High School uniform. He wasn't a uniform. These white people are all over social media saying that, oh, he had a ski mask on, he went there to trigger people. What are we even talking about? They're there to compete. They're there to run. Mess with them for what reason? For what reason? But because that's who you are. You mess with people. So you think everybody wants to mess with other people. No. It was raining. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So it will be okay. So, I would love y'all to see. So this white boy too, huh? He should just sit there and let some big ass people just treat him any kind of way. Unbelievable. And these white people not even saying, oh, because Austin, you're bigger. Hunter, you're bigger. Y'all should be nicer to smaller people. Of course not. Because white people are barbarians. White people are barbarians. It's not the big person that should control themselves, be nice to someone, make conversation with a young man. And even the brother Hunter said, oh, this kid, because they thought he was younger. Because why does he call him a kid? He said, oh, this kid was sitting there. Because he's so small. He thought he was another, like a little kid sitting there. Y'all big like this? Now let me show you what Hunter looks like. Wait a second, I got time today. Okay? Let me show you. What is this? Foolishness. Let me show you now. Hold on. Where am I? This is the mom. Who is this? I had it earlier. Hold on. I have all my videos lined up. Hold on. Okay. Let's come over here. Let me show you what Hunter looks like. Look at him coming to the frame. Look at him coming to the frame, y'all. Look at this boy. Look at him. Yeah, exactly. It's not the U.S. towards other nation. Exactly. They're so accustomed to bullying people. Okay? I want you guys to see Hunter come into the frame. This boy is so big. Even the cameraman had to like zoom out to be able to capture him on the video. Look at him when he comes into the screen. And tell me if you think that's a normal size for a 17-year-old. Look at this boy come on camera. Look and watch what the cameraman does because he's so big. Watch for yourself. He's coming on camera. Foolishness.
Hunter, did you want to talk to him?
You see how many times? Count how many times he zoomed. Let me slow this down. I want you to count how many times the cameraman had to zoom his camera. He zoomed out. How many times did he zoom out? Let me slow this down. White people are racist. White people are mean. They're evil. Let me slow this down. Let's go.
But just to put your arms wrap around the support.
Look.
Says Hunter.
Count.
Did you want to talk to him?
You see, that's the first time. Let's look right here. Look. That's the first zoom. Look.
Says Hunter. Did you want to talk
One.
to
That's zoom one, right? Look.
him?
Zoom two. You see? You see this? Do you see this? The cameraman had to zoom twice. He had to zoom out twice to get Hunter. The kid is massive. The kid is massive. It goes like boom, boom. He zoomed out twice because he can't get him in the frame. He cannot get him in the frame. Now, you going to tell me if that's the normal size for a 17-year-old. Tell me if that's the normal size for a 17-year-old. Unbelievable. White people are mean. White people are racist. The truth, it don't live in white people. It don't live there. White people and the truth, it don't make one. Unbelievable. They're so mean. Look, count.
Just to put your arms wrap around the support.
Look.
Says Hunter.
Look,
You want to talk to him?
one, them two. Now look at him coming in here.
Oh man.
Look at him. You see how he towers over people? He towers over his mom. He towers over her. And even, hold on, let me come in here slowly. Look at his arm. Look at his forearm. Look.
Oh man.
Look at it. Look at his arm. Look at this arm. Look at his arm. This is not a small human being. Look at his torso. Look at his torso. Now let me play this normal. Let me play this at the normal speed. Let me play this at normal speed. This is not a small human being. This is not a normal 17-year-old. Look.
Just to put your arms wrap around to support.
Look.
This is Hunter. Do
Look.
you want to talk to him?
Zoom out once, zoom out twice. Look.
Oh man.
Look at him. See? Look. That's him. He towers over people. Exactly. He looks more like a football player than a track runner. Exactly. So now we gotta say, why are football players with their big ass bodies, at a track meet? Were they there to run? Because then you see, the thing is, this is where these white people are gonna play themselves. Because the white people said, that Carmelo went under that tent to instigate people. Carmelo Anthony's lawyer need to ask, they need to find out why were Hunter and what's that boy's name, and Austin there in the first place? Because I don't believe they run track. So if you're not running track, why are you there? Because let's go all the way there. Because he can't sit there. That's not his tent. He doesn't belong there. Exactly. Let's go with that. Let's go with that argument. Why is he under the tent? Okay. Why are two football players big like this who don't run track at a track meet? Why are they there? Let's all do this. Why? Because they don't run track. They're too big. So why are they there? They're not what they're supposed to be. I even want to know if they were even registered. Were they registered to run? Why did they come to the track meet? Why are they there? Because let's find out that they were not even there to run. Oh, white people. Let's even find out that they were not registered to run. They're not part of the school's track team, right? They were just there as like +1, +2. Maybe they went to like encourage their friends. Okay. So if you're not even on the track team, why are you doing so much? You're not supposed to be there. You're not supposed to, good for him. I don't care. You're not supposed to be there because you were siding with the white people. So don't think I forgot. So don't try to finesse me now with Marlene. No. When it first started, you were also on the side with your kinfolk. So I didn't forget that part. So anyways, you're not registered to run. You're not in a track in uniform. You don't have your cleats on. Why are you doing so much? You're not on the track team. Why are you doing so much? Because the lawyers need to ask, were these boys there to run? If they're not scheduled to run, why are they there? Why are they there? Right? So you're not even on the track team. So why are you doing so much? Why isn't it that the people from the school, like Austin School, why didn't the track people have issue with Carmelo sitting there? Why are football players from the school at a track meet where they're not running taking issue with other people sitting under the tent for the track people? Because when you read the police report, it also says that Carmelo had a friend on that team. Like their school, whatever school they go to, what's that school's name? I'm gonna get the name of the school. Hold on. What's the school's name again? Oh, Jesus. Right? What's their school? Hold on. What's the school name, y'all? I will find this. Okay. The Warriors, right? So the school is called Memorial High School. There you go. So Austin and Hunter, they go to Memorial High School, right? Carmelo goes to Centennial High School. Remember that. It is very, very important. You guys have to take notes. You have to take notes. Austin and his brother go to Memorial High School in Frisco, Texas, right? I don't even think they run track. So why are they there? Let's go all the way there. Why are they there? They don't run track. They play football, right? Carmelo, he goes to Centennial High School. Cool. Now, let's look over here, right? So here's the tent. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Stop sharing. Let me share again. Exactly. Track athletes are smaller and more slender. They're never this big. Exactly. So they're not even supposed to be there because they're not competing. They're not competing. So why are they there? Why are they there? But they want to talk about Carmelo, that these racist white people want to talk about Carmelo being under the tent. But they never thought about, okay, if Austin is 225 pounds, over 6 feet, he's definitely not running track. You see how big Hunter is also? Hunter doesn't run track. They don't run track, right? And you can even see it here in the picture. These are not track runners. They don't even have the legs of people who run track. They don't even have the legs of people who run track, okay? They don't even run track. So before we even start asking, why is Carmelo, who is there as a track runner, because he's there to run track, he officially runs track, he was registered for this track event, right? Why don't these white people even ask themselves if Austin and Hunter are track runners? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Because they're racist. They want to talk about who should be there, who should not be there, who belongs, who don't belong. There you go. If somebody is 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 225 pounds, they don't run track. These are not track runners. And you can see it by their legs. They don't run track. So they're also not even registered to be at this event. I got time for you people today. You see, I'm not fat. I mean, I'm kind of fat, but I ain't that fat. I'm not Jason Whitlock fat. Okay, I'm on a weight loss journey, so my brain works better. Right? Exactly. It's not even a football game. It's a track meet. So why are two ginormous, big-ass white boys who weigh 225 pounds each at a track meet when they don't run track? Also, why is it that we sure do need that? Why is it that nobody from Memorial High School track team took issue with with Carmelo sitting there? Why is it that the football players who are not even on the track team are taking issue? Why is it that the coach of the track team of Memorial High School doesn't even take issue? But two football players who are not registered to run, who are not even dressed in track uniform, are taking issue with another track athlete who is dressed, who has the shoes on, he has a uniform from his school, Centennial High School, take issue with this young black boy sitting under their tent while it was raining. Let's talk about who doesn't belong at that track meet. Let's really talk about who does not belong at this track meet. Okay? Make it make sense. Okay? Make it make sense. And we know, and we also know, okay? We also know, hold on you guys, it's coming. We also know that Hunter, we know that Hunter is smaller. Where's the picture, y'all? What happened to my picture? Okay? Look at these pictures, right? They were younger than 17 over here. They were way younger than 17. So looking at the picture, 33 is Austin, 35 is Hunter. So you see how big Hunter is? His brother was bigger. Because look at this picture, you can see, and it happens sometimes, because sometimes there's one twin that's bigger, because there's one greedy twin in the womb that eats all the food, okay? Right? But Austin is number 33. Hunter is number 35. And you can even see in this picture that Austin is even bigger than Hunter. So if you're taking it back, seeing the girth of Hunter, imagine if you have seen Austin. Imagine. And there's a reason why they don't want to show pictures of Austin at 17, like fully standing there, because the dude is massive. They keep using pictures when he was a lot younger because they don't want you to see how big he was. But you can see it with Hunter. You can see it with Hunter, right? I'm going to play the video again. Where is the video? I'm going to play the video again. And you're going to see him walk into the frame. This is not no small dude. This ain't no small dude. This ain't no small person.
Hunter, did you want to talk to him?
Oh, man.
Thank you. Look at him. He towers over people. These people are big. These are really big. These are big people. These are really big people, right? You compare Austin. Look at Hunter. Compare Hunter to this, where's my skinny white boy? Okay? Compare Hunter to this. Right? Compare, this is insanity. Okay? Here's this white boy, right? 130 pounds, right? Now that you have seen Hunter, compare Hunter Austin to this boy. If these two brothers went after his ass, you think he could win? They're going to kill him. They're going to kill him. Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. So now let's go back. Let's go back to the meaning of self-defense. Let's read again what self-defense means. AI says, self-defense can be legitimate defense to a murder charge if the accuser reasonably believes they were in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm and use a proportionate amount of force to repel the threat. Crucially, the accuser must not have been the initial aggressor, and we know he was not, must have had reasonable belief that the force used was necessary to protect themselves. Okay? Now, I want you to look at the venue. Okay? This is where this is happening, right? It is raining. Okay? This is happening at a stadium in the bleachers. It is raining. There's water everywhere. And like I said, the size of Austin, the size of Hunter, the size of Carmelo. I also said we need to find out if Carmelo was wearing his running shoes, because most likely they were probably slippery also. This is happening on concrete steps amongst bleachers. It is raining. These boys don't want to stop. He has told these boys multiple times, stop messing with me, stop touching me. And they keep touching him. They keep grabbing him. Yes, especially with the rain, he had reason to believe that they were going to do some bodily harm to him. Die, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But to feel like, yeah, they really trying to hurt me for real? Yes. 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 Look at the venue. Look at the venue. It's not even like this is happening on a flat level surface. No, it happened where the blue tarmac is. It happened around the blue tarmac. Let me make this picture bigger. Let me make this picture bigger. Make it make sense. Huh? Make it make sense. Where is it? Okay, here's the picture, y'all. Right? If somebody is fighting you amongst the bleacher, if two big ass people are pushing you and shoving you in the rain, in the bleachers, near the concrete steps, how would you have felt? How would you have felt? How would you have felt? Huh? If you weigh this much, and then somebody this big and his brother are all aggressive and they pushing you, how would you have felt? What would you have done? There's a way but those two against Carmelo is 2 versus 1, maybe even more. What do we know? Because he refused to talk to the police initially. Hunter refused to talk to the police, right? It could have been 2. It could have been 1-on-1, 2 against 1, 3 against 1. We don't even know how many people were charging this boy. He was there by himself, y'all. He had no players around. He didn't have his team around him. He didn't have his friends around him. He was there all by himself, fighting these ginormous sons of Thor and Igor. Like, make it make sense. Okay? Like, make it make sense. Yeah, he would have been unalive. Make it make sense. Truly and honestly, make it make sense. So I repeat, self-defense, we're going to read it again. Self-defense can be legitimate defense to a murder charge if the accuser reasonably believes they were in imminent danger of death, and it's raining too, so that matters, or serious bodily harm, and use a proportionate amount of force to repel the threat. And when you read all the different police reports, they keep saying it was raining, it rained, it was pouring rain. It was raining, y'all. It was raining. These boys are doing all of this in the rain. They're full of steroids. In no way. How can somebody have this much rage over a seat? How can any human being, how can any sober human being have this much rage over somebody sitting in a bleacher? They're not even assigned seats. How can you have so much energy behind a freaking bleacher? Make it make sense. Crucially, the accuser must have not been the initial aggressor and must have had reasonable belief that the force used was necessary to protect themselves. Let's go back to Jason Whitlock. I can't even let this man talk too much because I'm giving too much exposure. But let's see where he goes.
Ever again, you idiots that defended him, you're so ridden with racism and blah, 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 that white people are going to have...
Oh, shut up. Anyways, let me play, he's so damn stupid. I can't do it. He's too dumb. Let me go to YouTube, y'all. Let's go to YouTube and let's play Nick Fuentes because Jason Whitlock is an idiot. I can't do it. Nick Fuentes. Now that I'm going to play. Okay. So where's the video? Okay, hold on. My thing stopped sharing. Stop sharing. Because I have too many things. This computer, I need to get a better computer again. I need a more powerful computer. Hold on. Let me do this. Let's go.
Haven't seen one.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in.
Let's go back. I'm sorry. It's too much. It's too much.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. Good. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. Exactly. That.
I mean, I don't. Too much.
Maybe I need to go to X myself.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That.
I mean, I don't. Oh my God. Damn. So, well, let's go on a little bit more. Sorry. Jesus.
That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
Pause there for just a second. So you have this, you guys were, I guess at one point we're on the same team. Here you have a white conservative telling a black conservative, you're a token. I mean,
Sabrina,
the recent interview I had with Sir Michael Singleton, one of the questions.
Everybody knows, and everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And
he's basically telling Jason Whitlock that he only has that gig because they needed a token.
Exactly.
Like, what I tell you.
Everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black because.
Okay. And now it's true because look at this right here. Look here. Where did he post the video? Where did he post the video that the self-defense narrative is going to implode? On Blaze TV. You see? So how much do you want to bet that they made him do this? Look at this. Because he has two channels. Jason Whitlock has two channels, right? He has his, let me see. Let me show you. Right? Let me get out of here. Let me show you. He has two channels. Right? He has this channel. He has the Jason Whitlock channel. Let me show you. Right? So he has this channel, the Jason Whitlock channel that has like what? 517 subs, right? And even look at his views. Look at his views. They're barely supporting him. How can you have 500,000 people and you get like 15,000 views per video, right? They only care when he's roasting black people. You see? But you see this? Where he talked about the black boy killing a white boy. Look at that, 126,000 views. They don't support him. These white people do not support him. That's why he said you're a token. Because they only show up on his channel when he does this goofy ass grift, this self-hating grift. right? Okay, cool. He has this channel. Then it's Jason Whitlaw with Blaze TV, right? Then he's also on this channel. Let me show you. So see, he's over here. So here, this channel has 2.8 million subs, right? So this is where he came.
Previously on.
Okay. This is where he came to post this video. And even here too, only 47,000 views, right? So this is where he does this stuff. Blaze TV. Right? And it says, Blaze TV boasts a talented lineup of best conservative voices in today's fractured media's landscape. So yes, he's a token. And who's Luca's on there? Oh, the fake white Christian girl, she's on there. This guy's on here, you know? Look at this, right? So that's why, look, you see these pictures? That's why, and she claims to be a Christian. They always claim to be Christians. That's what they do. He's the only black guy there. So when Nick Fuentes says he's a token, he's not lying. He really is a token. He really is a token. Because they need someone to say their things they don't want to say because they know it's going to cost them dearly. But they still want it to be said. They still want it to be said. Right? So where am I? Where's Sabrina? Oh no, where's my Nick Fuentes video? Is it right here? Right? So let him say it again.
In conservative media.
Let's go back. I'm sorry. It's too much. It's too much.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That.
I mean, I don't. Oh my God. Damn. So, well, let's go on a little bit more. Sorry. Jesus.
That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't. Because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white.
Okay, I think the video, let me play the video from here. Hold on. Here's the video. I found it. Oh my gosh. This StreamYard is so annoying. It just keeps dropping. Add me. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. StreamYard can be so annoying. I hate this. Let's go. Share. Okay, let's go.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a black person to give them credibility. And if you can't see that, then you're just as ignorant as BLM. If you can't see that, if you can't be honest with yourself about that, you're just as ignorant as the marchers. As a matter of fact, you are as ignorant as the marchers. Just another ignorant crybaby. And you know what? I have no hatred. I really don't. I'm a little bit frustrated with the fact that people are going to challenge my credibility based on what I say, knowing what I've sacrificed, what has happened to me, what has happened to my family. And I'm not trying to play the world's smallest violin, but my sacrifice has been considerable. I have had a considerably more difficult go than almost anybody, because I was willing to tell the truth before it's fashionable about Israel, about race, about globalization, about a wide variety of subjects. Ever since I was 18 years old, I have been censored. I have been financially blacklisted, had to endure financial hardship. I've been targeted. My family's been targeted. So for somebody to come and challenge my credibility or whether I'm being honest, it's totally outrageous. I have no hatred in my heart for people. I have no hatred in my heart for anybody, for that matter. And not for a group based on their race.
Sure.
And I have friends from all different races.
Of course.
It's not hatred. You know, we can't play that card all the time and bitch about racism every single time. With that being said, with all of, and it's important to clarify that because you don't want to be typecast as the angry white man that's trying to gin up. I'm not trying to gin up racial resentment. I'm really not. I'm trying to tell you how white people feel. And I'm trying to tell you the truth. And here's the truth of the matter.
Go ahead.
White people are just fucking done. We're done with the excuses. We're done with the white guilt. We are done with crybaby, ethnic narcissist black people that cannot handle an adult conversation about race. We're done. We pay up the ass in property taxes not to live near these people. We work hard. We pay our taxes. We go to work. We work our fingers to the bone to create a good quality of life for ourselves and for our families. And it has been ceaselessly sabotaged for decades by these fucking animals. And by that,
the thing that is so funny for him, he's like, he says, let's even assume what he's saying is true. He's like, it's been sabotaged for decades. Black people endured 400 years of slavery. You've only been inconvenienced for decades? Oh, boo-boo. Boo-boo. He said decades. What about centuries? Me, honestly, Nick Fuentes, I think he should be allowed to speak his mind. People gotta stop. They gotta stop punishing him financially. He should speak his mind. And because me also, I want to speak my mind. There's a lot of things I've been keeping in my heart about white people that I want to say those things and not have to be afraid, like, oh, am I going to be punished? You know what I'm saying? Like, let the man speak, because also I want to speak, right? And I'm like, and what he's saying, like, for me, honestly, Marlene, I can understand where he's coming from. For once, you know what it feels like. But still, the privilege is, for you, it's only been sabotaged for decades. For Black people, it has been sabotaged for over 4 or 5 centuries. And you see how it feels. It's awful. That is the whole point. We gotta be, in America, we have to allow white people and Black people to tussle. People gotta stop doing all this PC stuff. Because then people keep stuff in and it goes left. People gotta have tough conversations. So Nick, Marlene, I support you. Because the same way you feel when you say, I don't want to live around these animals. Nick, in all honesty, Marlene, I will be very honest. And this is how I feel when I'm around white people. I think white people are animals. So I'm so glad the feeling is mutual. When I see lots of white people, I have anxiety. You know, even like around where I live somewhere really, really nice. They're not that many white people. They're not, because it's really expensive where I live, right? So even me and my husband, we have done everything possible to also not to live around white people. Because white people don't train their kids right. And so you don't want a situation where your kids are going to school, being bullied and all this stuff by these white kids. I live around a lot of Indians. They make a lot of money, right? And also see this. I'm going to show you this also, Nick. Okay. Right? Because let's see. What's the richest ethnic group in America? Right? What is the wealthiest ethnic group in America? Because I'm so glad you're saying this, Nick, right? So you see, today in America, let me make this picture bigger. That's why we have to allow people to have conversation. People have to stop trying to censor people. Right? Me, Marlene, where I live with my family, we are mostly surrounded by Indians, right? Because you can see white Americans today, on average, make $60,000. So you people are like, you're poor. And that's why Trump is fighting so hard to bring in manufacturing. The mere fact that Trump is fighting so hard to bring manufacturing, not office jobs, not tech job, manufacturing, Trump wants to take jobs from the Chinese. They make $13,000 a year. Like, that's the capita. China's capita, GDP per capita is $13,000, right? Trump is trying to give you white people the jobs of poor Chinese. Like, think about this. This man does not even think much of you. Because there are certain jobs, honestly, they should stay in China, right? But today, the average white person makes $60,000. You're poor. Like, it's like you're functioning poor. You understand? So even I, Marlene, also, I chose not to live around you people. I think some of you guys, you watch the movies and you see Hollywood and you think you're all rich. The vast majority of whites in America are not rich. Indians are. After Indians, it's Filipino, like it's the Asian people. I live mostly around Asians. And I also wanted to live around Asians because we have the same values. They believe in marriage. They don't let their daughters do all kinds of sexual activity, be promiscuous, give the BJs. Their sons, their white Indian kids are not bullies, right? And Indians, Koreans, and Chinese, they believe in studying hard. You see, white people, you believe in gentle parenting. You don't want your children to have homework. You want your children to go to school and talk about their transition. You want your children to go to school and talk about their pronouns. You're always consumed by your anxiety. Oh, it's too much work. I'm so overwhelmed, right? I wanted my sons to be around people who actually compete. I want my son to be around the people who are known for being the smartest kids in America, Asian kids, especially Koreans and Indians. So even I, Marlene, I make sure not to raise my children around white people. When my kids get on the school bus, there are no white kids because it's very expensive to live here. I live in a very expensive place. It's intentional. You know what I'm saying? I wanted my children to be around kids who go home and they have mothers at home, not feminist, traditional mothers who know how to make meals for their children. You see, the vast majority of Indian kids, Chinese kids, Japanese kids, they don't eat food out of can. They don't do Chef Boyardee in a can. They don't do Spam in a can. White people, even your vegetables, you eat vegetables out of cans. How can your children have a healthy enough diet to even control their emotions and be able to focus on their schoolwork? You don't know how to cook, don't know how to feed your kids. So when you realize that the vast majority of white children do not have a healthy diet, that they eat everything out of can, the meat from the can, the fruits from the can, the juice from the can, even the vegetables are from the cans. White people are always filling up their kids with processed food. Everything is made in the microwave because the vast majority of white women don't know how to cook. They're not capable of feeding their children healthy, balanced, freshly made meals. But the Indian woman, she can. The Korean woman can. The Chinese woman can. The Filipino woman can. The Taiwanese woman can. And so can the Black woman. So this is why I said, me, Nick, I respect your right to speak. You have the right to speak. The same way you see Black people as animals, you have the right to your perspective. Just like I, Marlene, I see you people as animals too. I see white people as barbarians. Now, I make an effort to be open-minded, but I always know that the possibility of being right, is never too far. You understand? So I believe that you're animals. I believe that you lie a lot. You bully people. You pick on weak people. You don't tell the truth. You're always spilling narratives. You spin the truth, right? Because you always have to be right. And I also believe that you're sore losers. You create these games. You write the rules of the game. And when you start to lose the game, like you say, you become a bunch of crybaby who are ethnic narcissistic. There you go, ethnic narcissists. There you go. Y'all do the same thing. But the problem with you, Nick, you don't have self-awareness. Because if you had self-awareness, you would realize that the biggest animal in the room is actually you. Because everything you see with Black people, someone that had self-awareness would say, they probably learned that from us. Because for 300 to 400 years, we were responsible for these people. So we made them this way. It's like if you have a pet. Now I'm comparing Black people to pets because I'm also a pet. But if a person has a dog, especially pit bulls, because I used to think pit bulls were mean, but I came to realize that they're not mean. It's all about how they're raised. Pit bulls have a bad reputation, but it's not their fault that their jaws are really, really strong. It's the fault of the owner for not training the pit bull to be a good pit bull. You understand? If a dog misbehaves, you can't blame the dog. You got to blame the master. For over 300 years, white people have been the masters of black people. So if you don't like how black people have turned out, maybe you should consider the kind of training you gave to black people. So if you realize that black people behave like animals, it's because they were mastered by animals from Europe. You understand me, right? I think you kind of get that. So if a dog is poorly behaving because the masters are poorly behaved, if a pit bull is aggressive, if a pit bull becomes a killing machine because he was trained by killers, right? Self-awareness, Nick, it's a beautiful thing. And this is why I think we should allow racist people like Nick to sit with people like me. We're going to get to the bottom of this. People have to stop being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that. People have the right to say things. Even if it sounds awful, it sounds discolored, let him speak. Because when you don't let people speak and you keep putting the lid on that, it goes crazy. Let him say it. But if black people were brought here from Africa and they were trained by white masters, okay, even in the 1970s, in America in the 1970s, when you look at the South, especially places like Mississippi, you still have enslaved black people. I know it's crazy, huh? You still have enslaved black people and you still have sharecropping, even in the 70s in the South. You understand? So if you say black people are animals, and you could be right, but then you also have to say, for the past 400 years, who has been responsible for black people? When you see people from Africa, descendants of enslaved people from Africa, walking around here with black skin, and they have Irish names like Fitzgerald, O'Hare, Fitzpatrick, Patrick, even Jefferson, that's British. You see all these people from of African descent with British names, French names, Dutch name, Irish names, because they were somebody's property. They were property. So if they are savages or they're animals because they were raised by animals. So your fellow Irish ancestor was an animal. Your fellow Dutch ancestor was an animal. Your fellow British ancestors, all these Anglo-Saxons, they were animals. And because they had custody of these black people, because they also gave them their name because they were property, even Dr. King, right? They belonged to a slave master called King. The vast majority of black people with the last name Jefferson are related to Thomas Jefferson because he was out here graping people, right? So if they're from Africa, they live here as descendants of the enslaved that you brought here, that you trained, that you named, that you owned. You own these people. So if today, oh, they behave like animals, yeah, because they were owned by animals from Europe. There you go. It's okay. My thing is, like he said, oh, black people can have a difficult conversation about race. Yes, we can. I know I can. I think it's white people who cannot have a difficult conversation about race because you truly believe in your own narrative. You think you're good people who just came here to start colonies and because they believe in free trade and capitalism and they don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay taxes to George V. No, you're barbarians. And I don't think you can take the conversation about your people, Nick. But honestly, where I stand, they should stop blocking your money. They should stop canceling you. They need to let you speak. Because the more you speak, the more healing you can receive. Because you're obviously hurting. And you're hurting because you lack self-awareness. But that's what happens when you believe in narratives as opposed to believing in facts. Study your own people. Even before y'all came to America, even before you touch black people, study how you Europeans used to mishandle, torture, abuse, brutalize each other. You tortured each other. Then one day, I guess you decided to stop and do it to somebody else. That's where the Africans come around, the Latinos come around, right? You decided to then export your torture onto other people that did nothing to you, right? So we can talk about race. But like I said, you're not going to be able to take it because white people believe in narratives. You don't believe in the truth. Because if you knew the truth, you couldn't say half the things you say, right? So let's do it. But for me, I don't think they should block you. I don't think they should block your money. Even Charlie Kirk. When Charlie Kirk said that, every time he sees a black pilot, he has anxiety. I didn't take offense to that. You understand me? And I'm being really serious. I didn't take offense to it because I know exactly what he means. You see, Marlene, every time I see white people around food, I have anxiety because to me, white people are filthy. They don't wash themselves. They don't wash their hands. Even the people, like sometimes you go to a restaurant, you see these white kids with long hair, and the hair looks dirty because they don't wash their hair, right? I'm scared. That's why I don't do DoorDash, because sometimes it's too many white delivery drivers. I don't do takeaway. I don't do like delivery food. Because I don't want white people to handle my food. You understand? Because to me, white people are extremely unhygienic. They're very dirty to me. They don't bathe. They don't wash their hair. They very often they have lice. They're very hairy. Like, I have a lot of anxiety. If I go to a fast food restaurant and I see a white worker, I'm like, I don't want to eat anymore, right? If I go to a restaurant and I see it's a lot of white people in the cuisine, I don't want to eat it. I like to go to a restaurant, and if I see Latinos, I feel more comfortable, right? Like one time we went to it's owned by white Americans, but it's called Uncle Julio's. It's like white people trying to sell like Mexican food, right? And when I tell you, when they brought the food, y'all, there was like a spider. I mean, I was like, and it's true, because when I looked in the kitchen, it was too many white people. White people are lazy, and that's why most restaurants who do really well and usually have good reviews, they have a lot of hermanas. They have a lot of Latinas and Latinos, because Latinos, they work hard. They're going to clean. They're going to sanitize. They're going to do this, right? But for me, if I go to a restaurant and I look in the kitchen and I don't see enough Latinos and black people, I don't want to eat there, because I know white people don't wash their hands. How many times have you gone to a restaurant, even a fast food restaurant, you will see a white server or a white chef person, a cooking kitchen person, go into the bathroom, or you even been to the bathroom. They go in there, they don't wash their hands, and they go right back in the kitchen, right? They have a problem with washing their hands. They can go to the toilet. They can go to the restroom. They're not going to wash their hands. White people don't like to wash their hands. Even like they believe, even sometimes they might use a hand sanitizer. But I'm like, even a hand sanitizer, your hand can still feel very, very icky, right? They don't like to wash their hands. I don't know what it is about these people. And that's why also they like body sprays. Like they'd rather perfume their stench away than to properly wash themselves. There are so many white people who don't know that when you wash yourself, you should have two separate rags. You should have a rag for your body and a rag for your privates. They use one rag for everything. You understand? We have even seen white parents who give a child a bath once a week. So imagine how I feel when I see white people handling food. So that's why when Charlie Kirk said what he said about black pilots and him having anxiety, I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad at all, because that will make me a hypocrite. And God, he sees our hearts. You understand me? How can I be mad when I feel the same way every time I see white people around food, handling food, selling food, making food, being the delivery driver? That's why I don't do DoorDash. If I want to eat something, I'm going to go get it myself. I will never let white people handle my drinks, my food. I don't want to, because they're not clean. They're just not clean. Do you understand? But it's very rich for a person who comes from a community where people are known not to bathe, not to wash themselves, not to wash their hair, not to wash their children, not to wash their clothes, right? They eat everything out of a can. Juice, food, fruits, vegetables, everything comes out of a can and is made in the microwave. It's very rich for you to call someone an animal. Okay, but it takes one to get to know one. So whatever. Yeah, exactly. Mark said, honestly, I had this experience at an A&W, and I said, thank you, pay for the food, and I tossed it out promptly. Yes, because I don't trust, I really don't. I'd rather have an Asian person make my food, a Latino make my food, a black person make my food, an Indian. But I'm telling you, white people and food, I'm not going to eat it. That's why, and I'm going to tell you this too, Charlie, huh? I'm going to say this to Charlie too. That's why even at companies, when there's a potluck dinner, if you ever have a potluck dinner at a corporation, at a company, and you have black people, you should pay attention to why. We always want to know who made this, who made that, right? If there's a potluck dinner and a white person brings in their food, for the most part, black people are not going to touch it because we don't trust it. Y'all eat with your dogs. You let your dogs in the kitchen. You let your dogs on your cabinets, right? We don't touch it. And that's why at most potluck dinners, black people will always say, who made this? Who made that? Who made this? And you will always notice that we're not going to eat your food. We never eat the food of white people at a potluck because we just don't trust the hygiene. We don't trust it. There'll be some dog hair in there, dog saliva in there. I don't know, Jared. I don't know. So my point is, you have to know everything you think, everything you feel for us, we probably feel the same for you. And that's why reciprocity is such a beautiful thing. Ask Confucius. It's the golden rule. But like I said, to me, you should be able to speak your mind. What do I care? Speak your mind, boo-boo. Because the more you speak your mind, the more I feel better and I feel freer speaking your mind. Even Charlie Kirk. Marlene, I could sit with Charlie, ain't no problem. I can't even, we can't even, food, but you bring your food, he can eat my food, but I ain't gonna eat his food. But we can sit down. Even Charlie Kirk. I can sit down with him. He don't bother me. That boy don't bother me. The stuff that comes out of his mouth, I never do. Nobody does. Nobody eats their food. That's why they bring their food, and usually they go home with their food because nobody touches their food. But they don't get it. They don't get that people don't trust their cooking because people don't think they're hygienic like that. And people know their dogs are all over the place. And we're not gonna. Your dog probably spit in this. I'm not gonna eat this. I'm not gonna eat this. So now we're done with Jason Whitlock. Let's not go to and Nick Fuentes. Let's go to so yeah, he does this for the Blaze. So 2 million views and only 44,000 views. They don't even care for you. You're a token. But anyways, I'm done with you. Let's move on now to Judge Joe Brown. And the reason why I am going to talk about, sorry, you guys, the reason why we're moving on to Judge Joe Brown, because Judge Joe Brown is going to tell us about self-defense. And there's a keyword in there, and we're going to go over the keyword also. Okay, so let's move on to Judge Joe Brown. Jason, I'm going to send you some probiotics. You need to take a dump. All right, so it really started 6 minutes and 26 minutes, but whatever. Let her say what happened.
Incident happened 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 2nd, during a track meet at the Kukendall Stadium. The Frisco Police Department sent an altercation Wednesday, April 2nd, during a track.
So this happens at 10 a.m. Why would you have such and my thing is ask yourself, Austin, like, why are you so lit at 10 a.m.? Because that boy's probably on steroids. Who has this much energy at 10 a.m.? It's so early in the morning. Like, what the heck?
On volume and reputation, even if they don't deliver a damn thing. So we have the games that are played with that.
Let me give a little bit of background here. So it said the incident happened 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 2nd, during a track meet at the Kukendall Stadium. The Frisco Police Department sent an altercation.
It was Kukendall, some stadium, right? So it's not at a school. Oh, he brought a weapon to a school. It was at a stadium, child. It's not at a school. It's at a stadium. Okay, so for all the people who think it happened at a school and you brought a weapon to the school, it is not at the school, it's at a stadium. Let's go.
Between two students identified as McCaff and Anthony, resulting in Anthony stabbing McCaff in the chest. Police said by the time officers arrived at the scene, McCaff was unconscious and not breathing.
Yeah.
So the athletic trainers there performed CPR. McCaff was transported to a hospital. He was pronounced dead. Witnesses told police that Austin McCaff and KARMELO Anthony did not know each other. One witness said they were with McCaff under their school tent during the track meet when someone they didn't know, identified as Anthony, came over to them. The witness said McCaff told Anthony to leave. Anthony allegedly grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside. Touch me and see what happens. A witness said McCaff touched Anthony, and another witness said McCaff grabbed Anthony. Police said that's when Anthony pulled out the knife, stabbed McCaff once in the chest, and ran away.
We don't know. I didn't look it up. I don't know if the school district owns it. I don't know. I don't know if they own the stadium. It could be a stadium for other things. It doesn't have to be. We have to look it up. I don't know. I don't know where the stadium is. I don't know where it is. I don't know who owns it. Because their stadiums are not owned by schools. So every stadium is not owned by schools. Sometimes you can't even, I know, for example, when I live in New Orleans too, sometimes students will go to the Superdome. It's not owned by the school. Or they'll go to the Smoothie King Center. It's not owned by the school. You get me? Right? So just because it's called a stadium doesn't mean it's owned by the school. We have to look into who has ownership of that. Right? But I don't know. I didn't look into it, but I can.
And then once the arresting officer said, I have the alleged suspect in custody, Anthony reportedly told the officer, I'm not alleged. I did it.
Okay.
Anthony then said that McCaff put his hands on me after he asked him not to. After Anthony was placed inside the police vehicle, he asked an officer if McCaff was going to be okay. And if what happened could be considered self-defense. Now, attorneys, Anthony...
Stop right there a second. He went wrong. He ran his mouth off.
I don't think he did. Honestly, I think it's good that Carmelo asked if Austin was going to be okay, because he showed cares. So that makes him a human being. That humanizes him. So I agree with that. Good job for you. So you see, he said, "I told them not to touch me." So he said that. He said, "Don't touch me." So he made it clear. He gave him a warning, "Don't touch me," and he did it. He did it multiple times. But the boy was, "I'm gonna touch you regardless." So, okay, cool. But he asked if he was okay.
Much he had the witnesses going for him. But if he did that, then what happens is he just quasi removed his defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless.
Okay, so here's what Judge Joe Brown said. He says you can't escalate the force used, right? Cool. Let me say it again.
Because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength.
Okay, let's stop right there. So he said disparate strength. So I never even heard this word before, but let me show you what this word actually means. So let me see. Where is it? Okay. Here's the definition of the word disparate, because I'm not the type to pretend to know something when I don't. Okay. So here's the definition. Okay. Here's the definition. Disparate. Essentially different in kind. Oh, Lord Jesus, do I love this? Disparate. Essentially different in kind. Not allowing comparison. Okay, cool. Now, here's what we're going to do, right? Here's what we're going to do. So here is Carmelo. We're saying he could be, the police report said 130. So from 130 to 157, right? So here's Carmelo. And I put Carmelo amongst other boys who are 130. So this boy right here, he is 6'4", 130. This boy is 130. This boy is 5'10", 130. This kid is also 130. This guy's also 130, right? So here's Carmelo, because he said disparate, right? And the meaning of this word is as follows. What does it mean? Okay, let me copy this. Judge Joe Brown, you also going out saying another token. Anyways, ever since you lost your show, you haven't quite recovered. Bitterness does not look good on you when you age, you know. You should age wisely. Okay, disparate, essentially different in kind, not allowing comparison. Cool, no problem. So I need you to take a moment and so let that soak in. So this is what boys look like. These are all young boys weighing 130 pounds, different height, but 130. Okay, cool. Now, we're going to also look at this picture where you can even compare the cows. So this is, I don't know which one is Austin and Hunter, but here are the twins. Here are the legs for Carmelo, right? Let me get out of this one, right? Yesterday, we also compared the arms and stuff. So here's the difference. So here are the twins. They're not 17. They're younger than 17 in this picture. And here's Carmelo, right? Okay. All right. Okay, so let me also do this quickly. Where's my video? Where is the video I'm looking for? Hold on. Let me shut this one down, because we need to understand. It's like, sorry guys, it's a bit slow, but you have to understand this. Let's come over here. I'm going to play this video for you. Okay, let's start here. Let's watch this video.
Decisions that are being made in boxing, what is the reason behind them? Well, I'm here to help. First of all, weight categories, weight classes, weight divisions, all the same thing. Just the same thing, but people are using different words to describe it. For the purpose of this video, I'm probably going to say weight division. There are 17 officially recognized weight divisions in the sport of boxing. Maybe.
Okay. So this young man here is telling us that there are 17 weight classes in boxing. And you're going to be like, but why? That's a lot, right? It's a lot. 17, I repeat, there are 17 weight divisions in boxing. Okay? 17 weight divisions in boxing. There you go. Okay? 17 weight divisions, I should put an S, sorry. 17 weight divisions in boxing. Now the next question is, why so many divisions in boxing as it pertains to weight? Let the man answer the question. Okay, let's go.
Be thinking, wow, that is way too many. But the reason that there are so many is actually quite nice.
Mhm.
The reason there are so many is really twofold. It's fairness and safety.
Okay.
So
So he said what? What did he say? There are 2 reasons why you have 17 different weight divisions in boxing. Number 1, fairness. Number 2, safety. Safety. I repeat. Let me type it. Hold on. This is important for me. 2 reasons why you have what? 17 different weight divisions in boxing. Okay? Fairness and safety. I wonder why. Okay. Well, the racist white people in the back. Okay. 2 reasons why you have 17 different weight divisions in boxing: fairness and safety. So even in the world of boxing, but I guess maybe it's too expensive for some white people. So I guess maybe I can look into wrestling because that's more affordable for a lot of white people, right? But even in wrestling, I'm sure they have multiple weight divisions because people are not the same. And to keep it fair and to keep it safe, you gotta pick people that are like the same and make them fight each other. This is also why even these conservative white people, it's the same reason why even Charlie Kirk, they don't want trans women to be in women's sport because it's a huge competitive advantage. It's like these women are at a disadvantage. They're smaller. They don't have all this hormone. Like they're just smaller people. Even Gavin Newsom said it's a matter of fairness to not have the trans man, the trans woman compete in women's sport. So somehow today, these white people don't understand that 130 versus 225 is not a fair fight. 130 versus 2 people who weigh 225, 450 pounds. They don't understand that it's not a fair fight. Foolishness. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
fairness. Why are there so many weight categories? Think of this as an example.
Okay.
You've got a undefeated Russian fighter who weighs 250 pounds.
Okay. So this big guy, he weighs 250. 250. How much did Austin weigh? 225. Don't believe me? Let his mama say it. Let his mother say it. Let his mother say it.
It's your baby. Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. So the mama said her son was what? 225 pounds. Austin Metcalf, 225 pounds, right? That's what the mother said. So she knows her son was big. She knows she's on my big baby. 225 pounds. Let's go back to my video. You can go. Okay. Okay, here's my video here, right? Let's go back to here. So you see this dude right here? He is 250 pounds. And that's why I said he has muscle, because 225 of fat is very different than 225 muscle. Look at this man. Look at this man, y'all. Okay? And Asher, exactly, 225 times 2, 450 pounds. My Lord Jesus. Even you as a man, imagine a man this big come behind your ass, okay? That is crazy. That is really crazy. Okay? That is really crazy. So this dude is 250. So Austin is not too far off from what this man looked like. And that's why they're using younger pictures of Austin. They're not using his current pictures because he's big. He's not a normal sized human being. Don't believe me? Let me show you his brother. Where's his brother? Okay? Let me show you again. Here's Hunter coming into the frame. Let's play this. Yes. You see how big he is? Look at his chest. Look at the width of his chest. Look at the width of his neck. This boy sitting here, he towers over everybody. Towers over everybody. So you can kind of see. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. Let me stop this, right? Did you see the thing? Hold on. Y'all, my thing is so damn slow. Sorry. Let me play this again. Let's start over. Look at Hunter coming into the frame. Look at Hunter coming into the frame, y'all. Look at this. Even look at his forearm. His forearm is going to show up first. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at his torso. All right, so this is him. He towers over everybody. And also, looking at this picture, right? Looking at this picture, here's Hunter. This is Hunter. This is Austin. Even looking at this picture, Hunter is smaller than Austin. Child, are you ready for this? Okay. Look at this picture. Austin was always bigger than Hunter, but Hunter's not small. So imagine now something bigger than what you just saw. Okay. If Hunter is that big, how big was Austin? Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Right? Oh my gosh. Let me play a video of let's play Hunter coming into the frame again. Look at this. That even the man had to zoom out. The cameraman had to zoom out twice to grab Hunter. Because I ain't no small person, child.
I'm going to support. This is Hunter. Do you want to talk to him?
Zoom out twice. Look,
Oh, man.
look at this. Look at this giant. And his brother is bigger. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So now let's go back to this. Right? So at 250 pounds, Austin is closer in size to this man. He is closer in size to this man. Okay? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Oh, Jesus.
And you've got an undefeated Filipino fighter who weighs 115 pounds.
Okay. This guy is 115 pounds. Right? So Carmelo, because the police report said 130, so I'm going to go with 130. Carmelo is just 15 pounds more than this dude. 15 pounds. Who in their right mind would say it's a fair fight? If it's not that you're racist. Who in their right mind would say somebody that is 250 fighting someone who's 115 is a fair fight? Who would say that somebody who is 225 fighting someone that's 130 is a fair fight? If it's not racism. If it's not the fact that when it comes to the lives of Black people, you think we're worse than your dogs. Because the lives of Black people don't mean much to white folks. Because it's not possible. Yeah, they really do. It really is not possible. If this big Russian dude had ran up behind this Filipino dude and he kept pushing him, and the guy said, "Don't touch me," he kept pushing him. If this Filipino dude used the knife, would he also be wrong for that? Would he not have the right to say self-defense? Okay, hold on, wait a minute, because I have their picture. Because you know I am prepared. I sure am prepared. Foolishness. Absolute foolishness. Okay? So let me show you this. Let me make this bigger. Right? So, like, you think that... Where's my thing? You think this right here is a fair fight? Is this a fair fight? So now imagine two of these. Let me do it for you so you can see it. Because some of these people, they're so racist, they need help. They need visual help. Duplicate. Okay. So now imagine you have two of these people. Imagine you have two of these. Two. Jesus Christ. Right? Imagine you have two of these people. We're going to deliver white people of their racism today. Imagine you have two people like this. And it's good. I make him smaller because Hunter is smaller. Right? Hunter is smaller. Let me do this. Let me get out of here. Right? Give me a box. Okay, so let's say this is Austin. Sorry, y'all. This is Austin, right? Let's do this. Background, yes. Make it yellow. No, I want the background to be yellow. Oh, yeah, right here. The font, make it black. Okay. So let's assume that this right here is Austin. And then this one is a little smaller. So let's assume this is Hunter. All right, let me change the color. Let me make this neon green. Cool. Duplicate this. Now let's assume this right here is Carmelo. Foolishness. These people are racist. I'm gonna set them free. No, give me another color. Give me this orange, right? So, I don't want Camera. Give me Anton. Okay. So you have Austin over here, right? This is Austin. This is Hunter, right? Okay. And then let's say this is Carmelo. Okay. 220. This is 250, 250. right? 250, 250. This is 115, right? So this is a fair fight? Huh? This is a fair fight? So if these two people go after this one skinny person, you go, oh yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's a fair fight. It's not a fair fight. Even in boxing, it will never happen. Even in wrestling, it will never happen. In boxing, they will never tell someone that's 250 to go fight somebody that's 115. You're going to kill him. Even in MMA, I don't know, maybe MMA works there, I don't know, but definitely wrestling. I don't know much about MMA. But I'm like, in boxing, they will never have a heavyweight go fight a super featherweight. In wrestling, they will never do this. In wrestling, you're going to let somebody that's 250 go wrestle someone that's 115. You're going to kill that person. You're going to kill the person. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Foolishness. Anyways, let's keep going with the video. Let's keep going with the video.
Now, if they were to fight each other, the Russian would win.
Exactly.
Most likely the Russian would win because of the massive weight difference.
What did he say? The Russian would win because of the massive weight difference. Well, duh. Look at the massive weight difference. Now multiply that by 2 against someone that's 115 or 130 or whatever. This is ridiculous. This dude is massive. Austin is massive. That's not a small person.
When you've got such a large weight difference, you know, the higher a weight you are against a lower weight, the higher weight would have huge advantages.
What did he say? The higher weight would have what? Huge advantages. Okay? You're too big. Both of y'all are too big. You're just too big. You're too big. You're too big. And mind you, it's happening where? It's happening over here. Huh? It's happening here near the bleachers on these concrete steps while it's raining. This is where he had to fight off these two big-ass burly people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's not even on a flat surface with good weather. No, it's raining. It's raining. This is crazy. This is really crazy.
And power and punch resistance.
Okay.
The higher weight would have huge advantages in power and punch resistance. And then
you see? Power. Let me write this down. He said you would have advantages with the power. Punch resistance. Foolishness. And what else?
the opposite would be true for the person at the much lower weight when you're comparing the two. That's really the reason that there are so many weight divisions. The fairness angle comes in with, if you have got good technique, if you are a skilled fighter, you should be fighting someone at the same weight as you.
Exactly.
Because then you're just going off against skill versus skill.
Exactly. Go pick on somebody your own size. Go pick on someone your own size.
Not fighting someone who is an entire foot taller than you or is like 50 pounds heavier than you.
In this case, 95 pounds heavier.
It's completely fair if you've got two people.
Exactly. See, if it was like this, if they were both, if everybody was this size, right? If Austin and Hunter and Carmelo, if they were all the same height, like same size and same height just about, and then Carmelo had used a knife, I could see why some would believe, okay, it's not a fair fight. But they're not the same size. Two people are like Goliath. One is like David. Even David needed a weapon. David had a sling. Okay? You have to go fight this man mano a mano. No. Even David had a sling. Because he's not going to go close to him. You get close to Goliath, he's going to chew you up. Everybody who went against Goliath got their asses whooped because they try to do body-to-body contact. You're not going to win. Goliath is huge. He is huge. So you stay away and use your weapon. And that's exactly what Carmelo did. David versus Goliath. Okay? You are crazy. Exactly. Everything, exactly, Mark. Everything here is the bleachers. It's metal and concrete and rain. Metal, concrete, rain all over the place. And these boys, unbelievable.
Roughly around the same height and most importantly, the same weight on the day before the fight.
Exactly.
There is also a sort of...
So you say you gotta have the same day, the day before the fight. And that's why boxers get weighed, right? But the day of the fight, they don't have the same size. They don't have the same weight. So it's not a fair fight.
Of generalized geographical reason behind it. you tend to find that in the lowest weight divisions in boxing, they're populated by fighters from Southeast Asia, East Asia, and Central and South America. For example, Japan, Thailand, Mexico, fighters from these nations are very, very successful in the lowest weight divisions.
Yeah, because they're small people. They're small.
And conversely, in the highest weight divisions, like the heavyweight division, traditionally that's been how the fighters have had most success.
White people. You see? So the smaller fighters are usually Asians. The heavyweight fighters are usually white. Great Britain, America, Ukraine, America, Great Britain, Russia, Australia, Russia. I don't know. This one is like some Slavic country somewhere.
Success there if you're from the United States of America or you're from Europe. So it's not about marginalizing people, it's really about trying to create a more inclusive environment. If you are talented enough, there are 17 weight categories that you can choose from that best fit your perfect fight condition. Safety also plays a factor here, because if you go back to the example earlier with that, like a massive Russian and a small Filipino, the safety angle comes in as well, where if you're fighting someone who is much, 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 much heavier than you, if they hit you clean, it could potentially do some severe damage. So it's much more fair fair and safe if you've got two people roughly the same size, pretty much identically the same weight, fighting each other. Now let's quickly go through all 17 weight categories. Starting off in the lowest weight category, minimum weight, 105 pounds. Then we have light flyweight, 108 pounds. Flyweight, 112 pounds. Super flyweight, 115 pounds.
Okay.
Bantamweight, 118 pounds.
Okay.
Super bantamweight, 122 pounds.
Okay.
Featherweight, 126 pounds.
Okay.
Super featherweight, 130 pounds. Lightweight, 135 pounds. Super lightweight, 140 pounds. Welterweight, 147 pounds. Super welterweight, 154 pounds. Middleweight, 160 pounds. Super middleweight, 168 pounds. Light heavyweight, 175 pounds. Cruiserweight, 200 pounds. And finally, heavyweight, unlimited.
Okay.
Heavyweight is unlimited, and you tend to find it.
You see? So because I don't know, because the police report, here's the police report. So I don't know, because let me get out of here. Okay. Let me share this right here, right? So per the police report here, the police report says that they have Carmelo at 130 pounds, right? So you heard the man. So that would make him a super feather. Keyword is feather. Light as a feather. Featherweight. Okay? So Carmelo at 130, he would be a super featherweight. Okay? Carmelo at 157 pounds would be a super what? Super welterweight? What the man say? I don't know. Hold on. Let me make sure I type it correctly. Super. What do you say? Welterweight? What is that? Boxing weight division. Sorry, you guys. Division for 157 pounds. Super what? Welterweight. Let me see this. Okay. Okay, so here we are. This is going to be a lot easier for us. There you go. Okay, accept, whatever. This is going to be a lot easier for us. Okay. I don't know. But that's the police report. That's the one that everybody has. It's the police report. So I don't know. I didn't weigh him. I wasn't there. Put up. Okay. So let me get out of here real quick. Okay, so if you're 100, so if he's 130, he's a lightweight. 130, 135, you'd be a lightweight. If he's 154 to 160, like if he's 157, he'll be a middleweight. So he's either a lightweight or he's a middleweight. Now, if you are 225, okay, yeah. So Hunter is 225 pounds. So he's a heavyweight because Bridger weight stops at 224. So it could be that Hunter could be Bridger weight and then Austin is a heavyweight. So then you have a heavyweight. Because let me have his mom say it again because you never know. You got people out here who love to argue. Let his mother say it again so everybody can hear it. Let his mother say it again.
Mr. Baby. Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. So the mom said he's 225. Right? Let me move this. Let me move this tab right here. Okay. So the mama said her son is 225 pounds. So at 225 pounds, he's a heavyweight, 220 pounds or more. Now, I do believe Hunter is smaller. So Hunter most likely is a Bridger weight. So like I said, let's go over here. So actually for Carmelo, we have three options. If he's right there at 130, he's a super featherweight. If he's anywhere from 130 to 135, he's a lightweight. If he's at 160, 157, he'll be a middleweight. So either way, these people will never, ever, ever fight in the same class. If it was boxing, if it was wrestling, they will never have been paired together. Right? So now, if Austin and Hunter had been like maybe lightweight, light welterweight, light middleweight, and middleweight, and then Carmelo had used a weapon, I can see how people would say, well, that's not really self-defense because you're kind of like the same size though, right? So from super featherweight to middleweight, if Hunter and his brother had been anywhere in here, I could see why people would say self-defense is not going to stick. Because given that y'all about the same, you weigh the same the day of the fight, you could have fought with your hands. I get that. But unfortunately, that's not what happened that day. Okay? That day, you had a super featherweight, potentially a middleweight. Okay? Fighting a bridgeweight and a heavyweight. Okay? So it's just too much. It's just too much. So now we're going to go back over here. Disparate, essentially different in kind, not allowing comparison. So you can tell me how you feel, but as far as I'm concerned, in terms of size, you have a disparate distinction. Austin is way bigger and taller than Carmelo. Hunter is way bigger and taller than Carmelo. There definitely is disparate distinction. Okay? Don told you you're not going to get my attention today. I don't have time for you. So you're wasting your time trolling today. I'm not in the sense of today. I'm not in the mood today. I'm not. So let's replay what Judge Brown is saying.
Moved his defense because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words,
okay, let him say it again.
Is he just quasi removed his defense because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words,
Okay. So now let's go back over here. Even in boxing, if Carmelo is 100, if he's exactly 130 pounds, he's a super featherweight. If he's above 130 but under 135, he is a lightweight. If he is 157, because Devin says he's 157. If he is 157, he's a middleweight. Okay. Austin's mama told us her son is 225 pounds. Right? Here she is. Let her say it again.
Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys. And
okay, the mama said both of them big boys. So like I said, let's come back over here, right? Austin is definitely a heavyweight. He's 225. You see it here, right? 200 pounds or more. Now, I believe, because Hunter is smaller. So Hunter has to be a bridger weight. So he's between 200 and 224 pounds. So you have a heavyweight and a bridger weight, either stepping up to a middleweight or they're stepping up to a light. They're stepping up to a middleweight or they're stepping up to a super featherweight or they're stepping up to a lightweight. Okay, so why would he not use a weapon again after he told them multiple times, don't touch me? And they kept touching it? In the rain, surrounded by metal sheets made out of bleachers, made out of metal sheets, and surrounded by a bunch of concrete steps. Okay, so let's go back to Judge Joe Brown. And the answer is, because Judge Joe Brown, he's very lazy. He's very braggadocious, and he likes to just ramble at the mouth. Instead of really showing us that he's a lawyer, he's a judge, and that he really shouldn't have had his show canceled. But now I can see why he had his show canceled. He's lazy, extremely arrogant, extremely pompous, verbose, right? And unfortunately, not on point because you're not doing your research. Had you look at the pictures, had you compared body for body, weight for weight, height for height, you would have understood that there is disparate strength. And that's why that's why in life, you don't allow yourself to be impressed by somebody's title or how much more tenure they have over you, because just because somebody's been doing it longer than you does not mean they're better than you. Okay? But he didn't do his research, which is sad because as a lawyer and as a judge, him of all people understands the importance of discovery. But he chose not to do his discovery. He wanted to sit here, let Dana read everything, and he was to ramble at the mouth instead of being a lawyer. But I also think he has an alcohol problem also, so what do I know? He was out here, like during the election season, he was out here calling Kamala a hoe, and I'm like, for a man of your stature, this is quite deplorable language. Have more class. Have more class. And also, stay off the bottle. Ever since they took away his show, he never, ever recovered. It's sad. Don't do this to your legacy. It's embarrassing. Anyways, I repeat, he's going to say it again. He's going to say it again.
Mouth off too much. He had the witnesses going for him. But if he did that, then what happens is he just quasi removed his defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words,
so what we have seen is there truly was. And like I said, this is happening in the rain. What steps made out of concrete, bleachers made out of metal sheets. My Lord, my goodness, there was, Mr. Brown, there was. But because you're too lazy, you were just too lazy. To me, it's very sad because we're talking about the future and the freedom of a young black man, and you're sitting, a young black boy, and you're sitting here doing this so flippantly like this. And you know that people care for what you have to say. You know that you're influential, and you know that a lot of black people listen to you. And you come out here so lazy, so unprepared, and maybe even drunk. But one thing I do know, you're so egotistical. So like you just want people to be so impressed with how much you know. But how can you judiciously apply what you know and your wisdom if you don't make it your business to first do your research, do your homework, and then sit on here and talk? This is the law. You can't be playing these games. This is crazy.
words, a little old lady could potentially use some deadly force to stop a real strong young guy from doing her in.
Okay.
But two young, strong guys are not supposed to escalate physical force where it is of non-lethal violence.
Okay. Because he didn't do his work. You see, he didn't do his research. Lazy. So he said if a small lady is being accosted by a big burly person, right? It would make sense for her to use a knife because it's a big people. But because he did not do his job, right? Because he did not do his job, he's thinking that Austin and Carmelo are the same size. This is why you cannot follow people blindly. This is why you got to do your own homework. This is why also you cannot allow somebody's title, Judge Joe Brown, right, to have any influence over what you believe. You got to like the Apostle Paul says, always double check. You got to double check. You got to go in there and you got to double check because he didn't do his work. Right? He didn't do his work. Hold on. Where are we? The Bereans. There you go. Right? Okay. So Paul told the Bereans, Acts 17:11, right? The passage in Acts 17:11 describes the Berean as a more noble-minded because they received the message of Paul and Silas with great eagerness and examined the scriptures every day to see if what Paul said was true, right? Do not allow yourself. Do not allow yourself. Joe Brown is correct in the state of Texas. Proportional force in Texas law for stand your ground. Do not allow yourself to be impressed by somebody's title or whatever they did. It don't matter. Okay? You need to be like the Bereans and you got to go check for yourself. He himself said, unless there is disparate strength, right? So you would then say, okay, did you check? No, he didn't check. I even feel like he sat there. He never saw a picture of Carmelo. He didn't see a picture, right? He didn't see a picture. Because what kind of person, right? What kind of judge would have seen a picture of a young fella who looks like this, right? Versus, where's the picture? Versus two young men who look this big and then sit his goofy ass on this YouTube channel and say, well, unless there's the spirit strength. No, you would have said, oh, there is. Because I saw the pictures. I saw the pictures. I saw the videos. And I even heard the mama say her son is 225 pounds. Now, both brothers is around 225. My Lord. And then you look at a picture of Carmelo. And then you want to sit here on YouTube and so, well, unless there's the spirit strength, well, these are two strong men. Strong where? One runs track. The others play football. They're strong where? They're both strong men where? What are we even talking about? What are we talking about? Even just comparing their legs. Child, please. What are we even talking about? Right? Comparing their bodies. What are we talking about? What is Joe Brown talking about? Because he didn't do his homework. 225, 200 plus pounds, two people versus one person who weighs from 130 to 157. We have a problem. We have a serious problem. We have a serious issue here. They're way bigger than him. So what is he talking about? Oh, please. Let's go back over here, y'all. Let's go back over here. Foolishness.
Potentially use some deadly force to stop a real strong. There is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words, a little old lady could potentially use some deadly force to stop a real strong young guy from doing her in. But two young, strong guys are not supposed to escalate physical force where it is of non-lethal violence into using a weapon. and becoming lethal
Sorry.
force where it is of non-lethal violence.
Okay, so he said it's of non-lethal violence. Let's go back to boxing. In boxing, if you are exactly a 130, you are a super featherweight. If you are like slightly, if you're 130 plus and to 135, you are a lightweight. If you're 157, you are a middleweight. Then if you're some 200 or 224, you are a bridgerweight. If you are 200 pounds or more, you are a heavyweight. So if a bridgerweight and a heavyweight, even one person, take a heavyweight, take Austin. If a heavyweight is fighting a middleweight, anywhere from lightweight to middleweight, right? We're supposed to sit here and believe that this is not deadly force? Like we are supposed to believe that's not a deadly force? Are you crazy? Has he ever been pushed by somebody that's 225 full muscle? Right? Let's even go back to this video. What does this young man say? Right? What does he say?
That's really the reason that there are so many weight divisions. The fairness angle comes in with Russian would win so many weight categories. Think of this as an example. You've got a undefeated Russian fighter who weighs 250 pounds. And you've got an undefeated Filipino fighter who weighs 115 pounds. Now, if they were to fight each other, the Russian would win. Most likely the Russian would win because of the massive weight difference. When you've got such a large weight difference, you know, the higher a weight you are against a lower weight, the higher weight would have huge advantages in power and punch resistance. And then the opposite would be true for the person at the much lower weight when you're comparing the two. That's really the reason that there are so many weight divisions. The fairness angle comes in with, if you have got good technique, if you are a skilled fighter, you should be fighting someone at the same weight as you, because then you're just going off against skill versus skill. You're not fighting someone who is an entire foot taller than you or is like 50 pounds heavier than you. It's completely fair if you've got two people roughly around the same height and most importantly, the same weight on the day before the fight. There is also a sort of generalized geographical reason behind it. You tend
Okay, let's stop it right here. Okay. So I'm like, what is this old man talking about? So you're actually right. So I'm like, so in this case, self-defense is going to hold. Because all the conditions that you've led, that you put forth, we meet the conditions. Carmelo meets the condition. Okay. So let's let him say it again.
Removed his defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words, a little old lady could potentially use some deadly force to stop a real strong young guy from doing her in. But two young, strong guys are not supposed to escalate physical force where it is of non-lethal violence into using a weapon and becoming lethal violence. See, he shot his mouth off. He was doing good, and then he opened his mouth. So now
The person here who shot his mouth off is you. Old man, like I said, you're just bitter. You're most likely you're an alcoholic. To me, you come like an alcoholic, you come off bitter, you come off very lazy, right? But thank you, because now we know that for self-defense to hold, you need to have the spirit strength. Like somebody has to be really, really big. And so per the definition here, right? The spirit says essentially different in kind, not allowing for comparison. And so as we look at the weight classes in boxing, you cannot compare a featherweight to a heavyweight. You cannot compare a lightweight to a heavyweight. You cannot compare a middleweight to a heavyweight. Okay? So yes, these two young boys, okay, are not the same. They might have the same age, but they are essentially different in kind. Because if we were in the realm of boxing or of wrestling, these two would have never confronted each other, because the weight difference is just too much. It's just too much. You cannot have somebody fight somebody that's like 90, 100 pounds bigger than what they are, especially if it's two people. against one. That is utterly ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Now let's listen to the brother. Hold on. Let's listen to the brother also so we can understand who was the aggressor. So let's come over here because you need to hear who was the aggressor. Hold on. It starts off at 5 minutes. It's here somewhere. Let's go.
Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking.
Where are my captions?
Reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Austin grabbed his backpack. At any moment, did he say that Carmelo touched his brother? No. Austin is the one touching people. Let him say it again. Let him say it again. Did anybody touch these white boys? At any moment, did anybody touch these white boys? No. He said the kid was sitting there. So the act of sitting, that threatens you. Somebody who weighs 100, somebody who weighs 130 pounds sitting there, you were threatened? They were not threatened. They were doing too much. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, huh? Maybe even before then. Like what, 9:30, 9 o'clock? It's just too early for this. That's why I do believe that those two brothers are definitely Austin. He had to be on steroids. It is just too early to be this late. It's like almost like 9 o'clock in the morning, sir, on April 2nd. You're doing too much. Team, too much. It's too early for this. Right? So he said the boy was sitting there. Okay. Therefore, what? You felt threatened? This had you threatened? A person that looks this small. Let me disappear. A person that looked this small had you threatened? Seriously? Oh, he was sitting there. Okay. And even if you want him gone, why don't you tell the coach? Why are you doing it? Why is your brother doing it? They're too lit, doing too much. White people, team too much. It is like 9 o'clock because when the police call, it's 10 o'clock, right? It's 10 o'clock. So this is somewhere between 9 o'clock to like 9:50 something. Why are people so aggressive? Why are these white boys so aggressive at 9 o'clock in the morning? What is going on? What is going on? This is insanity. This is insanity. Okay? So let him say it again. Let him say, oh, where's the video? Start over. Hold on. Right here. Hold on.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Austin grabbed his backpack. So he's saying that Carmelo was talking reckless and getting aggressive. But he never said Carmelo touched anybody. So Carmelo's the one talking aggressive, and he's aggressive, talking reckless, but he's not touching people. But somehow your brother is calm, but he's the one touching people. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Let him say it again.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
Yo, of course you didn't see. Now let's go to ABL. Let's come here to ABL. Because let's do this. Hold on, let's start right here. Let's put a video.
False and incendiary narratives out there. I wanted to give my 2 cents on the story. Let's watch this right here. This is local news out there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Tonight, we have new information from the deadly stabbing at a high school track meet.
Since 5 o'clock, Frisco police released the arrest report that details the moment officers arrived at the scene. The arresting officer writes,
That's what I'm saying. I'm so confused. If this is the actual arrest report, it says it's 1:30. So I don't know where they're getting the 157 from, but it says he's 1:30 right there. That's what I have. 1:30. Okay, so let's go.
when he reported he had an alleged suspect. The officer said Carmelo Anthony said he did it.
Exactly.
According to the arrest report, the tragic event began with the suspect sitting under another team's tent as rain fell.
Okay, you see it there, right? So he was sitting there, and mind you, because we'll play the video where the other brother read the police report. He was dressed in his uniform. He was dressed in his high school track uniform. So he was wearing Centennial High School gear. He was wearing Centennial High School gear. White people started lying. Oh, he had a ski mask on. I'm like, where are they getting all this stuff to? But then again, they are white, so lying is their ministry. Lying is their ministry. So he was sitting under another tent as the rain fell. When we move forward and we have the brother read the police report, in the police report, it also said that he had a friend that went to Memorial High School on the track team. He had a friend on their track team. So maybe that's why he felt like he could sit there. Right? That's why you got to stop being racist. You got to chill and wait to hear all the facts. But no, white people can't do that because they need to project their animalistic, animist foolishness onto other people. You're the demons. You're the savages. Make it make sense. I don't even know what's going on. Exactly. God forbid he sat there while the rain fell. Mind you, these two big Brawley brothers, they don't even run track. I doubt they run track. And I doubt they were registered to run. So why are they even there? They want to police why other people are there. Why are they there if they're football players? Why are they there? So it was raining, and that's why the boy, he sat there. Apartheid Austin wanted to be the king of the 10. He sure did. He's not even a track person. Why is he there? He's a football player. Doing too much. Why is he there? Why is he there? Foolishness. Let's keep going. So it was raining. For all you goofy, racist white people who think he just went there to instigate. Instigate what? It was raining, you doofus. Foolishness.
And being told to move. A witness told police Anthony immediately opened his bag and reached in, telling the victim, "Touch me and see what happens." When the victim pushed him, witnesses say Anthony pulled a knife from the bag and stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest.
Let's pause right here. Now, the news, they're not telling the full story. This is pretty much what happened, but there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more that may add some context, okay? Let's go to People, and we're going to scroll down a little bit in the article. The affidavit it also details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from...
And mind you, like I'm going to say it again, right? Austin has all this energy at 9 o'clock in the morning in the rain. The boy had to be on steroids. This is too much. This is too much. This level of aggression at 9 o'clock in the morning. You guys, have you ever woken up at 9 o'clock in the morning? Exactly. Touch, punch, shove, punch. They skip over the punch. Of course they do. Because he needs to be the white little angel. This is happening at 9 o'clock in the morning, y'all. 9 o'clock in the morning. Who has this much energy? Who has this much anger, this much aggression at 9 o'clock in the morning? Who's out here policing who's sitting where at 9 o'clock in the morning? Exactly. We want Austin toxicology report. Who has this much energy? It is 9 o'clock. It is raining. Why are they doing so much like this? Because the boy had to be on steroids. Ain't no way. He had to be on steroids. This don't make no damn sense.
Out under the tent. So details just how quickly things escalated between Metcalf and Anthony. An eyewitness told police that Metcalf asked Anthony to move from out under the tent that had been set up for members of his high school track team on that field that day. Anthony then reached into his bag, according to the eyewitness, and told Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." The eyewitness said Metcalf touched Anthony, at which time...
You see? So far, the only person touching people is Austin. The only person touching people is Austin. Nobody's touching Austin. I know why, because he's big. Nobody is touching Austin. He's saying, "Don't touch me." Because he's a big person, don't touch me. Even if he was small, he said, "Don't touch me." The Austin proceeds to touch him. Even his brother told you. He grabbed the book bag. He grabbed Carmelo's book bag. So that's why I said, because it's raining, I don't believe the book bag was on the ground. I believe the book bag was on Carmelo's person. So I believe he yanked the book bag from his body. So if that caused him to be disoriented, if that caused him to just be wobbling, whatever, okay, only God knows. But if it's raining and he's seeking refuge, why would he put his book bag on the ground? It's raining. The book bag had to be on his person. So Austin is touching people, grabbing book bags off of people's person. I'm going to have his brother say it again. I'm going to have his brother saying again.
At the track, we asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay, Austin grabbed his backpack. Even his brother is telling you, his brother, Austin, put hands on Carmelo. Did he ever say that Carmelo touched these people? Let's even assume he was talking reckless. No problem. He can talk reckless. He didn't touch you. The first person to touch, these people, first of all, they started this. They start this, they escalate this, and then they put their hands on people. Then they're told, "Don't touch me." They do it again. "Don't touch me." They do it again. These people not raised right. But then again, there's no father in the home. The mama divorced. Okay? Most likely raising her children by herself in the trailers. With some mobile home somewhere. But how many times do you have to tell a person, "Don't touch me," until they realize it's like, okay, I have to respect your space? Big ass people like this, a heavyweight. You got a lightweight, a feather lightweight, a middleweight, telling a heavyweight, "Don't touch me," multiple times. And he proceeds to keep touching him. And then they want you to believe that somehow Austin is not a bully. When you're that big and you're not aware of you know damn well you're big, and you go and you pick on smaller people, what does that make you? And like I said, he's not a police officer. He's not a coach. He's not a principal. He has no authority. Who is he to tell anybody to move anyways? And who is he to try to physically remove somebody in the rain? Who gave him that rain? Make it make sense. Foolishness. Let's go back to ABL. Oh, Lord.
Time Anthony allegedly told him to punch him and see what happens. According to the affidavit, Metcalf then went to physically move Anthony, which is when Anthony allegedly pulled a knife out of his bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and fled from the tent. Now, this is what it says right here. Okay, I'll link to it. This is a real thing. Okay, like, I'm not making this up. The local news, I got sources. So look, let me just say this before we get back to the video. I'm sitting under a tent at a high school track meet because it's raining. There's no assigned seats at a high school track meet. If you come up to me and tell me to move, you're trying to bully me.
Yes.
I say, "Hey, don't touch me. I'm reaching in the bag. Don't touch me." That's a warning right there.
Yes.
You know I got something, and you probably with your brother, your twin brother, and some other guys. I'm not trying to get beat up, jump. Don't touch me.
Yes.
He touches them. That's strike one.
Yes.
Hey, don't do it again.
Yes.
He does it again. Strike two.
Yes.
Now the fight happens.
Yes.
Some are going to say, "Well, look, ABL, don't you think that was over the top? Shouldn't have just been a regular fist fight?" Well, we could say that, sure. We could say it was over the top, absolutely. But guess what? If you don't touch me, if you respect my wishes to not be touched, then this doesn't happen.
Yes.
As simple as that. It's very simple. And you know what? I've said the same thing before. Matter of fact, we get back to the video in a minute, but remember this from 2023? I posted this September 30th, 2023. There was a YouTuber who got shot in the mall by a guy because the guy did not like the prank that he was trying to do on him. Let's watch this right quick, and then we're going to get back to the news out there in Dallas-Fort Worth. And I'm going to cut it right when the actual gun comes out, or when the gunshots ring out.
What's that?
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
No.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Get out of my business like half cent. Stop.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Stop.
Now, I cut that part out where the gunshot happened, but you can see right here, there's a gun in this man's hand, and he shoots the YouTuber. Now, the YouTuber did live, so shout out to him. But this man has a gun in a shopping mall and produces it and shoots the man. Now, I'm sure a shopping mall is a gun-free zone, right? The same way that a high school track meet might be a knife-free zone. But the guy who did this, the DoorDasher, minding his business with the gun, he did not get locked up. He beat that case. It was self-defense.
Okay. So you see how Jason Whitlock, the fat lord, was saying, "Oh, if there's a tape, so you won't be able to use self-defense. There's a tape." Isn't this a tape? Wasn't this whole thing recorded? Like the stuff that happened at the mall? Wasn't that recorded? Do you not see the young white man with a gun? He has a gun in his hand, right? And even here too, huh? When you look at this part, come right here. Come right here when they're a little closer. Hold on. Where's the part? Okay. Look at this look at this right here. Hold on, let me show you.
Or when the gunshots rang out.
What's that?
You see? Even here, look at this white man. Look at his height. Look at his height. The white boy with the white cap. Look at his height. Look at his height. And then there's two of them again. You see this foolishness? You see this foolishness? So even in this case, the guy, he came there to pick his food. So maybe that's his food. Maybe he's doing DoorDash. But today is not the day. Let this man get his food. Leave that man alone. This dude is way taller. This white guy is smaller. You see this foolishness? Now go. Let's keep going.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
No.
See, look right here. You see how tall he is? Look at the white hat. Look at this white man. Look at this white guy with the white hat. Look at this white man right here. Like, you're way taller. You're in his face. You put your phone in his face. The man came to the mall to pick up his food. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. You see? Don't put that in my face. You see that? Look at how tall he is. Do you even see how tall this is? This is crazy. Like, big people, tall people, stepping up to smaller people. It's not cool. It really is not cool. This is insanity. This is so disrespectful. This is not okay. You're big like this. You're shoving your phone in his face. That man went there. Yeah, they're so stupid. Okay? That man went there to pick up his food. Let him buy his food in peace. He didn't come to the mall for this foolishness. And you see, he's trying to walk away. The dude shoved the face somebody, something, your Twinkie. He's shoving it in his face. He's like, take that off my face. He keeps chasing behind this man. Like, what is this?
Stop.
Stop. You see, he's still chasing him. He's still chasing him.
Stop.
He said stop twice. So now he has the gun. You think that YouTuber, that white boy stopped? No, he kept going. So he shot his ass. Let's do it again. Let's watch it again. This is just ridiculous. So here they are. Look how tall he is. Look at this guy right here. And look at this. He's
When the gunshots rang out.
Look at how tall he is. Hold on, let me get out of here. Let me get out real quick. Y'all need to see how tall he is. He's right there. And his friend is right there. Look how tall this white boy is. Hold on.
What's that?
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
No.
Quit thinking about my
Get
twinkle.
out of my business, one half second. Stop.
Quit thinking about my twinkle.
Stop.
Now, I cut that part out where the gunshot happened, but you can see right here, there's a gun in this man's hand, and he shoots the YouTuber. Now, the YouTuber did live, so shout out to him. But this man has a gun in a shopping mall and produces it and shoots the man. Now, I'm sure a shopping mall is a gun-free zone, right? The same way that a high school track meet might be a knife-free zone. But the guy who did this, the DoorDasher, minding his business with the gun, he did not get locked up. He beat that case. It was self-defense.
Exactly.
And a lot of the comments under this, you can go to my page right now. I'll put it on my website. You can see the comments and what they say. FAFO, don't harass people.
Exactly.
But now I think things are just a tad bit different. Just a tad bit different. But let's get back to the video.
The murder suspect reportedly asked police on the scene if what happened could be considered self-defense and asking if the victim was going to be okay.
Okay,
you cannot put twin brother who was right there. But as I close, I want to say this. You cannot put your hands on people. You can't do it. We can say that it was an overreaction, and you're right about that.
No, they're not.
But I was always taught, hey, if you...
KARMELO did not overreact. He did not overreact. Because even in boxing, okay, he could have been killed, okay? He's from a featherweight, super featherweight, sorry. He's from a super featherweight, lightweight to possibly middleweight. Against a heavyweight and a bridgerweight, yeah, right. He did not overreact, okay? He did not overreact, okay? When you are this small, when you are this skinny, yeah, right. Make it make sense, okay? When you are this skinny, going against two big-ass people like this, he did not overreact. On top of that, it's happening in the rain on steps made out of concrete with metal bleachers. Like, these bleachers are made out of metal. He did not overreact. You don't know what you would have done. Okay? It didn't happen to you. So whatever. He did not overreact. Foolish, and they would have killed him. They would have killed him. And maybe they meant to kill him. We will never know. But they definitely meant to inflict damage on him.
Pick a fight with somebody. If you touch somebody first,
exactly,
then you can't really dictate or regulate the way that they react to you.
Okay. And then what does his brother say? Let's go back over here. Who touched who first? Who touched who first? Who touched who first? Let's listen. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can refresh this also. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Stop lying. Shut up. You don't know who you raised. I don't understand it. Girl, be quiet. Hold on, you guys. Let me stop sharing. Give me a second. My StreamYard is acting up. Give me a second. Okay. Let's start over.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay, what do you say? Who touched you?
Reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his back.
What do you say? Austin grabbed his backpack, right? So who touched who first? The heavyweight, the man that weighs 225 pounds is touching somebody who weighs 130 pounds. Who's the aggressor? His brother. Just because he's dead now does not mean he was not in the wrong. Please. Okay? Please. Let's go back over here. Say it again one time.
You can't do it. We can say that it was an overreaction, and you're right about that.
It wasn't.
But I was always taught, hey, if you pick a fight with somebody, if you touch somebody first, then you can't really dictate or regulate the way that they react to you. Keep your hands to yourself. That should be the lesson here. And I know people are not going to like that, but it's the truth. Same thing I said with the case in the mall. Okay, stop harassing people. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. I'm trying to leave. I'm giving you warnings. You're not leaving me alone. Okay, now the gun comes out. Some say it was over the top, but the jury of his peers said it was okay because they let him beat the case. That's kind of what happens. And then some are going to say that I'm defending this guy because he's black. Meanwhile, I defended Daniel Penny. And the Daniel Penny case was actually worse because Jordan Neely didn't attack anybody. He was just menacing like he was going to attack somebody. I said that Daniel Penny is a hero because he came in and restrained him to prevent him from crashing out, which he had done before. And unfortunately, Jordan Neely died, but that was not Daniel Penny's fault. The same way that if we get into a fight and then somebody gets hurt, it's not my fault if I was the one who was aggressed upon first. And I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what?
Okay. So now, because he said this, let me show you what happened. Let me show you what happened. Let me show you how these white racists have been attacking ABL.
Yeah, we back. Yeah, we back. Now, today's video is going to be a follow-up video to the ones I did on the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony story. Go check out my previous videos that I already dropped. I think I dropped like 2 or 3. Go check it out. We broke down the police report. I gave my thoughts on the situation, and I gave my commentary. So check those out first.
So, yeah, for y'all watching this is the brother's channel. Neferkare Desaline, that's his channel. So shout out to him. Let me thumbs up the video, okay? So y'all can go support him. Let me play the video now.
Before we jump into this one. But anyways, in today's video, I'm going to be talking about a fellow content creator, Anthony Brian Logan. And Anthony is what you would call a black conservative. He's a black conservative, media personality, content creator, etc., etc. Now, typically when it comes to black conservatives in the United States or even in Europe, typically when it comes to them, their thoughts are not original, right? They're simply parroting what they heard or the marching orders they were given by their white conservative overlords that dictate the propaganda, that dictate the narrative, right? They are simply a vessel, a vehicle used to promote the narrative given to them by those above them in the hierarchy. Now, in this case, in Austin Metcalf versus Carmelo Anthony, Anthony Brian Logan actually surprised me because to me, it looks like he went off script. Because instead of just, running with the propaganda and the narrative that was set from the beginning, he actually sat back and gave a critical analysis of the situation. And his audience is completely furious right now. His audience, man, it's crazy, man. But like I said, when it comes to these black conservative media personalities, you are not here to actually give your original thoughts. You are here to promote whatever narrative is the order of the day. And if you dare go off script, if you dare go against the narrative, then they turn against you immediately. And that's what I'm seeing here right now with Anthony.
And we know that it's true because let's go back to what's his boy Fuentes, right? We know what he's saying is true because if we go back to Nick Fuentes, what did he say? It's true. It's a script. They look. Let's Nick Fuentes say it again.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Child. So you can see why he said he was shocked, because it really is a narrative. These black conservatives, they're told what to say. Okay? So let him say it again.
It's crazy, man. But like I said, when it comes to these black conservative media personalities, you are not here to actually give your original thoughts.
Exactly.
You are here to promote whatever narrative is the order of the day.
Yeah.
And if you dare go off script, if you dare go against the narrative, then they turn against you immediately. And that's what I'm seeing here right now with Anthony Brian Logan, right? Anyway, take a look up on the screen. Now, just so y'all don't get confused between Carmelo Anthony and Anthony Brian Logan, I'm going to refer to Anthony Brian Logan as ABL because I don't want y'all to get confused. Now, at the top, ABL said this. So Anthony gave Metcalf 2 warnings to not touch him, and he did it anyway? And somebody responded and said, yes, so we killed him. Nice kid, huh? Can you see your own son acting like this? And ABL said, I would tell my son not to be a bully and not pick fights with people. Now, I'm seeing a lot of the white conservatives try to analyze or psychoanalyze Carmelo Anthony, the suspect in this case, but they always try to leave out so much critical information.
Exactly.
For example, Carmelo Anthony, 130-pound teenager, standing about 5'9". Austin Metcalf, football player, over 6 feet tall, over 225 pounds, and his brother, the same body type, right?
So it's giving this. Where's my picture? Like he's saying, so look at this, right? 130. Okay, it's giving this, right? It's also giving this. It's also giving this. That's why you say they love to leave out the key details, right? Because white people always love a narrative. They love a narrative, right? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all these skinny ass people like this, right? Why is somebody that's considered a heavyweight? Why is someone that is considered one is considered a heavyweight, the other one considered a bridge weight? Why are they fighting small people from super lightweight all the way to middleweight? For what reason? For what reason? If it's not that they're bullies. They're bullies. Nobody was being threatened. It's raining. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Why do they have so much energy? They're a bunch of bullies. Exactly. Okay, and we know that why, because even the brother said it. Oh no, you guys, I'm gonna keep replaying these videos. Here's the brother. They're the ones who caused the escalation. Let's go. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Hopefully y'all saw this. Oh, you, Aaron, go take care of your Mexican kids. Go fight against deportation orders. You're so annoying. Okay. Let me start over because my thing went out. Sorry, let's start over. Okay. And we know that, okay, so let me show you this again, right? Like I said, here are people that weigh 130. Okay? 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, 130. These are really, really small people, right? Austin, he's at 250, 225. This guy is 250. Two people like this against someone like this. This guy weighs 115. How does that even make sense? And we know that they are the ones who approached him, and we know that they are the ones who escalated this, right? Let's listen to the brother. Let's listen to this one. Let's go. Austin grabbed his backpack. There you go. Austin putting his hands on people, touching people, right? Because he knows he's bigger. He knows. Yes. Because who touched who first? Austin touched him. Austin did. Can you hear me now or no? Can you hear me? I don't know. Because I don't know where you are. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Can you hear me or no, you can't hear me? Can you hear or no? You're probably falling asleep. Let me start over. Hold on. Stop the screen. Let me stop everything. Let me stop sharing. Let's start over. Hold on. Hopefully you can hear me again because I don't know. Okay, hold on. My StreamYard has a lot of issues, yeah. But can you hear the video? It's okay, I can do it again. It's fine.
Like I said, man, but I'm surprised by ABL actually taking the position of logic and actually analyzing the situation instead of simply regurgitating whatever propaganda or narrative is being said. Now, take a look up on the screen. ABL went on to say, all you need to do is leave people alone. There was no reason to engage with the kid at all. Critical information. For example, Carmelo Anthony, 130-pound teenager, standing about 5'9". Austin Metcalf, football player, over 6 feet tall, over 225 pounds, and is
okay. So then I said, here are young people who weigh 130. 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, 130. They're really, really small. It's like this. So this Russian boxer, he is 250. So, but Austin is not too far from his weight class, okay? 250 versus 215. How's that fair? How's that even fair? So now let's get back to the video. Okay? And we know, and we also know, let me go back over here. Let me make sure it's still on, okay? Jab. And okay, so now let's see who touched who first. Let's go.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack.
Okay. So he's telling you that his brother touched him. He was talking reckless. Did he touch you with his words? No. He was aggressive, whatever you say. Did he touch you? No. Who ended up touching people? Your brother. Your brother. Okay? So his brother instigated this. He made it physical. So let's get back over here.
his brother, the same body type, right? They approached Carmelo. They instigated a verbal altercation. Yep. They escalated to a physical altercation, right? But somehow we are psychoanalyzing the character of Carmelo Anthony, the one who was approached and assaulted and aggressed upon. Like I said, man, but I'm surprised by ABL actually taking the position of logic and actually analyzing the situation instead of simply regurgitating whatever propaganda or narrative is being set. Now, take a look up on the screen. ABL went on to say, all you need to do is leave people alone. There was no reason to engage with the kid at all. But this is why I cannot be around some people, because you all do not understand this concept. You want to do whatever you want without any consequences. And that's a fact. And that goes back to my video that I did when I talked about Austin Metcalf and the dangers of how white boys are raised. Like I told you, I've seen it growing up as a teenager, my white associates. There's no respect. They really believe they could do whatever they want, right? Raising a voice against their own mother. Getting physically violent with their own father. I've seen it. Some of them really believe they can do whatever they want. Now let's continue. This person said at the top, I find it ridiculous that everyone is discussing their race when there are no indications that race had anything to do with it. And then ABL said this, because Matt Walsh and others had poisoned the well from the beginning, which is why the story went viral. Now that's a fact. And that's why I started covering the story. Originally, I wasn't even going to cover this topic because it really, two teenagers, they had a physical altercation. It unfortunately ended tragically. I mean, it happens all the time. I wasn't going to cover this story at all. But when I seen certain white conservative bloggers like Matt Walsh, among many others, right, trying to racialize it, trying to politicize it, that's when I jumped in, right? When I seen all these white conservative bloggers start talking about we need to purge black men from civilization, and then I seen them psychoanalyzing young black men and all this nonsense, right? Meanwhile, if you watch my previous videos, you saw how fast it was for me to find several news articles from just last year alone of white men engaging in all type of barbaric behavior, kidnapping little black girls, keeping them shacked up in their basement, chopping up black women, dumping them in the ocean. But you didn't see any of these same white conservative media personalities open their mouth when those news stories were in the headlines. In fact, a lot of those news stories never even hit the national news, right? But they wanted to blow this one story up for their own nefarious reasons. And that,
if you don't know what he's referring to, let me play this video for you guys. Let me make sure I'm still on. This is what he's referring to. But I'll cover more of this because tomorrow I'll make a video talking about why first-degree murder is an overcharge. But today we're going to do today we're doing like self-defense, right? And why that actually holds.
About the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. Police say Robinson was murdered and dismembered 4 months ago after going on a date with alleged killer Maxwell Anderson. CBS 58's Daniela Cotto obtained some newly unsealed search warrants and shares some disturbing details.
In these pages, there's a confidential informant who told police they had been friends with Maxwell Anderson for years and claims Anderson told them he was plotting to kill Sade Robinson about a month before her death. Still photos captured on video at Milwaukee's Twisted Fisherman show Sade Robinson sitting next to Maxwell Anderson on April 1st before leaving together. Robinson was never seen again, but body parts began showing up along the lakefront in Cudahy and in Illinois. Newly unsealed documents say an informant told police that they were at Anderson's residence on the evening of March 5th, and that Anderson allegedly told them he had met Sade Robinson recently and had plans to kill her. Intending to, quote, bring Robinson to his residence, pulling a handgun on her and bringing her down the basement. Adding, quote, he then planned on shooting Robinson and then dismember her body in the room that they were in and would be disposing Robinson's body throughout the city. The informant also says they observed 3 saws in Anderson's basement. Other documents reveal new details from the day Anderson was arrested. Investigators observed a stain resembling human blood in Anderson's vehicle and then at his residence. Investigators say they found human blood on bedding and on walls leading down to the basement. They also found several gasoline containers in the garage storage area. Anderson has been charged with first-degree intentional homicide and mutilating a corpse. He has pled not guilty. The trial is set to begin in December.
Okay, tomorrow we'll talk about, and this is why, because he met her and he took a month to plan killing her. He was planning how he was going to kill her over a month, right? And so for them to charge KARMELO with first-degree murder when they didn't even know each other, they met that day, racial bias. But tomorrow we're going to cover that. Hold on. Let me play this video. Hold on.
High-profile homicide was planned, and the accused killer confided in someone.
Fox 6's Durante Matthews joins us here in the studio with new details from an informant.
That's right, Mary and Ted. Sade Robinson was killed and dismembered back in April, and new search warrants say the man accused of killing her had her death planned out weeks in advance. In these 180-plus pages, police describe a plot to kill Sade Robinson. Family members say this makes them see the case in a new way.
This fuels my rage, knowing somebody else could have stopped this, and they didn't.
Newly released search warrants say almost a month before Sade's death, her accused killer, Maxwell Anderson, told a confidential informant he planned to kill her. The informant says on March 5th, Anderson took them to his basement. The informant described seeing 3 saws, a sanitation sink, and a room covered from the floor to the ceiling in plastic painter tarp. The informant says Anderson told them he recently met Sade and planned to shoot her in the basement, dismember her body, and dispose it throughout Milwaukee.
Why would this guy feel so comfortable to tell you his plans in the first place?
Surveillance images from April 1st show Sade and Anderson on a date together at Twisted Fisherman. Investigators say the two went back to Anderson's home that night. The next day, Sade's car was torched. Her severed leg was later found at Wanamar Park.
You have to be a very demonic individual to do something like this.
Anderson has pleaded not guilty to homicide, mutilation, and arson charges. Documents show police spoke to the informant 2 weeks after Sade's death.
After the fact doesn't do me any justice because it doesn't bring my daughter back.
Records also claim another woman went on a date with Anderson in February. She says Anderson asked her back to his home. She believed he drugged her drink. Sade's father says his daughter's death still doesn't feel real.
I called a pizza shuttle just to hear her voice because they got on the answering machine. I talked to her every morning.
And Sade's father wants to know why the informant didn't say anything ahead of her death. Police did not outline a reason in these court documents. We also just received a message from Sade's family's attorney requesting that there be no venue change for Anderson's case. You can see that full message over on our website, fox6now.com.
Okay, so this is what he's referring to. And so when this white boy planned to murder this black girl and he proceeded to dismember her, it's funny how Matt Walsh remained quiet. That's why he said he's a Christian. He's such a racist. Black women really need to leave these animals alone. They're always on TikTok trying to glamorize white boys, lobster and pasta, lobster and pasta. It's a lot of these lobsters out here killing people. Okay? It's a lot of these so-called lobsters, crustaceans that are out here killing people. So you gotta be very careful. Okay, but when white boys kill people, even the young girl for spring break, she was with the white boy on the beach, that little Indian girl, and she went missing. Now she's dead. And also with that too, Matt Walsh is quiet, and they're gonna tell you then oh, I'm not a racist, I'm just a white Christian. Yeah, right. Let's keep going. We'll talk about first-degree murder tomorrow. I got time. We got like 2 separate videos. It'll be too long.
That's when I jumped on the story. That's when I started covering the story. Now, let's continue. ABL said this: the only reason the Track Kid story got any traction is because online grifters promoted it as a way to get money from rage bait by turning it into a white victim, black aggressor situation. No different than the mainstream media did with George Floyd, just with reverse racists.
And it would make sense also why Matt Walsh is a grifter. Because if you guys don't know this, right? Daily Wire is about to file for bankruptcy. Okay, Daily Wire is about to file for bankruptcy. Okay. So there are reports suggesting the company is facing financial difficulties and is considering filing for bankruptcy. Okay. So it could be that they are desperately trying to make money. Because that's why I can see why, what's his name, Matt will do that. Because, Matt got 6 kids. His wife doesn't work. Matt Walsh, his wife does not work. They have 6 children. 6 children. So think about what that costs. Plus paying for college, like when they go to college. So Matt Walsh, he has a lot of financial burden. Like he has a lot to be responsible for. So if the Daily Wire goes out of business, what is he going to do? Because they do everything for him. They do his studio, his lighting, his editing. They write his show. Like, he just shows up. They take care of everything. They post the content. They do the shorts. They do the TikTok. They do everything for him. Because working at the Daily Wire, it's like a concierge service. Like you show up and they take care of everything, right? So if he loses his job with 6 kids, And he's never built his own studio. He's never had to edit his own content. So I can see why he's desperate for money. He's desperate for views. Okay? Because he's not getting a lot of views. So I'm like, it makes lots of sense. But let's keep going. Hold on. Stop sharing. Give me a second. My thing died again. But hopefully you saw, right? The Daily Wire is going broke. Let me share again. Okay. Yeah, they're about to go broke. They even fired their CEO because Candace makes more views than all of them. Even Ben Shapiro. Ben is struggling with his views. He's really struggling. So let's go back to my other video. Let's go back here.
Like ABL turned into a woke bitch. Unbelievable. I'm so sick of these fake conservatives, right? You see, like I said, man, as a black conservative, you're not allowed to really give your original thoughts, right? Your authentic thoughts. You have to toe the line. You have to promote the narrative that was given to you. And if you dare go off script, look how fast they disrespect you. But when
Okay. Once again, let's hear from Nick Fuentes himself.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a black person to give them credibility.
Okay. So, okay. He ain't lying though. Let's go.
whenever you parrot their narrative, whenever you push their narrative, they gas you up. Oh man, he's one of the good ones. Oh, I like him. You know, he's one of the good blacks, right? But as soon as you decide to simply just go off script and just give your original thoughts and just be original for 2 seconds, now all of a sudden, oh, look at this woke bitch. Like I said, man, that's the reality of being a so-called black conservative in Western civilization. Now, anyway, let's continue. ABL responded to him and said this is what y'all do. You attack someone and then act like the victim when a person retaliates. Now, listen, I was shocked to see ABL take this stance because I've seen all the other black conservatives, man, they got on their knees and was kissing white feet. Man, listen, they were like, yes, white man. Yes, he's a violent savage. The violent black savage is yes. But ABL was like, no, you're not about to outnumber somebody. You outsize somebody, right? 130 pounds to 225 pounds, and you over 6 feet tall, and I'm 5'9", and nah. Because you see, when it comes to ABL is actually an authentic conservative. I don't think ABL is one of those conservatives that's just doing it for the money. I really think that he lives that conservative lifestyle, you know, family unit, you know, husband and wife, and, you know, you got the gun in the house, and, you know, we own land out in Virginia. He's really an American black man, right? He's from Tennessee and Virginia, like the old colonial states, right? He's really an American, for real. So I really think that ABL is a true conservative. And I believe that ABL in that situation, he's thinking like, if I was approached and assaulted by guys who outsized me, damn near double my size, right? Due to the fact that ABL is a true conservative, you know, believe in the Second Amendment and all that, ABL would have backed out his firearm and would have blew them guys away. So he's thinking from the perspective of a true conservative, right? You see the white conservatives that are getting angry at him, they're not thinking it from the perspective of a true conservative. They're thinking it from the perspective of race, because that was the narrative from the beginning. The narrative from the beginning was these violent black savages are out of control, right? And we are under attack from the violent black savages. But unfortunately for them,
Or they said that Carmelo had a ski mask on, that he didn't even go there, he didn't belong there. He had a ski mask on, and he intentionally went to the tent of the, what's it called? What's the high school again? What's the high school called, y'all? I have the logo here somewhere. What's this called? No. Child, what is that school called? I have the logo somewhere. Where is it at? Oh yeah, Memorial High School. There you go, right? Like, oh, he doesn't go to Memorial High School, and he sat under their tent, try to trigger these white kids. He had a face mask on and things like that. It's like, are you people actually okay? What are we even talking about?
that narrative ended up crumbling under its own weight because we ended up finding out that the so-called violent savages were the ones who were actually initiating the verbal altercation, escalated into a physical altercation, and on top of that, you decided to outnumber somebody, gang up on somebody, when both of you are double his size. So any authentic conservative can look at this case, and you don't got to think too hard about it. It's an unfortunate scenario, but we can see who was the aggressor, we can see who was looking for trouble, and we can see who was minding his business, and we can see who stood his ground. Now let's continue. ABL went on to say, do not put your hands on someone if they are not bothering you. Now, isn't it crazy that we have to give these lessons to grown men and women? Like, ABL is lecturing grown men and women, a bunch of white men and women who are like 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, and ABL has to talk to them like they're in the first grade. Keep your hands to yourself. And then when you look in the comment section, you actually have people trying to push back against them. Like, ABL is just saying, listen, just respect everybody, keep your hands to yourself, and his audience in the comment section going crazy. Like, they're actually like, no, I don't want to keep my hands to myself. I'm not obligated to keep my hands to myself. And if I do want to violate your personal space, if I do want to assault you, you're only allowed to use a certain amount of force that I authorize for you to use. Exactly. And even now, with the information that has come out, where we know that Austin and his brother were ganging up on Carmelo, we know the size difference between the two boys. You still have the white conservative crowd still pushing on with the agenda, right? Because in their mind, even if Austin was the aggressor, Carmelo should have allowed himself to be violated. Essentially, you should have allowed yourself to be humiliated. You should have allowed Austin to, teach you a lesson. Get out of my tent. Get out of here, little guy, right? You should have allowed Austin to talk to you and treat you that way. And you should have allowed him to go home, right? That is how the white conservatives really think. I can go around disrespecting anybody I want, talking to anybody, any way I want, grabbing people up, pushing them this way and that way, violating all types of freedom and liberties given to them from the Constitution, and I should be allowed to evade the consequences scot-free and go home to my family. But that's not how the real world works. That's not how reality works, right? Just like I should be able to go to the most rundown slum in the world with all my jewelry on and not be assaulted and accosted. But that's not how the real world works. That's not how reality works. So I'm going to put my jewelry away. I'm going to keep it away, locked away in my safe in my room. And I'm not going to go outside into the slums, decked out in all my jewelry, right?
I want to play this one video because this really speaks on the matter. Hold on. Let me talk. Let's watch this video because this entitlement that they have to put their hands on black people is very concerning. Let's go see the GOAT. Let's talk to the GOAT. Let the GOAT come in because we need him today. Oh, hold on, you guys. Hold on. Stop sharing. Okay. Sorry, my computer. I don't have enough RAM.
What's interesting is that members of the Nation of Islam have not used violence even when black Americans were attacked. How do you account for this? Does this in any way contradict some of the basic premises of your movement?
I don't know how you mean.
Well, you maintain, for example, that you will not or that you should not use violence unless you are attacked by the white man. And I think we can note in the last several years, certainly, dozens and dozens and dozens of instances in which Negroes have been attacked, killed in some instances.
You mean in these demonstrations?
The demonstrations and the bombing.
Well, and isn't it funny how during those times, white people were not keeping, isn't it funny how during those times, white people were not keeping track of crime statistics? Okay. Bye, Kevin. Isn't it funny how in those times, white people were not keeping up, they weren't keeping track of crime statistics. They weren't keeping up of crime statistics per ethnic group, per gender, and this, and that, right? Isn't it funny? So at those times, were they keeping up track to say, oh, wow, like, we're killing a lot of black people. We are murdering a lot of black people. Of course not. Of course not. Right? What was the crime rate of white boys at that time? We will never know. We will never know. We'll never know.
For example, recently in Birmingham, where they killed 4 little Negro girls. And what interests me is the fact is that the Nation of Islam has not done anything to retaliate.
I think you should be happy.
The important thing is, does your lack of action contradict any of your basic principles?
I'll explain it. You should be happy that Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration, and believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street who is beatnik-like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate, and we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believed that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real when they talked about integration, we would integrate. And knowing that the law was on our side, and any effort we made to demonstrate toward integration, why, we would know the law should be on our side, if it's the law of the land. If it is the law of the land, then the demonstrators are within the law, and the discriminators are against the law. But to show you the hypocrisy of the law, when Negroes demonstrate for integration, instead of arresting the discriminators, the law arrests the demonstrators.
Per usual.
So this is a foolish move on the part of Negroes.
It's like instead of arresting the aggressor, they arrest the victim. Per usual. This is what we have between Austin and Hunter and Carmelo, right? The bullies, oh my gosh, feel sorry for them. The victim arrest the person, overcharge the person, give excessive bail, and have these goofy ass black conservatives who are all a bunch of paid shields run the disgusting narrative about this boy. Sick AF.
And when you foolishly get yourself involved with an enemy, then whatever comes upon you, that's your business. As Muslims, we believe that separation is the best way and the only sensible way, not integration. And but on the other hand, when we see our people being brutalized by white bigots, white racists, we think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on him.
Should other black men help that particular person who was attacked?
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to.
Okay. So also, if you don't know what he's referring to,
If we know nothing else about Trump, he's
sorry, I'm not sure hearing me out. If you don't know like what he was referring to, there were 4 black girls at a church and they were bombed, they were killed. Okay. So these 4 black girls were murdered by whites in a church. Okay.
Was one of the darkest days in the civil rights movement.
Hold on.
4 young black girls, aged 11 to 14.
Y'all can see this, right? Okay, cool.
4 young black girls, aged 11 to 14, were killed when a bomb exploded at the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. The girls had more than 20 other churchgoers were injured in the blast. It was the largest black church in Birmingham, a focal point in the African American community. It served as a meeting place for civil rights organizers.
Okay, I don't know if this is copyrighted, but so 4 black girls, they pretty much, these white boys went to the church and they set the church, they threw bombs in there, but they want to tell you that Muslim kids are terrorists. A boy named Mohammed bin Salim is a terrorist. No, a boy named Brett Thompson is a terrorist, right? This is what they do. They've always killed black children. So it's like, it's nothing new. Okay. So this is what they do. So this is what they were referring to. That's why he asked them, how come the Nation of Islam did not retaliate? And then Malcolm X said, you're lucky they did not. Consider yourself lucky. See, they like to always make it sound black people are such savages. If black people wanted to really be savages, white people would not come out of their homes. They love to say some foolishness. Foolishness. Now let's go back to this video.
Because I'm intelligent. Just like I would not go up to a stranger who I'm double their size and outnumber them and try to punk them and push them out into the rain and physically move them and assault them and then think that I'm going to be allowed to evade the consequences and go home to my family, right? Because I'm aware of the unknown consequences, I'm going to keep my hands to myself. I'm going to mind my business. I'm going to go home to my family, and I'm not going to get into a physical or verbal altercation with somebody I never met because I'm intelligent, and that's why I'm still alive. Now, ABL went on to say, I was always taught to never pick fights with people because in part, there is no way for you to predict or regulate their reaction. People can talk about how much the other person overreacted, but after the smoke clears, that will not bring you back to life. That's a fact. That's a fact. You cannot control how the other person reacts. And I think, honestly, let's have a candid conversation. I think because in American society, I think that because white men and white women have been able to regulate our reactions to their aggression for so long, where they've been able to violate us in the most obscene ways and not suffer the true consequences for their actions. So I think that's been embedded in their spirit. I think that's been embedded into their mentality to where they believe that's how the world should be. Because imagine, brother, you a black man living in the year, 1926 or 1844, right? And imagine all the aggression and the disrespect that our predecessors had to overlook and had to just brush off their shoulder, right? To where now these guys in the modern day is damn near encoded into their spirit, where they believe they can aggress upon you and you are obligated to just, dust it off your shoulder, right? Just brush it off your shoulder. So now that mentality has been encoded into their spirit because that is how their societies were ran for so long. And these mentalities and thought processes get passed down through the generations. Now, let's continue. ABL went on to say, if I'm minding my business and you approach me and put your hands on me, then it is you who is looking for the fight, not me. Some of y'all cannot grasp that concept, and this is why I cannot be around most people. This person responded and said, the reason why he did not use his hands is because he's a coward, which is what your entire race is built upon, cowardice. Austin would have disintegrated him. So this guy says that the entire black race is a race built on cowardice because Carmelo Anthony, 130 pounds, 5'9", should have went toe-to-toe, mano-a-mano in a boxing match against 2 guys who are over 6 feet tall, over 225 pounds. And
mind you, even in boxing, per their weight, they never would have went one-on-one. Even in boxing, okay? You're not about to go put somebody that weighs 130 pounds, super featherweight, lightweight, go fight somebody that's a heavyweight at 200 pounds or more, 225. or a bridge weight. It's not going to happen. So even in boxing, it wouldn't have been mano a mano. So if you want to kill somebody, just say that. If you want to murder somebody, just say that. If you want to kill someone, just say that. Okay? Because even in boxing, it never would have been one-on-one. It never would have happened. So what are we talking about? If it's not murder, you wanted to kill him.
Because Carmelo refused to engage with them, you know, mano a mano, throw their hands in a boxing match, the entire race, the entire black race in his mind is a race of cowards. But Austin Metcalf and his brother, right, the two guys who are double Carmelo size, they're not cowards for picking on somebody who's 130 pounds, 5'9". You could probably, like I said before, you could probably pick him up and throw him over your back. You could probably throw him with one hand. But the two guys ganging up on somebody tiny, they're not cowards. But Carmelo Anthony, taking shelter under the tent, under the pouring rain, he's a coward because he doesn't want to fight somebody who's double his size. Two people double his size. Like I said, man, the illogic in the argument. There's no logic in this argument. Because a tiny guy doesn't want to fight two football players, the entire black race is a race of cowards. My God, this is the level of intelligence we are dealing with. Like I said, man, what are they teaching these young white boys at their house, in their households? No. What are they teaching them? Like I said, they have no respect for nobody, man. No respect in this culture. No respect for this culture. No respect for the elders. No respect for your fellow citizens. No respect for women and children and animals. No respect for nobody. Now, keep in mind, these are the exact same people that if you stepped on their lawn, they would go and grab their guns. They would go grab their weapons if you step on their lawn, if you step on their yard, right? But meanwhile, they're talking about a tiny guy should have fought two football players. Like I said, man, these guys are not being honest. They're not dealing in good faith, man. Let's continue. This person said, "You're better than this, ABL." Now, what did ABL do or say that's so wrong? The only thing ABL said was keep your hands to yourself, respect everybody, you know, just be smart, be intelligent. You can't really predict how the other person is going to react, right? ABL is giving some life lessons that you should have got as children. And they're telling him, oh, you're a monkey, you're better than this, you're from a race of cowards. Like I said, man, I feel bad for y'all black conservative media personalities. You have to pander to these low-life scum like this. Low-life scum. This your audience full of low-life scum. Let's continue. This person said, thank you for showing who you are. Just another black grifter who will side with thugs because you're the same color. How is Carmelo a thug? I'm 130 pounds. These dudes is 220 pounds, 6 feet tall. I'm 5'9", bro. I'm a track star, bro. These dudes are some football, big brolic dudes lifting weights. Why? How am I the thug? Because they assaulted me and I didn't.
And look at this video, y'all. I don't know if I can play it all, but hold on. Is my stuff on? Okay, I'm still here, y'all. Look at this video. Y'all remember this video? There are so many videos like this of white kids beating up their mamas. Look.
They will put handcuffs on you.
I was getting your attention. I did this. I was tapping your arm with my elbow, and you went like that.
I had told you on more than one occasion that I wasn't putting the volume down.
Well, you know what? I kept asking because it was driving me crazy.
So then you decided to do this, and after the second one, I gave you one back as a way to say, stop it.
So you said that's enough?
Jesus Christ. Y'all remember this episode? He smacked his mama. Let me see what the part where he slaps you up. These white kids are so scared. Remember where is it where he smacked his mama? Hold on. Because he hit her. Where did he hit that lady? I want to get this. Child, this little boy hit his mama. Do y'all remember? Oh my gosh, what part he hit the lady? I was like, how can this little boy hit his mom like this? Look at it was like watching two elders argue. I was like, oh, let me talk to my mom like this. I wouldn't have any teeth. Okay, the lack of parenting since he was a top. This little boy. Do y'all remember this little boy? I need to see the part where he hits the lady. Because he put his hands on her. He smacked her. Yo, hold on. I'm going to find this part where he did it. Just yelling at his mother like she's a... These white kids are just insane. He hits his mom and then he gaslights his mom. What the hell?
He was treating you nicely. I'm just trying to be nice to you. That's mean. I just really need somewhere to stay other than with my mom.
Jesus. Do y'all remember this episode? Do you remember that episode He slapped his mom. It was a doctor for that little boy smacked the lady. I said, this kid is crazy. Maybe they made sure not to put the slap on TV. He just beats her up. Unbelievable. I mean, there's so many videos like this. They just beat their moms. It's on TikTok. They just beat their mothers. Stop sharing. Hold on. They beat their parents. They're crazy. They are really, really crazy. They beat their parents. This is crazy.
Let's continue. This person said, I'm really hoping that somebody hacked your account.
What?
Now, listen, ABL did not say anything controversial, man, but just because he is not simply towing the line and pushing the propaganda and running with the narrative, all of a sudden, oh, you must be hacked. You're better than this, ABL. I can't believe you. Oh, you're a monkey. Oh, bro, it's crazy. This person said, oh my God, can we seriously send all the blacks back to Africa? If you're one of the smart blacks, then you are all way too dumb to live in white society. Go dance around naked, hiding from the lions in the mud huts. This person said, get some sleep. You're not thinking rationally right now. I would not make a video on this story if I were you. You are not in your right mind right now. Now, like I said, ABL did not say anything controversial. He said something that really should be common sense. But because he said that, all of a sudden this guy telling him, get some sleep. You're not thinking rationally. You're not in your right mind. You're going crazy, right? Because as a black conservative, you're supposed to be my talking head. You're supposed to be basically my sock puppet, right? You're supposed to push my narrative with a black face. So because you're not pushing my narrative with a black face, this guy said, get some sleep. You're not in your right mind. The disrespect. See, that's why when it comes to me, when it comes to my content, I only want to target my people.
And why? Let Nick Fuentes say it. Let him say it again one more time.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a black person to give them credibility. And if you can't see that, then you're just as ignorant as BLM. If you can't see that, if you can't be honest with yourself about that, you're just as ignorant as the marchers. As a matter of fact, you are as ignorant as the marchers. Just another ignorant crybaby. And you know what? I have no hatred. I really don't.
Oh, yeah, right. Anyways, let's carry on. Let's go back to our video. Let's get back to our video. Let's go.
Only make content for my people. I only talk to my people. I don't even talk to other groups, right? Now, I know I got other groups, other people that follow me, other, different nationalities, but my content, my channel is for black men and women. That's it. When I make my videos, I act like nobody else is in the audience because I don't even give a fuck what y'all got going on. I don't even care what y'all think. Let's continue. This person said at the top, it would be nice if we could just have a country for blacks and a country for whites. I don't know why blacks need to live around us. And then ABL responded and said, your ancestors imported us from Africa to live right next to you for 250 years, yet you ask us why we need to live around you. Oh damn, ABL get into his bag. ABL get into his ABL get into his black nationalist bag. Let's continue. The person responded at the top and they said this: my ancestors are not Jewish, but there is literally nothing preventing you from founding a country in Africa and not letting any white people in. Why would you choose to live around your former slave masters? And then ABL responded and said, I've been here longer than you, since the original Virginia, before it became West Virginia. Where are you from? Poor European refugees? I'm not going anywhere. This is my country. Now, time out. Time out. Now, ABL said, listen, watch who you talking to. Watch your mouth, right? ABL said, listen, I'm really a son of the soil, right? I'm really from here, right? I've been here since the British colonies, right? You a damn European refugee. You just got here yesterday. Watch your damn mouth. Now, listen, shout out to ABL. I mean, that's a fact. A lot of these so-called white conservatives, you're not even a real white American for real. You just got here the other day. You're not from the founding fathers. You're not from the original stock of the white American, the white colonist who was here back in 1699. You're not even from here for real. You a damn European migrant. You a dusty European booty scratcher from Europe. You a European refugee. Watch your damn mouth when you're talking to the black man, bro. You a damn migrant, bro. You're not from original American stock. Man, these dudes, we got to really start putting some of these white conservatives in check, man. You just got here back in like 1934. Watch your damn mouth, bro. And some of these so-called white conservatives, they're not even, some of them is like Mexicans and Latinos as well, and, you know, Indians and Asians. A lot of these conservatives is like minorities as well, trying to kiss white ass, right? So like I said, man, ABL is well within his rights to, you know, flex his muscle on y'all, because ABL is a real American black man. He's a real authentic American black man. Anyway, let's continue. ABL went on to say, this is why I cannot be around certain people. They will pick a fight with you and then call the police when you do something to them. Leave people alone and you can avoid conflict. Exactly. We can have an argument about the knife, but I've seen people die from one punch.
Exactly.
This person responded and said, exactly. Punches kill too. Exactly. This is why the fake outrages get it to me. Exactly. Wait till all the facts come out. Was he provoked? Was it self-defense? Was it bullying gone wrong? Nobody knows at this point. And I agree. Nobody knows. That's why I was so shocked and taken aback when I seen immediately, even before the facts came out, before the arrest report came out, before any investigation was conducted, you already had all the white conservative bloggers trying to frame a narrative before they even had the narrative. And then unfortunately for them, it blew up in their face. Unfortunately for them, it blew up in their face. It is what it is, man. You know, an unfortunate situation, but a learning lesson can be extracted from all this, right? A teachable moment can be extracted from all this, right? Lessons that we should have been taught as children. You know, sometimes, you know, we can take the hardship or maybe the trials and tribulations of others and take those lessons and apply them to our daily lives. Now, like I said, when it comes to the white conservatives, there's really no logic with them. There's no rationalizing with them, because in their mind, because they've been accustomed to be able to disrespect us for so long with no consequences, you know, it's going to take some time for them to get adjusted to actually operating and engaging with us as human beings. So, you know, like I said, it's going to take a while to decode all of that programming that's been embedded in the society for so long. And unfortunately, you know, it's just unfortunate. But anyway.
So here's this brother's channel, because he has great videos. You need to go support him. He has great videos. We'll watch more videos. But even, let me play Tim, because Tim also defended.
It's a hell 1860 ABL. Remember how they did ABL in my video the other day? Oh my goodness. This person said,
he clearly chose murder than to walk away, cut and dry here. Nope, wrong. Imagine you are invited to a party at someone else's house and you are legally carrying a firearm. And then a fight breaks out and or like an altercation breaks out between you and some guy, and, you know, there's drinking involved or whatever. I'm not trying to make a 1-for-1 scenario. I'm trying to create a potential scenario separate from this one with similarities. You go to a party. Let's say you go to a party and some guy starts saying stuff like, yo, man, get out of here. And you're like, I can do what I want. I was invited to the party. Verbal altercation escalates. And then the dude, you're standing there and you pull your sweater back and you've got a gun. And you put your hand up and say, don't come close to me, bro. I'm warning you right now. Do not come close. Do not take another step. Then the guy grabs your arm and makes a move. So you draw your weapon and you use it. Okay. Make the argument. You have no right to defend yourself when you're being attacked by a guy. Make the argument. By all means, go ahead and do so. I ain't going to do it. I don't know the circumstances. You can argue that you're in a place you're not supposed to be. You can argue it's that guy's house, and it doesn't matter. A guy can invite you into your neighbor could be like, come on over, brother. And then if he gets physical with you, you can defend yourself. Okay, make the argument. You have no right to defend yourself when you're being attacked by a guy. Make the argument. By all means, go ahead and do so. I ain't going to do it.
All right, we back. Now.
And it's kind of crazy because when it comes to Tim Pool, he has 1.4 million subs. And he's siding with KARMELO because he took his time to actually like ask meaningful questions. But you have all these goofy ass black conservatives with their stupid channels. Like they don't even have millions of followers. They barely get any views. And they're doing the very most. Okay? One time for Nick Fuentes. Child, one time.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white, so there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. And everybody's sick of it, especially in the conservative space, that blacks have had it easy. It is, and I don't doubt that he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's a sincere person. I'm sure he's genuine. But you are playing by a different set of rules, pal. You have training wheels on. You think you've earned it? Everything you have. Take a look around at your studio, your contract, your employees. If you said the stuff that you said as a white person, your ass would be fucking gone. And everybody knows that. You're on Blaze hosting E. Michael Jones talking about the Jews. It's a good fucking thing you're black, because if you weren't, you would have been fired like Elijah Schaffer. You would have been fired like every other white person. Everybody knows that. Take a good look at everything around you, because you did not compete to get that. You got it because people feel sorry. People don't want to be called racist. They feel sorry. They need a black person to give them credibility. And if you can't see that, then you're just as ignorant as BLM. If you can't see that, if you can't be honest with yourself about that, you're just as ignorant as the marchers. As a matter of fact, you are as ignorant as the marchers. Just another ignorant crybaby.
Okay. You know, like they say, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. Nick Fuentes is not lying, okay? You know.
The one thing I'll push back on Tim Pool in his example is this incident we're talking about did not take place on private property, on Austin's property. Or
I'm gonna go back. Let me go back here real quick before. Let me do this because I'm gonna close it up now because I don't want this video to be too long. It's already too long, right? But let's go over here again. Let's go back to Judge Joe Brown real quick.
Move his defense, because self-defense says you can't escalate the force used unless there is disparate strength between the person who is attacked and the person who is the attacker. In other words, a little old lady could potentially use some deadly force to stop a real strong young guy from doing her in. But two young, strong guys are not supposed to escalate physical force where it is of non-lethal violence into using a weapon and becoming lethal violence. See, he shot his mouth off.
Okay, you're shutting your mouth up. So I feel like, to say that, so Judge Joe Brown, thank you so much, because there is disparate strength. So thank you for that. I'm also going to say this because, this is what I have. So I'm going to go off of what I have. Let me come out of this. Okay. So this is what I have. This is the police report out there. Okay. So yeah, exactly. Nick Fuentes is crazy. Okay, so per police report, KARMELO is 5'9" and is 130 pounds. Okay, 5'9" and 130 pounds. I'm gonna play this again. So okay, I'll repeat. AI said for a 17-year-old male who is 5'9" and weighs 130 pounds, is considered underweight based on standard height and weight charts and BMI guidelines. While BMI doesn't account for all factors, it provides a general indication of whether someone is underweight, normal weight, or overweight. For someone of that height, a healthy weight range for males is typically between 144 and 176 pounds. Okay, now let's look at a 12-year-old who weighs 130 pounds. A 12-year-old boy weighing 130 pounds is within the average weight range of the 50th percentile of weight at this age is around 89 pounds. Okay, with the upper end of the range of 130 pounds. So it's like at 130 pounds, though, that's really the weight of a 12-year-old boy. Okay, that's the weight of a 12-year-old boy. Okay, yeah. Let's look at this one. A boy can weigh 130 pounds around age 12 or 13. KARMELO is 17. Okay, depending on his individual growth pattern, the average weight range for a 12-year-old boy is 67 to 130 pounds, with 50th percentile and 89 pounds. For 13-year-old boys, the weight range is 75 pounds to 158 pounds, with the 50th percentile around 100 pounds. So he has about the weight of a 12-year-old, okay? Now let's go over here. For a 17-year-old male who is 6'2" and weighs 225 pounds, the individual weight is considered overweight based on standard BMI guidelines, okay? So, what's it called? Now, I also want to, I looked it up too. This is what I had typed in Google. Injury caused by a man pushing a man into the rain, okay? A man being pushed into the rain by another man could result in various injuries, primarily due to the force of the push and the impact of the fall. These injuries could range from mild bruises and sprains to more serious fractures or head trauma, depending on the strength of the push, the surface that the person lands on, and any existing conditions. Possible injury. Soft tissue injuries, bruises, concussions, sprains, and strains are common due to the impact of the push and fall. Fractures, a broken arm, leg, or other bones could occur if the fall is severe or if the push is forceful enough to cause fracture. Head injuries, concussion, or other head trauma could occur if the head impacts the ground or any object during the fall. And as you can see, remember, right? This is the venue. Okay, y'all still here, right? It definitely can. This is the venue. So we have a bunch of metal bleachers. We have concretes made out of stone. We have steps made out of concrete, and it's raining. People could have gotten seriously. I mean, somebody did definitely get hurt, but you have reason to be afraid. Hold on. Where was I again? Okay, right? Head injuries, a concussion, or other head trauma could occur if the head impacts the ground. And you see? Steps made out of concrete, right? Or another object in the fall. Nerve damage. If a nerve is damaged during the fall, it could lead to numbness, tingling, or weakness in the affected area. Hypothermia. Prolonged exposure to the cold and wet weather could lead to hypothermia and dangerous drop in body temperatures. Factors influencing severity. Force of the push. 225 pounds. Pushing on somebody that's 130 pounds. A more forceful push will likely result in more severe injuries. Surface impacted. Falling onto a hard surface, concrete, and we have concrete and we have metal. Okay, cool. Concrete pavement will likely lead to more serious injuries than falling on a soft surface, grass and sand. As you can see, there is no grass, there is no sand anywhere to be found. Okay, individual factors, pre-existing medical condition, age, and overall health can influence the severity of the injuries. Okay. Right, now let me see if I can okay, so it seems like most bleachers are made out of aluminum. Okay, so it's metal. So let's watch this video. Let's see. Oh, sorry, you guys. Sorry. Things stopped working again. Oh, this thing is so annoying. Sorry. Show the screen. Let's see what
a live event, which is an asset to any community. And we are here to provide the best event seating solutions for you. we have a wealth of experience manufacturing high-quality event seating. State-of-the-art tools help craft the durable and high-quality components that go into every design.
Let me see. I want to see how they make them. You see this? You see? I don't want the music, child. So as you can see, you see, they're made out of metal. Yeah, aluminum, right? This is all metal, child. This is all metal. You out here pushing people. You're pushing people against this stuff, right? See, this is all metal. You know, of course. What else he gonna say? He felt disrespected. Yeah, because he was there, right? He was living inside of Carmelo's heart. Yeah, right. Maybe that's what he would have done. Out here worried about Megyn Kelly, what Megyn Kelly said about him. He's so weak. Okay, so these things are made out of metal. Okay, imagine somebody pushes you against this and you fall like in the rain and you fall in the wrong place. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is crazy. Why would you why are you? This is insanity. This is insanity. I need to find a video where they actually make this stuff. I'll find a video of how this stuff is made. We're going to find a video of how this stuff is made. The whole menu. And look at this, y'all. Look at this. You can really get hurt. You see this? Imagine like in the rain, people pushing you and things like that. These things could really hurt someone. These things could really hurt someone. Okay? They could really hurt someone. Pushing people around all this, where am I? Pushing people around all this aluminum. Like, are you serious? Are you seriously serious? In the rain. This is excessive. 9 o'clock in the morning. Why do you have so much energy like this? 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to find a video of how this stuff is made from start to finish. Unbelievable. Look at this. Imagine you push somebody and their head hits the corner of this bleacher. What you going to do? What you going to do? In the rain. Pushing people like this in the rain. Fighting in the rain. So the bleachers are made out of aluminum with sharp edges. The steps are made out of concrete. And you out here pushing people when you're 225 pounds. That is ridiculous. That is seriously ridiculous. Right? Now, let's read again. Self-defense. Self-defense can be a legitimate defense to a murder charge if the accuser reasonably believed they were in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm and use a proportionate amount of force to repel the threat. Crucially, the accuser must not have been the initial aggressor and must have had reasonable belief that the force used was necessary to protect themselves. And for that, I do agree. Okay? That was self-defense. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay? Absolutely. Hey, Forehead, what's up? You're coming in late. Okay? So my thing is, to everybody, I mean, of course, to those of us, okay? Oh, poor little girl. So sad. To those of us who are supporting Carmelo, right? Do not worry. This is a self-defense case, okay? Do not worry. He can use self-defense. It's going to stick. And like I said, I'm believing that he's going to walk. He was being bullied, oversized by two big-ass monsters, okay? Who didn't want to pick somebody on their own size. Like I said, we're also going to see, they need to look it up if they were even registered to run that day. Because why are football players at a track meet? Okay? So they're not there to run. Yeah, exactly, Tim. Them things, and they know them things. They know. Like this is real. This is real metal. Like imagine your head falls right here, like they're pushing you, and then your head falls against this harsh corner like this. I'm like, why are we like? I'm like, all of a sudden, these people want to act as if they don't know how sharp, like how the edges of bleachers are. They're extremely sharp. Want to act brand new, like oh, like they were fighting on sand, like they were pushing them on sand, or they were pushing them against grass. No, this is the venue. This is where this happened. Aluminum bleachers with sharp edges and all these concrete steps. Every step is made out of concrete, and it's raining. 9 o'clock in the morning. Why do they have so much energy like this? Okay, you could really hurt somebody, and most likely, if he hadn't if he hadn't stabbed you, you would have killed him. But somebody's gonna die that day. Someone was gonna get seriously hurt. All of that because somebody sat under your seat. You out here doing the most like this. You know, this ain't small. You can really hurt someone. The edges are really, really sharp. These are sharp edges. And you out here pushing folks like this? 25 pounds. And he's just pushing somebody in the rain. So you got all these bleachers all around us. They made out of freaking aluminum. Huh? Then the steps made out of concrete. And you out here pushing folks like this. Like you want to kill someone? And most likely he did. Most likely he did. If you don't have a murdering spirit in you, why would you push people in the rain around concrete and metal? For what reason? For what reason? Oh, let them be. They're idiots. No one cares. They're a bunch of idiots. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is insane. This is really insane. And it's bunch of, I'm like, this is hard ass metal. Look at sharp corners, sharp corners. When it, especially it's raining, and like I said, we don't even know what kind of shoes he had on, right? But if he has his running shoes or if he had cleats on, it's raining. He's 130 pounds getting shoved around by these big ass people. All is like, it takes one wrong fall and then your head goes against the corner like this. Boom, murder. You're dead. You're dead. It's very dangerous to push people while it's raining, by the way. What the freak? What the freak? Foolishness. Imagine having you're a black person and you gotta do this to make money. You gotta sell out your own kind so you can make enough money with AdSense to make your mortgage. Go get a real job. Go get a real job. Go get a real job. This is disgusting. Imagine being that afraid of white people. Like, you need AdSense money so bad. You need to increase your retention time so bad. You need to have so many watch hours so badly that you are willing to sacrifice this young man for your own AdSense. That is so despicable. That is so despicable. Let me see. Where was I? Okay, so there's definitely grounds for self-defense. Because Carmelo had the reasonable belief to believe that he was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury. Absolutely. And used a proportionate amount of force to repel the threat. Absolutely. Crucially, the accuser must not have been the initial aggressor. He was not. It was Austin. Must have had a reasonable belief that the force he used was necessary to protect himself. Of course. Because he's small. He's a lightweight. Okay? Look at this picture here, huh? 250 versus 250 pounds versus someone that's 115 pounds. Okay? Here are a bunch of young people who are all 130 pounds. 130, 130, 130, 130, 130, 130. Against one person, is one brother alone is 225 over 6 feet. Oh, yes. Tim, I'm going to do so many videos. It's going to be crazy. I ain't got nothing to do. In the words of Kevin Gates, I got 2 jobs. I don't get tired. Make it make sense. I don't know. These white Americans, they love going to games. They go to football games. They go to baseball games. They go to what's it called? Hockey games. They go to basketball games. White people love to go to games. And now they want to act as if they don't know what bleachers are made out of. Because they're racist. I don't know. Bleachers are made out of cotton. Bleachers are made out of feathers. Like, it's a bunch of pillows. Like, no. Because they're racist. They are so racist. White people who are such sports fanatics, all of a sudden they want to act as if they don't know that all of these stairs are made out of concrete and the bleachers are made out of metal sheets. Hypocrisy. They're so fake. They're truly so fake. Hold on. I need to look up the name of the stadium. This is just ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Huh? Where can I find a good track stadium, y'all? I will look for one later. Yeah, like they're so hypocritical. Like, I mean, I guess they're racist, so of course, why would they not be hypocritical? But that's just doing too much. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, bleachers are really dangerous. Like, you can really get hurt. Okay? Let me see. What do I have? I have this guy jumping, but even... Okay, here you go. You see? Oh, and look at this guy. He's running, huh? And you look how skinny he is. Because track people are small. That's why I'm saying, like, Carmelo and... Sorry, Austin and his brother, they were not there to compete. They're too big. But I'm like, bleachers are dangerous. People can get hurt. It's raining like this and you out here pushing people and doing the most. Like, do you want to hurt somebody? Of course you did. Don't even care about anybody else's well-being. Bunch of bullies. Where's the one I just saw? The guy was just jumping. Hold on. Like, look at this. You see this? Look at these bleachers. Look at these bleachers. And even what he's doing is so dangerous. Because if he misses this, oh, he's done. That's his tibia. This is so dangerous. Even what he's doing is dangerous. But my thing is, you see concrete everywhere. Concrete, metal, concrete, metal, concrete, metal. And it's raining. And this is where you want to start pushing on people. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay? Even AI knows it's dangerous. A man being pushed into the rain by another man could result in various injuries, primarily due to the force of the push and the impact of the fall. These injuries could range from mild bruises to sprain to more serious fractures or head trauma, depending on the strength of the push, the surface the person lands on, and any existing condition. So he's either going to fall on concrete or he's going to fall on metal. This is so reckless. No regards for human life. How can you start pushing people in the rain, surrounded by concrete and surrounded by metal bleachers? Because Austin had no regards. He had no regards for human life. He had no regards. Even for the size of the person. No regards whatsoever. That is insanity. They're very dangerous, Mark. They're seriously dangerous. Oh, thank you, Tim. You're so sweet. No, I don't like foolishness. People have to be fair. People just judge. You just have to be fair. Just have to be fair. Oh, he's black. Oh, he had a ski mask on. Oh, he was there to bother people. Bleachers are dangerous, you guys. I don't even know why people are acting brand new like this. They have these sharp edges. And sometimes some bleachers, the people don't like, they don't close it off. Like, you can file it down or you can put something to close it. Sometimes they leave the bleacher, like they leave the metal thing, the lining, like it's just cut with no protection. So if you're not careful, you can cut yourself. So that's what I'm saying. It's like they're bleachers. It's the venue. It's right here. Where you see the blue tarmac thing, that's where the knife is. So the stabbing happened there. So you're pushing people in the rain. You got concrete steps. You got freaking bleachers made out of freaking metal with sharp corners. And you're just out here just like pushing people and you're 200 and thingy. And 20 and 25. What is the equation? These people, man. For force. Okay. And look at this. White people. They're so damn racist. But I'm going to go wake up their ancestors. Somebody wake up Newton. Isaac Newton's second law. Force equals mass times acceleration. Right? So the force, mass is what? 200 and, what is it, 225, whatever it is, the mass of an object. The boy weighs 220 and whatever, and 225. Acceleration, let's say it was like even 5 miles per hour. Huh? Do this, 225. times 5. Even if it was pushing him at 5 miles per hour. You see, look at the force. Look at the force. If equation for force is mass times acceleration, can you imagine? Somebody that is 225, even if you remove gravity, whatever, the 225 times 5 miles per hour, even 2 miles per hour, this is too much. Let's even say that he was pushing KARMELO at 1.5 miles per hour. That is still 337.5 pounds that you put into somebody like this. Are you okay? Is he actually okay? But then again, he probably don't even know much. Is he smart enough to have made it through physics? Did he make it through physics? Like, we have equations for these things, you know? Yeah, sometimes they even have handrails. Yeah, they're very dangerous. And they know this. Force equals mass of an object time acceleration. So let's say he's pushing him at, like, even if it's like 2 miles per hour, even 1 mile per hour, that's too much. 2 miles per hour, that is still too much. But you're 225 and you push into someone. Let's say you're doing it at 1.5 miles per hour. That is still 303. What? Shut up, I can't even speak. 337.5 pounds into someone that weighs 130. Are you okay? In the rain? So there's your force, and also there's the slippery nature of whatever surface he's standing on. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. But then again, I don't think a lot of these white people are smart. That's why China is taking over. This is why China is taking over. Because I'm sure in China, they would have understood what I'm saying. Because they're really smart, you know? The Chinese are very smart. America here, they're behind. They pay $40,000 per student, and their kids are failing at reading, failing at math, failing at whatever. You know, there's more white kids than black kids. So you know the vast majority of people who can't read is white people. Make it make sense. Right? But I'm sure China, Korea, they understand what I'm saying. If you're 225 and you push into someone, your force goes in that person. And then on top of that, the surface is slippery. And then third of all, we don't even know what kind of shoes KARMELO had on. I keep saying this. Because if he had his track shoes on, it was probably even more slippery for him. But we need to see his shoes. The shoes matter. They really do matter because all shoes are not the same. I have different kinds of shoes, you know. I have my Romaleos for when I lift. I have my Air Zoom 5, my Zoom Fly when I run. I have walking shoes. And then I have my Metcons for the Stairmaster because all shoes are not made equal. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not made equal. Foolishness. Foolishness. Okay, I don't know what shoes he had on, you see? And that's exactly what I said. You see? White people are racist. White people are seriously evil. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Right? It's a track meet. He was wearing his uniform. Most likely he had his shoes on. The white people are so evil. Oh, gee. And this is why I tell you all the time. I said America's racist. Y'all think it's a joke. I have told you this. I've told you plenty times. America is racist. I've told you this. White people are racist. Y'all can play with them if you want to. You can play with these white liberals. You can kiki with these white conservatives. They're all the same. Dr. Malcolm X done told y'all. Okay. White people play a sick game. Play the game too. But don't ever allow yourself to be deceived. Even these black people who are in these interracial relationships, my heart goes out to you and I pray for your safety. Because one day, the white person you married to, they're going to remember they white. And I pray that day that you are safe and you're protected. Because they don't like black people. I even believe that sometimes when they marry black people, it's because they want to convince themselves that they're good white people. Because it's all about their ego. I need to prove to myself I'm a good white person. I'm a good white person. I said to you, we need to know what kind of shoes KARMELO had on. Because he's running track. You see, every sport, different shoe. Even me, Marlene, I'm overweight and I have different shoes because you need different shoes for different things. Tomorrow I will show you my shoes. I have the Romaleos when I lift, right? Shout out to my husband. He's a sweetheart. Okay. Right? I have this one. These are my shoes. Right? Like when I go lifting, When I lift, I wear the Romaleos. This is the exact shoe that I have, right? I wear the Romaleos. You understand? Because the surface is flat, so it's better for lifting and stuff. So that way your ankles don't shake, right? I have Romaleos. When I run, I have the Zoom Fly. I think I have the 5, right? Shout out to my husband. My husband bought me any shoes I want. He's so sweet. Okay? I have the Zoom Fly. So I run in these shoes. I have different shoes, y'all. I have different shoes. Then you got the Metcons, right? I got the Metcons, this one. Okay? Got the Metcons. I got the Metcons for the Stairmaster. We just bought one shoe recently. Let me see if I can show you. Nike walking shoes. I don't know what they're called. Oh yeah, there you go. This shoe. Let me show you the shoe that we got. Okay, the Motiva. Okay, that I just bought these recently for walking. Okay, you get me? Yeah, shout out to Jimmy. Right? So I have weightlifting shoes. I have running shoes. Romaleos, weightlifting. The Zoom Fly, running. This one, what is it called? Motiva, walking. Right? And then I have the Metcons, Stairmaster. And I'm not even a pro, but even I know you need different shoes for different sports. You understand me? Because support and everything is different. You can't wear the same shoe for everything. You're going to hurt yourself. And therefore, I said to y'all, we need to know what kind of shoes Carmelo had on, because it really matters. Oh, yes, I'm a child. Black men are the prize. Okay, black boys are the future. I said to you, we need to know what kind of shoes Carmelo had on, because it matters. Because not only Austin is 225, Carmelo's 130. But think about your size, you're smaller, and then you don't have the right kind of shoes. So then you're wobbly, because these shoes are not meant to be pushed around in the store. And maybe that's why he even sat down. That would make more sense. This makes more sense. Maybe that's why he even sat down right there. I'm like, okay, now that I'm thinking, that makes more sense. Because they're not made for walking, they're made for running. So if it's raining, sit your ass down before you fall. Sit your ass down before you fall. Let me see if I can pull this shoe up. Okay. So you see, look at the shoes, y'all. Come on, family. Look at the shoes. You see, you barely have a sole. You barely have a sole. Then you have these spikes, right? Look at the shoe, y'all. These are track shoes. He had to have some. You see, they have spikes. You see this? They have spikes. So imagine the spikes, and you're walking on concrete while it's raining. I understand why he sat there. Because if their tent was farther and it was raining, sit your ass down. Because you're walking, it's like you're walking on heels. And then it's raining. You know what I'm saying? But, a lot of these white people too, they're obese. I told you. They eat out of cans. Vegetables out of cans. Meat out of cans. Juice out of can. Food out of can. Everything they eat comes out of a can. A lot of white people are obese. They're not healthy. So they don't know much about running. Okay? They're a bunch of, they're morbidly obese. So whatever. Anybody who runs track knows this. They run with specific shoes. Just like when you play soccer, you use different shoes. Shoes matter. But then again, I guess you have to be fit. Even Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock also, he will know a damn thing because he's morbidly obese. Okay? So that's why he said my instinct. The instinct of a man who's been obese his whole life. Okay? All right? So look at this. Do you think a person this fat has ever ran a day in his life? No. You think he's ever played any sport his whole life? No. He is obese. This man is so fat. Okay? He's just so big. He's so big. This man is so fat. He's just so fat. Damn. This man is fat, y'all. This man is fat. Anyways, let me get back to my shoes. Okay? So I said to y'all, it really matters. You barely have a soul. You don't have souls. It's like you're running flat against the ground. Like it's like you're almost like running bare feet, pretty much, right? And so I said to y'all, it really matters what kind of shoes he had on while these people were pushing him like this in the rain. It really matters. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So that's probably why he said, you guys, if you ever get to all shoes are not made equal. And maybe tomorrow I might even go to the store so I can put the shoes on and record it. But if you have the time this week, if you have time tomorrow, you have time anytime this week, you need to go to a sporting store and try on some track shoes and walk around and see how it feels. And I even feel like there's lawyers also, they should get the shoe size. Me, Marlene, because there's so much, there's good money in the GoFundMe. I will buy every member of the jury some cleats. And I will have them walk around. Then I will have people pushing them and see how it feels. Imagine wearing heels and you're being pushed. Yeah, the truth is in the details. Like you guys, I need you up to go. Tomorrow morning, Monday, Tuesday, take some time tomorrow. Y'all need to go to a sporting store, Foot Locker, Dick's, you name it. You need to go and put on the shoes. Then I want you to walk on carpet and walk on a flat surface with no carpet. Come back and tell me how you felt. And tell me if you even felt secure. Now imagine if it was raining and then you got these big people. Like I said, force is mass times acceleration. Now imagine somebody that is 225 pushing you while you have these shoes on. And then tell me if you would have felt safe. Once again, this is why I said we have to wait for the autopsy to see at which angle Austin's heart was perforated, because it could have really been an accident. Because with all this rain and all this pushing, and maybe he was wearing cleats, I don't know for sure yet, because we haven't seen what kind of shoes he was wearing. Maybe that's why the knife ended where it ended. Because I don't believe he meant to stab him in the heart. I really don't. But it was raining. And most likely he had cleats on. And I don't even know how Austin was pushing him. I have no clue. But it could have been it could have really been an accident. The knife probably came out because he wanted to scare Austin, not because he meant to stab him. It happens. You can trip and fall, and then boom. Oh, shit. What have I done? It can happen. That's why I said you have to wait for the autopsy to see at which angle the heart was actually stabbed. By the way, these white people are making it sound like, you would think the boy, he just grabbed the knife, he takes it off his bag because he was called the N-word or because he was so emotional. He grabs the knife, he just walks up to Austin, and he just stabs him. And also think about this. If Austin is standing there and you have a boy that's 130 walking up to him with a knife, with a whatever, you don't think Austin would have grabbed his arm like, with your goofy ass, don't touch me. Right? Austin has way more power. He has way more height to stop KARMELO. So if KARMELO was just grabbing the knife, walking towards him to go like this, you think Austin about to stay here? A man who plays football? You really think where's the picture at? Where's the picture? You really think that somebody who plays football that is big like this is about to just stand there and let a tiny ass boy walk up to him? Oh, I'm gonna go stab him in the heart. He's like, yeah, he's just standing there like this. You think he would let that happen? Man, move your head on my face, your goofy ass. So it could have been in the melee, and with, like I said, with the spikes on, okay? Because if he has these shoes on, he doesn't have much balance. And once again, look at the venue. That's why I feel like I am right. I really do feel like I'm right. I'm like, they probably slipped and failed. They probably slipped and they failed. That's really what happened. Most likely that's what happened. Because I don't believe you're just gonna walk up to Austin. This big dude, he gonna beat your ass. Okay? So no, he didn't just have access. Oh yeah, just stab me in the heart. So these boys, they probably slipped and failed, and unfortunately, the knife landed in the heart. But I truly do not believe. I really don't. From being 14 and saving somebody a 10-year-old that was drowning, to even him asking, is he gonna be okay? I truly don't believe that KARMELO went into his bag, grabbed the knife just to go and stab Austin in the heart. That's just way too fucking dark. That's just too fucking dark. You understand? It could have been a freak accident. I mean, it could have. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I believe he got the knife because he wanted to dissuade him. Like, if I take my knife out, he's going to be scared. He's going to leave me alone. But maybe even that too, the knife did also not scare Austin. What do I know? Because Austin kept pushing him. He said, don't touch me, pushing me. Don't touch me, pushing me. I do believe, what I believe is he got the knife out the book bag because he probably thought to himself, if I pull out the knife, he's going to leave me alone. Like, you want to scare him. But unfortunately, I guess it seems like he wasn't scared. I mean, all of this at 9 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck was he on? What the fuck was he on? Okay? But like I said, concrete steps, metal bleachers with sharp corners, rain. And then the boy, the smallest boy, wearing freaking cleats. Shoes with no soles. This is crazy. This is crazy. And once again, this is why you don't touch people. This is why you leave people alone. Even if you want him to go, you can tell the coach. Tell the coach. You don't have to act like you're police or whatever. Nobody's breaking the law. Nobody's hurting anybody. It is not against the law to sit under another team's tent. This ain't nothing new. It's happened before. You got to have good sportsmanship. And most important, you got to calm down. You're not even here to run track. You probably came here to support your friends. So why are you doing so much like this? I mean, exactly. Why was someone with a 4.0? His daddy said he had a 3.7, but still, it's still an A. Okay, and a future, and exactly want to unalive someone. That makes no sense. Okay, this is Carmelo. He's 16 years old. He has a Lexus. They do luxury vacations. His family has money. They go on luxury vacations. He has two cars because he has this red Wrangler. He has that one too, huh? Mama and daddy in the home. The parents are married. They go, they have luxury vacations. Why would this kid want to unalive someone? For what reason? That's his other car. He got two cars. Is he looking at him being goofy with his daddy? Why would he want to unalive someone? Why would he want to? Okay. Oh, you need to be quiet. Go to sleep. You're a dumbass. Go to sleep. Why would he want to unalive someone? So once again, as I stated, it is going to work. Self-defense is going to work. We're going to make videos every day of the week. Okay? We're going to make as many videos as possible. Okay? Proving that Carmelo was being bullied. And he felt threatened. And he should have. Because you have reasons if you feel threatened. Okay? What? Okay? Make it make sense. Absolutely make it make sense. What are you calling my name for? What's wrong? Okay, are you guys still here? Do you see me? No, that's not too much for me. That's just enough. Oh, because I make videos every day? Oh, yes, I will make videos every day. If they're paying people to do all this goofy stuff, if they're paying all these white conservatives to spew all this racist narrative because they need black faces to do it, I'm going to do it too. We can all play this game. Every single black conservative that has something evil to say about this young man without doing their due diligence, I will sit here and I will make a video response. I got time for all of them. I'm going to take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm going to handle these people one by one. And so help me God. If we have to be here until December, doing videos every day until December for this young man to walk, I will do just that. It's a disgusting thing to lie like this. Okay? No, other court cases don't matter. They can go find somebody else. I'm on this case. Okay? It truly matters. So we'll see the shoes. And I hope his lawyers think about that. Because his shoes matter. The shoes matter. And even the shoes. Austin also, his shoes matter. Carmelo, because maybe if they also didn't have good shoes, so maybe he also slipped. Because the shoes matter, y'all. Shoes matter. So we also need to say, we also need to see what shoes Austin had on. Because if he had certain kind of shoes, he could have had a better grip. If he didn't have good shoes, he also could have slipped because it's raining. This is real, y'all. This is real. And once again, this is why you don't touch people. If somebody is sitting there and they're not bothering you, Even if you want them to leave, go get your coach. Go get an adult. Go get the police. Go get security. It is not your responsibility to physically remove somebody and to touch people and to put your hands on people. And when they tell you, don't touch me, you keep doing it. You see the person open their book bag or whatever it is, and you're still doing it. You grab their book bag. What are you doing? Like I said, at 9 o'clock in the morning, it's too early for this level of aggression. It is 9 o'clock in the morning. Y'all barely got out of bed. Why are you so damn mad? Why are you so mad? And I will leave you with this, because I truly believe that these young white boys I think they were on steroids. And you know, white people, these white kids who do steroids, they have a famous phrase that says, eat clean, train hard, and never give up. Because these are the drugs that they take. A lot of these white boys are on steroids. Many of these white boys, to have a bigger, more muscle, bigger body mass, etc., they take these steroids called Clen, Tren, and Anavar. And so they have a saying that goes, eat clean, train hard, and never give up. Okay? So maybe Tuesday or something, I would do, I think they were on steroids. I think their height is genetics. Their build is probably steroids. And that's why at 9 o'clock in the morning, Austin was so lit like this. This is too much. 9 o'clock in the morning. This is too much. This is too much energy. Okay? So these are real steroids. Let me see. Okay, so it's called clenbuterol. Okay. So I guess this one helps you to shed fat. Okay, so you have Clen. Let me see if I can write them all. Clen, Tren, and Anavar. So you see, it's a cycle. Let me see. You see, so they say train hard, eat clean, and never give up. That's how they do it. Okay, they use a lot of hormones. They do a lot of hormones. We'll do another video, because now this one I want to focus on self-defense. I will do another video where we'll talk about the steroids that many white boys take. And they get on yes, they can. They get on these cycles. It's called a cycle. So it's Tren, Clen, and Anavar. Okay? Y'all didn't know this, huh? I'm outside because I watch Coach. There's a white boy here. There's a white man here called Coach Greg. I keep up with him. So that's how I know all this stuff, right? Because he talks about this stuff. Right? He talks about it. And he warns young people not to do it. That's Coach Greg. I watch his stuff, right? And he warns young people about not doing this stuff because it's dangerous. Even this white boy here, Sam. Sam takes the stuff. He takes it. Many of these white boys take steroids to just get big like this. There's so many of them, it's not natural. They take stuff. Right? So if you watch Coach Greg, you should know about this. See, 19. Look at this guy, 19. He takes the stuff. They're on that juice, man. They're on that juice. They're on that stuff. They take that stuff, y'all. Okay? But I don't want this video to be too long. But maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday, we can do a special video about which kind of steroids. And like, what's his name? Austin could have been one. Because we'll talk about the steroids and then we'll talk about the side effects of the steroids. Because many of these steroids cause you to have rage. It's not a joke. If you remember, when we were younger, you had Ben Benoit. Ben Benoit was Canadian. He was in the WWE. He was a wrestler. He killed his wife. He killed his children. And he killed himself because of the steroids. It was too much. It made him go crazy. It make you go crazy. You guys, this is happening. All of this is happening at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's too early for so much aggression. It's just too early. It really is too early. Where is it again? All right. So eat clean, train hard, and never give up. That's how it goes. Okay. So that's it for tonight's video. I mean, it's always in the morning, but I'll be back later on today. We'll make another video, but maybe like for the family. I'll see. But yeah. All right. Love you guys. I hope you learned something new. So if you share the video, I don't know. I'm probably going to re-upload this video. I'm probably going to leave this one and re-upload it because I feel like doing a live and then posting directly to your channel is a different algorithm. So I'm going to try that. I'm going to upload this video. Hey, Quee, right? So I hope you learned a lot. I hope this live puts you at ease. Don't worry. Nephew's going to be okay. Okay? He's going to be okay. Before I go to, hold on. This is the page. This is his fundraiser. Let's see how much they got. Okay. So right now the fundraiser is almost at $400,000. So if you haven't made your donation yet, you should. The page is Give, Send, Go. Give, Send, Go. Where am I? I'm right here, right? Okay, cool. Okay. The page is givesendgo.com/help Carmelo. All right. So if you haven't made your donation already, you should. Okay. And not just make one donation. Like as long as he needs the money, we all keep giving donations regularly. Okay. We have to support this young man. And also you have to understand when Black people come together and put money together to get this young man the best legal defense possible, it sends a strong message to white people. Like they can't touch us like this anymore. They can't just do whatever they want to do to us. And they should not believe that because we're Black, automatically we're going to have a public defender. That's why they're so triggered. Because I think they wanted Carmelo to have a public defender so they could throw him under the jail. It's not going to happen. Those days are gone. They're seriously gone. Black people have money now. Black people have money just like white people. They have great jobs, if not better jobs than white people. We all have access to technology like white people. Whatever they do, we can do it too. I think also the anger that so many of these white racists are exhibiting because Carmelo is raising money shows that even they understand that the legal system in America is rigged. And they know the better your attorney, the more likely you're going to walk. This was always something reserved for white people. White people used to be the only ones that could afford the best criminal attorneys. And usually Black people be stuck with public defenders. Times have changed. Times have really changed. Okay? So when you give money to that, because they're keeping up, all these racist white people are keeping up with how much money he's collecting. So make them mad. Make them big mad. This fundraiser needs to reach $1 million. We have to send a strong message to white people. They have to raise their kids better. And the bigger their children are, they have to teach their kids to not bully small people. And I also pray, we should also pray for that. Because I don't believe that Austin, it was his first time doing this. I think Austin is a bully. I think he's always been a bully. So I pray that also, but before we go to trial, if we do go to trial, I don't know, that all the young people who have been bullied by Austin and his brother Hunter, maybe since kindergarten, first grade, I hope all these people come out. Because this is not the first time doing this. Okay? It's not the first time doing this. Because good people, nice, kind-hearted people don't pick on someone just sitting there because it's raining. That's just not how you move when you're truly a nice person. A nice person, a friendly person, a great athlete, he's not going to do that. Doing too damn much. Okay? Because these are not good people. They're not raised right. They're just misbehaving. They're not nice people. They don't have manners. And I also don't believe that they're even Christians. I don't believe that they're Christians. I don't believe that they're raised in the word. I don't believe that they even know the gospel of Jesus Christ. Because no real Christian would ever have an issue with someone sitting there because it's raining. It is not possible. Okay? So make sure that you give to help Carmelo. Give big. And share the the Give, Send, Go. Share the fundraising page with as many people as possible. Share it with your entire family, your friends. Share it on Facebook, social media. And encourage everybody to give something. $5, $10. If you have thousands, also do it. There are 2 people I know. I don't talk to them anymore. They got so much money, but I'll talk to them. I'll be like, man, can you give like $10,000? You got money. Okay. But it's okay. God will find a way. All right. So with that being said, you guys, good night. Adieu. À demain. I will see you in the morning. Sorry, in the morning, but I will see you in a few hours. Okay. So thank you so much. And I hope you learned a lot. Carmelo, you're going to be okay, nephew. Don't worry about this. God got you. All right. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Oh, Mark became a member. Oh, that's supposed to be Mark. Thank you. Okay. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Okay. I mean, in a few hours. Bye-bye. I didn't even eat today. Oh, I need to eat. I didn't even eat. Child, that's crazy. Bisous. Gotta go. She has to go, y'all.